Chapter 734. Seeing fair-faced flying dragon again, both of them could not help but tense up. At the same time, both of them were attracted by the coffin. Qin Shi Huang's coffin. The same thought popped into their minds at the same time. This was something that many people dreamed of, and they did not expect to find it. Qin Shi Huang had too many secrets, and his coffin might be able to give them many answers. Professor Qi could not wait to rush up and check it out. However, he was afraid of fair-faced flying dragon, so he had to suppress the strong impulse. What do we do? Professor Qi asked in a low voice. Before Tang Zheng could answer, fair-faced flying dragon had already turned his head and looked over. Both of them were shocked. Tang Zheng was ready to fight, but fair-faced flying dragon turned his head again and stared straight at the coffin, ignoring the two. Both of them were slightly surprised. This was not fair-faced flying dragon's style. The coffin. Could it be that there was something special about it? Let's go. Tang Zheng made a decision. Professor Qi was overjoyed. Okay. Thus, the two of them carefully approached the coffin, but fair-faced flying dragon still did not react. Finally, they arrived in front of the coffin and were only a few steps away from fair-faced flying dragon. However, when they saw what was in front of them, they could no longer care about fair-faced flying dragon. They finally understood why fair-faced flying dragon had such a reaction. There were two coffins in front of them. Could there be someone else buried in Qin Shi Huang's tomb besides Qin Shi Huang? Who could it be? Who had the qualifications? At that moment, the three of them were filled with this question, and fair-faced flying dragon was no exception. He stared at the coffin in a daze, not knowing what to do. After Professor Qi recovered from his shock, he was extremely excited. This was definitely a discovery that would shock the world. This trip was worth it. He could not help but reach out and touch the coffin. Stop. Fair-faced flying dragon saw this and screamed in shock. Professor Qi retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted. Before he could understand what was going on, he heard a voice coming from the coffin. There's movement inside. Tang Zheng and Professor Qi were shocked at the same time. Could it be that there was also a living thing inside? Qin Shi Huang? A few thousand years had passed, could it be that he was still alive? Tang Zheng was awestruck. Didn't the five-clawed golden dragon swear that Qin Shi Huang had committed too many sins and was not tolerated by the heavenly Tao and finally died? Then why would there be movement in the coffin? Fair-faced flying dragon's face turned ashen as he roared, "You are causing trouble, do you know that?" What do you mean? Tang Zheng shielded Professor Qi and asked. He is alive. Alive? Tang Zheng and Professor Qi exclaimed in unison. Yes, as long as his coffin is stained with the aura of a living person, he will be revived. Otherwise, why do you think I'm standing here? Fair-faced flying dragon said bitterly. Coming back from the dead? How is that possible? Furthermore, it happened a few years ago. Although Tang Zheng was a cultivator, he had never seen such a miraculous thing. Fair-faced flying dragon coldly snorted and said, You are a cultivator, don't you understand that there are all kinds of strange things in this world? I'm sorry. I didn't know. Professor Qi said with grievance. Fair-faced flying dragon acted as if he didn't hear anything. With a tap of his foot, he quickly retreated to the bottom of the stairs. Tang Zheng was alerted and inwardly cursed. Qin Shi Huang was a celestial and an emperor. Just how high was his cultivation base? Tang Zheng couldn't imagine. Moreover, he killed people like flies. How could he let these people go when they trespassed into his tomb? Danger, retreat. Tang Zheng pulled Professor Qi and prepared to retreat down the stairs. However, a loud sound interrupted his movements. The coffin lid flew high up into the air and an earth-shattering killing intent leaked out from the coffin. In an instant, this small area was completely enveloped by this killing intent. It caused people to involuntarily tremble and Tang Zheng even began to hallucinate. It was as if there was an army of thousands of horses charging towards him, wanting to tear him to pieces. He knew something was wrong and hurriedly bit his tongue. The sharp pain immediately woke him up from the hallucination. Professor Qi wasn't so lucky. His eyes were dull and he lost consciousness. Whoosh! A black shadow flew out from the coffin and floated in the air, staring straight at Tang Zheng and Professor Qi. Tang Zheng was shocked. This person was no different from a living person, but the killing intent on his body was definitely something that could only be created by a true 10,000 slaughterer. Moreover, his attire was very similar to the attire of Qin Shi Huang that Tang Zheng had seen in the textbooks before, but it was more dignified. Just one look from him would probably scare some timid people to the point of breaking their guts. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you break into my tomb? The other party finally spoke. His voice was like a bell, echoing in people's ears for a long time. Tang Zheng's heart thumped. He finally confirmed that the other party was the famous Qin Shi Huang. He had really been resurrected. His face immediately turned pale. He couldn't tell if it was a blessing or a curse to resurrect such an ancient emperor. Seeing that they didn't respond, Qin Shi Huang said eerily, "Trespassing into the forbidden area means only death for you. You are lucky to die in my hands." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Shi Huang pulled out a treasured sword from his waist. When the blade was unsheathed, the sound of the sword was extremely loud, like the sound of a horn on a battlefield. The Taya sword. Fair-faced Flying Dragon's expression finally changed when he saw the sword. He couldn't help but cry out. Tang Zheng's pupils shrank. Although he didn't know the origin of the Taya sword, it was obvious that as Qin Shi Huang's sword, it was definitely not an ordinary item. "You actually recognize my Taya sword?" Qin Shi Huang looked at Fair-faced Flying Dragon in surprise and clicked his tongue in wonder. Fair-faced Flying Dragon's expression didn't change. Of course he would recognize the Taya sword because he had come for it. According to legend, the Taya sword was created by an ancient swordsmith. It was a true divine weapon that accompanied Qin Shi Huang on his expeditions and drank the blood of countless people. It was a very powerful weapon that ordinary people couldn't use. In the end, the Taya sword was buried with Qin Shi Huang as a burial item. However, the Taya sword's illustrious reputation was still passed down through various channels. Fair-faced Flying Dragon couldn't forget the Taya sword when he heard the news. When he heard about the ancient tomb this time, he guessed that it was most likely the tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the one he had been looking for all this time. If he had the Taya sword, it would be like adding wings to a tiger for him. Therefore he came here without hesitation. But seeing the Taya sword in Qin Shi Huang's hands, he felt despair. Although he was very confident in his own strength, he still didn't have the confidence to face Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang was a legendary figure, an emperor throughout the ages. He was simply too powerful and no one had much courage to resist him. Although Tang Zheng understood the difference in strength, he still had to resist. Especially when he saw his opponent waving the Taya sword, he hurriedly used War Soul to block. Clang. In just one move, Tang Zheng was sent flying and crashed into another coffin. Puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the coffin red. Not even being able to receive a single move from Qin Shi Huang made Tang Zheng feel a mix of emotions. Although they were both Skywalkers, the difference was too great. "Humph, you dare to come to my tomb with such weak strength? You're courting death," Qin Shi Huang said disdainfully. He wasn't in a hurry to kill Tang Zheng. Instead, he turned and stared at Fair-faced Flying Dragon. As for Professor Qi, he didn't even look at him. He didn't even need to look at such an ordinary person. "Now it's your turn," Qin Shi Huang said to Fair-faced Flying Dragon. Fair-faced Flying Dragon's face was ashen. He knew he couldn't escape today, but he didn't run. In front of Qin Shi Huang, running would only lead to a faster death. He took a deep breath and strode towards Qin Shi Huang. The Taya sword hasn't drunk human blood for a long time. Today I'll use your blood to reseal it. Qin Shi Huang flew toward Fair-faced Flying Dragon. So. A series of flying knives shot toward Qin Shi Huang. The cold light formed a string, and the whistling sound of air breaking rang out. "Insignificant skill," Qin Shi Huang said disdainfully. The Taya sword slashed through the air and all the flying knives were split into two. Fair-faced Flying Dragon's eyes flashed with despair. In this world his strength was already at the peak. But in front of an ancient emperor, he was like a baby, unable to withstand a single blow. Boom. The Taya sword slashed through the air and the sword light slashed down. More than half of the stairs were destroyed and rocks flew everywhere, leaving behind a long and deep ravine. Fair-faced Flying Dragon dodged to the side in a sorry state. His exquisite clothes had a few large holes, and there was a trace of blood on his face. He was completely different from his previous high-spirited self. Tang Zheng saw this scene from afar, but he didn't gloat. He only felt a deep sense of helplessness. Was he really going to die here today? No. He would never give up. Even at the last moment he would never give up. Seeing that Qin Shi Huang's attention was attracted by Fair-faced Flying Dragon, he crawled up with difficulty. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and took out the heaven-shocking bow and shooting sun arrows. He knocked an arrow and aimed the shooting sun arrows at Qin Shi Huang's back. Fair-faced Flying Dragon's gaze went past Qin Shi Huang and coincidentally saw this scene. His heart moved. Although the two of them were enemies, but facing Qin Shi Huang, who was an even stronger enemy, the two of them had to work together. Without any verbal agreement, the two of them formed an alliance. Fair-faced flying dragon soared into the sky and waved his arm, roaring, "Heavenly maiden scattering flowers." In an instant, the sky was filled with flying daggers that shot towards Qin Shi Huang from all directions. At the same time, Tang Zheng's fingers released the bowstring. With a wung sound, the shooting sun arrows left the bowstring. With flying knives in front and shooting sun arrows behind, it was a pincer attack. Qin Shi Huang acted as if he didn't even see it. He gently raised the Taiya sword. In that instant the sky changed color. The entire space seemed to have frozen. The shooting sun arrows and flying knives seemed to have been frozen. Chapter 735. The light disappeared and everything returned to normal. Flying dagger? It turned into pieces and scattered all over the ground. Sun-shooting arrow? It landed on the ground, dim and lifeless. Qin Shi Huang stood proudly, floating in the air, maintaining the posture of swinging his sword. Tang Zheng and fair-faced flying dragon attacked from the front and back, but they were unable to do anything to Qin Shi Huang. Their expressions involuntarily became even more unsightly. Qin Shi Huang looked down at fair-faced flying dragon and said, "You guys are too weak." Before he finished speaking, the Taiya sword flew out, shooting straight towards fair-faced flying dragon. Fair-faced flying dragon retreated in panic, retreating again and again like a tornado, disappearing without a trace in a short while. However, the Taiya sword was like a shadow, chasing after it relentlessly, disappearing together with it. Qin Shi Huang did not seem to care at all. He turned around and fixed his gaze on Tang Zheng. With a wave of his hand, the sun-shooting arrow on the ground flew into his hands. His large hand gently brushed past the sun-shooting arrow, and he clicked his tongue in wonder. "Heaven shocking bow, sun-shooting arrow, you actually have these two divine armaments. Your luck is not small. However, you are too weak. It is impossible for you to protect these two divine armaments." Tang Zheng's eyelids twitched. The other party actually recognized these two weapons. "I will grant you a quick death." After Qin Shi Huang finished speaking, he had already arrived in front of Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng did not even see how the other party moved, and his chest was hit heavily by a palm, causing him to fiercely fall onto the coffin. He spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the coffin red. All the bones in Tang Zheng's body were about to fall apart, his internal organs were displaced, and blood kept flowing out from the corner of his mouth. He had experienced so many dangers, but this time was the most serious. He had no strength to resist, and he was already heavily injured, to the point where he could not even draw the heaven-shocking bow. He wanted to summon the four symbols venerable, but the four symbols venerable was already heavily injured. He was afraid that it would be difficult for him to support himself, and he might even be torn apart by Qin Shi Huang. Even if he were to die, he did not want the four symbols venerable to accompany him in death. "Your resistance to attacks isn't bad," Qin Shi Huang praised. "If an ordinary person were to take this attack of mine, they would have been smashed to pieces." Tang Zheng laughed bitterly in his heart. This was of course the effect of the chaotic Vajra mantra. He had already cultivated to the Iron Bones realm, and his bones were as hard as steel, but they were still about to fall apart. This showed just how powerful Qin Shi Huang's attacks were. However, he's still too weak. Only death awaits him. With that said, Qin Shi Huang's palm pressed over again. This time, Tang Zheng could clearly see the trajectory of his attack, but strangely he still couldn't dodge. He could only watch as the pair of hands attacked. "It's over." This was the only thought left in his mind. That was because even though this attack seemed slow, its offensive power had clearly increased explosively. If he took this palm, even if his bones were made of iron, they would still shatter. He gritted his teeth and didn't beg for mercy. He didn't shrink back. He was like a warrior who would rather die than submit. He stood there proudly. Even if he had to die, he couldn't die like a coward. Bang! With a loud sound, Tang Zheng felt as if his eardrums were about to burst. His chest was struck by a powerful force, and although it was uncomfortable, it was not fatal. Obviously, this was not the power of Qin Shi Huang's attack. He subconsciously lowered his head to look. The Qin First Emperor's palm was right in front of his chest, but there was still a fine line between it and his chest. This was because a white hand had passed through his ribs and blocked the Qin First Emperor's large hand. The difference between the two palms, one big and one small, was obvious. However, this pair of weak and small palms blocked Qin Shi Huang's attack without trembling at all. Qin Shi Huang retreated, his expression fluctuating. His pupils widened as he stared straight at Tang Zheng. Behind him, Tang Zheng also felt that something was amiss. A ball of yin qi enveloped his back, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head in the middle of winter. It was bone-chilling. However, what surprised him was that this wave of yin qi was not completely like ordinary yin qi. Waves of strange energy drilled into his pores and flowed into his 8 extraordinary meridians. Pure yin qi. His eyes lit up as he finally recognized this familiar thing. This wave of yin qi actually contained pure yin qi. This was something that Tang Jing yearned for even in his dreams. Most importantly, it was impossible for yin qi to contain pure yin qi. This was also why he had to rely on absorbing pure yin qi from a woman to neutralize pure yang qi, and not simply absorbing yin qi. That way he wouldn't have to be so troubled and distressed. He knew that there was someone behind him, and it was a woman. A woman with such heavy yin qi. Could it be a female ghost? No, of course not. She was a living person. He could already hear the sound of his heartbeat. How could another person suddenly appear in this tomb? And it was a woman, an expert that could block Qin Shi Huang. Before he could turn his head, Qin Shi Huang's voice had already sounded, "Empyrean Fairy. How did you wake up?" Empyrean Fairy. Tang Jing had never heard of these words. Hearing this name, it seemed that her background was not small, but he had never heard of such a person in the Jianghu. No, she woke up. Tang Jing finally grasped the crux of the matter. This word was too important. Could it be that this Empyrean Fairy had been sleeping all this time? He slowly turned his head and glanced at the coffin from the corner of his eyes. He didn't know when, but it had already been opened, and there were still traces of his blood on the coffin. Finally, he clearly saw the person behind him. A beautiful face and a classical beauty, filled with holiness and coldness, giving people a feeling of being thousands of miles away. This kind of beauty seemed to not exist in the human world, but in the 9 heavens. What made Tang Jing even more surprised was the yin qi that was continuously emitted from her body, as well as the pure yin qi that was contained within. This was much more dense and pure than the pure yin qi he had encountered before. Fang Shishir had a pure yin body, Lu Qingmei had a profound yin body, and Marshall had a yin fiend body. The pure yin qi in their bodies could not be compared to this person's. His heart skipped a beat as he remembered a body type that Tian Chanzi had once introduced, the saint body of 9 yin. The saint body of 9 yin was the same as the saint body of 9 yang. They were the strangest and most magical body types in the world. Many people often died young, unable to grow up. Therefore, these 2 types of body types were extremely rare in the world. Tang Jing had never thought that he would see someone with this type of body type, let alone in this ancient tomb. For a moment he had mixed feelings. If he absorbed the pure yin qi in the saint body of 9 yin, then his pure yang qi would definitely be neutralized by a large portion. But looking at her face that kept people away, his thoughts suddenly disappeared. This Empyrean Fairy was too strong, so strong that it was suffocating. Even Tang Jing felt that he was very small in front of her. Without a doubt, the Empyrean Fairy was lying in the other coffin. Why was she lying in there? What was her relationship with Qin Shi Huang? Could it be that she was also a person from thousands of years ago? How could so many people from thousands of years ago suddenly appear? However, when he thought about the appearance of Hundred Faces Star, a person from the ancient era tens of thousands of years ago, these 2 people did not seem that difficult to accept. Why did the Empyrean Fairy want to save him? Wasn't she in cahoots with Qin Shi Huang? The Empyrean Fairy ignored Tang Jing's gaze and stared coldly at Qin Shi Huang. She said, "Ying Zheng, you sealed me when I was unprepared. Today I will return what you did to me in double." Sealed? Tang Jing suddenly understood. No wonder the Empyrean Fairy wanted to save him. It turned out that she and Qin Shi Huang were not in cahoots, but enemies. But why did Qin Shi Huang seal her and bury her in this tomb together? There were many doubts. Qin Shi Huang's expression changed for the first time. He arrogantly said, "Empyrean Fairy, when I asked you to dual cultivate with me, it could help us both return to our peak. You refused many times. Seeing that my time is almost up, if I don't seal you and bury you here with me when I revive in the future, my pure yang energy will erupt. How can I live?" Shameless. The Empyrean Fairy's eyes emitted a terrifying cold light as she spoke with killing intent. Haha, the 9 yang saint body should be with the 9 yin saint body. This is the way of the heavens. Moreover, I am an emperor above millions of people and also a celestial. Could it be that I am not worthy of you? You will never be worthy. The Empyrean Fairy did not give him any face as she firmly said. Tang Jing's heart skipped a beat. To dare to refute Qin Shi Huang like this, how much courage did she need? However, he finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. Qin Shi Huang did not obtain the Empyrean Fairy back then. His time was almost up and he did not have a way to live, so he buried the Empyrean Fairy with him here. When he had a chance to revive in the future, he would think of a way to dual cultivate with the Empyrean Fairy and increase his cultivation. This dream was beautiful. If Tang Jing did not interfere, perhaps his wish would have been fulfilled. Qin Shi Huang was rejected in front of an outsider. He immediately felt that he had lost a lot of face and glared at Tang Jing with killing intent. Tang Jing innocently rolled his eyes, but he did not back down. Empyrean Fairy, how did you break through my seal? Qin Shi Huang temporarily swallowed his anger. He thought that he would definitely tear this eyesore of a young man into 10,000 pieces. He then asked the Empyrean Fairy. The mysterious maiden of the 9 heavens did not immediately answer. Instead, she looked at Tang Jing with a complicated gaze. Her eyes were filled with splendor, and the corner of her mouth slightly curled up. Jing, you claim to be smarter than everyone in the world. The answer is clearly right in front of you, but you don't know it at all. What do you mean? Qin Shi Huang did not understand. Do you really think that you are the only celestial in this world? Of course. Only one celestial appears every few thousand years. Then how many years have you spent outside? This. Qin Shi Huang was stumped. Haha, I think you are not smart but too stupid. The outside world must have already passed many years ago. That new celestial will naturally appear. Impossible. Qin Shi Huang's eyes flashed with a hint of panic as he denied. Everything is right in front of you, but you don't know anything. Look at you, you are the stupidest person in the world. Look at what special trait he has. The 9th heaven mystical maiden pointed at Tang Jing. Chapter 736. Qin Shi Huang stared at Tang Jing as if he was looking at a ghost. He roared in disbelief. No. How could he be a celestial? Impossible, this is definitely impossible, there must be a mistake. A mistake. To be able to make an emperor panic like this, it could be seen how big of an impact it had on his heart. In truth, the reason why Qin Shi Huang was able to unify the world and become a hegemon was because of his identity as a celestial. Thus he knew what this identity meant. Not even in his dreams would he have thought that he would immediately meet another celestial after reviving. When two of the same kind met, there was no appreciation, only hatred. Killing intent surged out from Qin Shi Huang's body. In an instant, it was as if heaven and earth had changed color. So what if he is a celestial? He is so weak I can kill him with a single finger. Qin Shi Huang's words were not false. If the two of them fought one-on-one, Tang Jing would not be his opponent no matter what. Seeing Qin Shi Huang's huge reaction, Tang Jing was shocked, but he also understood that his identity had already caused the other party to be filled with intense killing intent. If he wanted to escape from the ancient tomb, it would be even more difficult. The Empyrean Fairy walked out from behind Tang Jing. Her slender body contained an extremely powerful strength, causing Tang Jing to feel inferior. Since you know his identity, you should be able to guess why I have awakened. Hearing that, Qin Shi Huang's gaze turned and stared at the blood on the coffin. That was precisely Tang Jing's blood. Qin Shi Huang's eyes flashed with unwillingness. If he had known Tang Jing's identity, he definitely would not have let him get close to the coffin. He would have directly killed him. It turned out that when Qin Shi Huang had sealed the Empyrean Fairy, only the blood of a celestial could undo the seal. Qin Shi Huang was very confident, thinking that he was the only celestial in the world. Other than him, no one else could undo the seal on the Empyrean Fairy. But due to a freak combination of factors, a few thousand years later Tang Jing appeared. His blood actually undid the seal without anyone knowing, allowing the Empyrean Fairy to awaken. Empyrean Fairy, so what if you've awakened? You weren't a match for me back then. Could it be that you're a match for me now? Humph, I won't be soft-hearted anymore. Whether you agree or not, you belong to me. Your 9 saint body will belong to me. Qin Shi Huang's eyebrows were raised in exultation as he spoke unrestrainedly. The Empyrean Fairy's expression changed slightly. She said, shameless. You couldn't get away with it thousands of years ago and you won't get away with it now. I would rather give it to him than to you. When Qin Shi Huang heard this, he was furious. His murderous intent and anger rushed towards Tang Jing. The Empyrean Fairy stepped forward and blocked all of this. Tang Jing listened to the conversation between the two in a daze, and his heart was in turmoil. Especially when he heard the 9th heaven profound maiden say that she would rather give herself to him than let Qin Shi Huang take advantage of her. His mind was greatly shaken and he was extremely excited. But then, Qin Shi Huang's anger made him understand that this matter was not as easy as he thought. Qin Shi Huang wanted to tear him into pieces. It was better to throw such unrealistic thoughts to the back of his mind as soon as possible. Empyrean fairy, you don't accept me, but you're willing to let this good-for-nothing boy take advantage of you. Women are indeed stupid. Then I don't need to give you face. The first emperor of Qin said fiercely before disappearing. The Empyrean fairy raised her jade-like arm and pointed at the void. Boom. A hurricane-like berserk aura appeared out of nowhere, blowing Tang Jing so hard that he couldn't help but close his eyes. Then he heard a thunderous rumbling sound and everything returned to normal. When he opened his eyes again, he found Qin Shi Huang standing in the distance with blood on the corner of his mouth. The Empyrean fairy was standing in front of him with a pale face. She had already retreated a few steps and was almost sticking to his body. How are you? Tang Jing asked with concern. I'm fine. I'll hold him back. You can leave. The Empyrean fairy was expressionless and said with a cold tone. Leave. Tang Jing almost blurted out okay, but he resisted the temptation and firmly shook his head. How can a man like me let a woman hold the enemy back while I escape? The Empyrean fairy didn't appreciate it at all and coldly said, Idiot. After saying this, she no longer paid attention to Tang Jing and charged at Qin Shi Huang. Her long sleeves fluttered in the wind. Her ancient clothing perfectly complemented her figure and temperament, making her look like a fairy. Empyrean fairy, after thousands of years, your strength is still inferior to mine. Moreover, you don't have the help of a treasure, so how can you be my opponent? Qin Shi Huang laughed wildly. The Empyrean fairy said, You stole my treasure. Not only are you cruel and inhumane, you are also a bandit. You dare to insult me like this. If it was anyone else, they would have already died. However, I won't let you die. You are still very useful. I will rely on you to complete my divine technique. Qin Shi Huang also charged over. The two people soared into the air and began to fight in midair. The world changed color and the mountains shook. It was unknown how many steps were destroyed and the coffin had long been destroyed. Tang Jing raised his head and stared blankly at this pair of experts. He incessantly circulated his Zhen Qi in an attempt to repair his body. His body was already heavily injured and he had to take this opportunity to repair it as soon as possible. Time slowly passed and the two people's battle didn't stop. However, the Empyrean fairy was gradually losing her strength. She couldn't do anything by herself. Professor Qi had long since been knocked unconscious by the shaking of the mountains and earth. He laid on the ground and lost consciousness. Tang Jing couldn't help, so he simply sat down cross-legged and quickly circulated his divine technique. The ancient Clear Heaven Scroll and Dragon God technique immediately activated. Although the outside world was shaking and it was like the end of the world, Tang Jing's mind was completely focused. His heart had reached an unprecedented level of peace. Forgetting everything. He was like an outsider, calm and collected as he healed his injuries step by step. The Empyrean fairy glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. Her eyes flashed with praise. As expected, Skywalkers were not ordinary people. Even if their cultivation was not high, this state of mind was something that ordinary people couldn't reach. Seeing the Empyrean fairy's gaze, Qin Shi Huang was furious. He roared, You still dare to look at him? Then I'll kill him first. Whoosh! He directly pounced on Tang Jing. He was so fast that even the Empyrean fairy couldn't block him. Tang Jing was completely unaware. His Zhen Qi nourished his body bit by bit and his injuries were already somewhat healed. Stop! The Empyrean fairy shouted. Her figure flashed and blocked in front of Tang Jing. Bang! Qin Shi Huang's palm directly landed on the Empyrean fairy's shoulder. Like a kite with a broken string, she flew out and collided with Tang Jing. She was lying on top of Tang Jing while Tang Jing was lying on the ground. Tang Jing was interrupted. He suddenly opened his eyes and found that the Empyrean fairy was right in front of him. That beautiful face was almost touching his face. Moreover, the two's posture was a bit strange. One was lying down and the other was lying down. No matter how he looked at it, it was not suitable for children. Oh. His breathing couldn't help but become hurried. The hot air that he exhaled hit the Empyrean fairy's face. Her face immediately became colder and colder. Her eyes were cold like 1,000-year-old ice. I'm sorry, Tang Jing said in shame. She had sacrificed herself to save him. But he was like this. It was really too unreasonable. You too. Qin Shi Huang was dumbfounded. What a scandal. Brat, I'm going to kill you. He had a strong desire to possess an ancient person, especially an emperor. The two's posture was like a slap to the face. His face and ears were red, and his eyes were almost spitting fire. The Empyrean fairy calmly got up from Tang Jing's body and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She had just taken a blow from Qin Shi Huang and it didn't feel good. Tang Jing also quickly stood up. Bam! Something rolled out from his backpack and attracted everyone's attention. The stately painting. Tang Jing's heart trembled. The stately painting couldn't be stored in his sumaru pouch. It had always been in his backpack. He didn't expect it to fall out. This was a treasure. He definitely couldn't let it fall into Qin Shi Huang's hands. He was about to bend down to pick it up. Swoosh! The painting of mountains and rivers of the gods of earth and vale flew away right under his nose. He turned pale with fright and hurriedly looked up, only to see that the painting of mountains and rivers of the gods of earth and vale did not fly to Qin Shi Huang. Instead, it fell into the hands of the ninth heaven maiden. The Empyrean fairy's face was finally no longer frozen. She showed some joy. Her jade-like fingers gently stroked the stately painting. When Qin Shi Huang saw this, he was shocked and shouted, "The stately painting! Brat, you actually have the stately painting." Tang Jing looked at him blankly. He thought to himself, why can't I have the stately painting? However, when he saw Qin Shi Huang's expression change, Tang Jing realized more clearly that this treasure was extraordinary. What was so magical about the stately painting? He waited and saw. The Empyrean fairy finally raised her head and said, "Jing, you just said that I don't have a magic treasure and I'm not your match. You didn't expect the stately painting to return to its rightful owner, did you?" Qin Shi Huang's expression changed. He was speechless. "Back then you sealed me and took away my stately painting. Although I don't know what you did with the stately painting, it is finally back in my hands." Qin Shi Huang couldn't help but feel regret. Due to the uniqueness of the stately painting, he had purposely hidden the information of his tomb in the stately painting. This was so that when the stately painting was opened, not only would the descendants be able to find his tomb, but they would also be able to bring the stately painting into the ancient tomb. In this way he could be resurrected and not let this treasure be lost. Could be said that he killed two birds with one stone. However, he didn't expect that Tang Jing would bring the stately painting and awaken the Empyrean fairy. In the end, the stately painting returned to its rightful owner due to a freak combination of factors. Everything seemed to be predestined. Qin Shi Huang's scheming did not fulfill his wish in the end. Tang Jing, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Although the stately painting was a rare treasure, he was not disappointed or disheartened because it was returned to its rightful owner. Instead, he was incomparably excited. A powerhouse like the mysterious Lady of the Ninth Heaven should have such an extraordinary treasure. Chapter 737. The Empyrean fairy opened her hands slowly, and the stately painting unfurled bit by bit. A beautiful painting appeared before her eyes. Mountains, rivers, lakes, and peaks stacked on top of each other. It was beautiful and mysterious. The Empyrean fairy's eyes became colder and colder. "Jing, today, I will return to you what you did to me 100 times over." As soon as she finished speaking, the stately painting flew into the air. Thousands of rays of light soared into the sky, illuminating the celestial palace as bright as day. A mysterious power rippled out. Qin Shi Huang's expression became unprecedentedly serious. He grabbed at the void and roared, "Taya sword!" Obviously, he didn't dare to be careless in front of the stately painting. He dared to use his weapon Taya sword. Taya sword was used to hunt down fair-faced flying dragon and disappeared without a trace. However, Qin Shi Huang was very confident, so he didn't panic. But at this moment, when he shouted the 3 words Taya sword, his expression changed. He hurriedly turned to look in the direction fair-faced flying dragon had fled, but there was no trace of Taya sword. Where is Taya sword? He clearly felt a connection with Taya sword, but in the next second, that connection was abruptly cut off. It was as if someone had forcibly cut it off. He knew very well what this meant. 9. Taya sword was out of his control. It was very likely that fair-faced flying dragon, who he didn't care about at all, had used some method to snatch it away. This was like pulling a tooth from the tiger's mouth. It was a brazen provocation. "Ah!" He roared into the sky. "I will kill all of you, kill all of you." The Empyrean fairy looked at him with a faint smile. "Qin Shi Huang, you have exhausted all your tricks and in the end even Taya sword was taken away. Do you still have the right to be called an eternal emperor?" Qin Shi Huang's expression was extremely ugly. He roared hysterically, "Empyrean fairy, don't think that I won't kill you." The Empyrean fairy was not afraid at all. "I will kill you too." After that, she pointed forward with her slender hand. The stately painting flew to the top of Qin Shi Huang's head, and a strong suction force suddenly appeared. Oh, oh. It was as if a black hole had appeared in the sky. The ruins on the ground were sucked into the stately painting in the blink of an eye. The first emperor of Qin swayed and stomped his feet. His feet sank into the stone slabs to resist the shocking suction force above his head. Empyrean fairy, you're dreaming if you want to absorb me into the painting to refine me, Qin Shi Huang said proudly. Even if you don't have the Taiya sword, you can forget about killing me. After a slight pause, Qin Shi Huang took a deep breath and roared, Monarch Fist. Boom. A huge fist rushed into the sky. Although it was still a long distance away from the painting, it was obvious that the painting was shaking violently. The Empyrean fairy was already injured, and her strength was slightly weaker. When she saw the fist hit the painting of mountains and rivers, her breath became chaotic and she almost couldn't hold on. Monarch Fist is indeed extraordinary, the Empyrean fairy said coldly, but she didn't back down at all. She shouted, 5 mountains suppression. The stately painting's aura changed abruptly. The powerful suction force disappeared without a trace and was replaced by an overwhelming aura. Gotcha. The ground under Qin Shi Huang's feet cracked rapidly, and the high steps collapsed bit by bit, as if they couldn't withstand the terrifying force. Tang Jing watched this scene with his mouth agape. It turned out that the stately painting was far more powerful than he had imagined. Cui San'er had only scratched the surface. In the hands of the Empyrean fairy, the original owner, the stately painting could unleash its true power. The ground collapsed rapidly, and the rumbling sound was endless. Tang Jing helped the unconscious Professor Qi up, but he didn't wake him up immediately because he would definitely faint from the scene. He hurriedly retreated to the side to avoid the power that seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and earth. Boom. Finally, the high steps were crushed to pieces. Even the first emperor of Qin's figure disappeared. Was he dead? This thought popped up in Tang Jing's mind, but when he saw the Empyrean fairy's serious expression, he immediately understood that he was too naive. Who was the first emperor of Qin? How could the emperor of Qin die so easily? Bang. A loud sound confirmed Tang Jing's guess. The first emperor of Qin rose from the ruins and went against the flow, resisting the terrifying pressure. His huge fist directly attacked the stately painting. Boom. A powerful shock wave spread in all directions, and only the rumbling sound of collapse could be heard. The celestial palace had actually collapsed, and countless rocks fell from the sky as if it was raining. Tang Jing knew that things were not good, and quickly protected Professor Qi from the falling rocks. So what if you have the 5 mountains suppression? I'll still destroy you? The first emperor of Qin seemed to be in a sorry state, and there were a few large holes in his robe. The stately painting was attacked, and its light immediately dimmed. Seeing this, the Empyrean fairy's expression didn't change. She said, Do you really think the stately painting is only this powerful? 5 elements: wind and thunder. Crack. A thunderous explosion resounded through the celestial palace, and a bolt of lightning flew out from the stately painting, directly striking the first emperor of Qin's body. Boom. The first emperor of Qin landed on the ground again, and his body was charred black. Even the top of his head was emitting black smoke, and he looked even more miserable. Whoosh. A strong wind blew and the sand was blinding. The flying sand and rocks seemed to have transformed into a tornado that swept towards the first emperor of Qin. In an instant, the first emperor of Qin's figure disappeared in the tornado, and only the sound of hitting could be heard. Suddenly, another thunderous explosion sounded, and a silver-white bolt of lightning fell into the tornado, mixing with the flying sand and rocks, and its power increased greatly. Time passed bit by bit and the sound of hitting gradually stopped. Finally, everything returned to calm, and the tornado and lightning disappeared without a trace. The first emperor of Qin lay on the ground, and wisps of black smoke rose from his body. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The Empyrean fairy's face became a little pale. She was already injured, and using these great divine powers consumed a lot of her power. She was already feeling that she couldn't hold on anymore. She stared at the first emperor of Qin without blinking, as if confirming whether he was really dead or not. If he wasn't dead, what should she do? She already didn't have any extra power to continue. Tang Jing was also looking at the first emperor of Qin. Of course, he didn't ignore the Empyrean fairy. Looking at her expression, his heart thumped, and he already knew that the situation was very serious. Bah! A soft sound rang out, and then they saw the first emperor of Qin slowly get up. He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva, and his face was covered in dust. He didn't have any of the awe-inspiring might of an ancient emperor. However, the anger in his eyes made the two of them feel deeply uneasy. Not only was he not dead, but his anger was even more intense, and it was as if he was about to burn. You have finally completely stimulated my killing intent. Empyrean Fairy, for the rest of your life, you can be my slave and cheat. Don't ever think of raising your proud head again. As for you, we are both Skywalkers, but there can only be one Skywalker in this world, so you must die. After saying that, he didn't give the two of them any time to react and had already disappeared on the spot. Then he stood in front of Tang Zheng. Monarch Fist. The huge fist hit Tang Zheng's forehead without any fancy moves. Ping, he flew out and was thrown far away into the ruins without any sound. The first Emperor of Qin didn't pay attention to Tang Zheng anymore, because he believed that his fist would definitely shatter his opponent's head. He couldn't be more dead. You. This time the Empyrean Fairy didn't have time to help. She looked on helplessly as Tang Zheng was hit in the head. She was both angry and unwilling. This eyesore is dead, then you are mine. Today I will take you here and absorb all the purine energy in your body. The first Emperor of Qin said aggressively. A trace of redness and anger finally flashed across the Empyrean Fairy's face, and she said, "Despicable and shameless." She had a deep feeling of powerlessness. A few thousand years ago she protected her body and didn't let the first Emperor of Qin have his way. Could it be that today she couldn't escape from the devil's claws in the end? Was this her fate? No. She definitely wouldn't easily accept her fate. She recalled the stately painting and faced the first Emperor of Qin, saying, "I won't let you have your way even if I die. In front of me you won't have the chance to die even if you want to." The first Emperor of Qin said domineeringly, and his large hand reached out to grab the Empyrean Fairy's neck. The Empyrean Fairy hurriedly dodged, leaving a long mark on the ground. However, the first Emperor of Qin's speed was faster than her, and he followed her like a shadow, forcing her into a dead end in an instant. She gathered all the energy in her body and once again activated the stately painting, and a huge suction force was produced again. This move again, do you think it will succeed? The first Emperor of Qin was already prepared, and he moved like lightning. Before that suction force could envelop him, the stately painting changed hands and fell into his hands. The Empyrean Fairy's eyes dimmed, and she stared blankly at her empty hands. "If I hadn't spoiled you and taken care of your feelings back then, why would I wait until today? This time I won't be soft-hearted anymore. You women are often cheap, and the only way is to make you submit wholeheartedly," the first Emperor of Qin said domineeringly. "Don't even think about it." Although she didn't have any Dharma treasures, the Empyrean Fairy still didn't give up without a fight. She pushed her palms forward, and a surging power surged toward the first Emperor of Qin. The first Emperor of Qin laughed mockingly, an arrow at the end of its flight, pointless resistance. Bang! After breaking the Empyrean Fairy's attack with one move, the Empyrean Fairy staggered back, but she crashed into the wall and had nowhere to retreat. The first Emperor of Qin moved forward and blocked the Empyrean Fairy's path of retreat. He laughed maniacally, "Submit to me or else the one who will suffer will be you." The Empyrean Fairy raised her head high and spat a mouthful of saliva on the first Emperor of Qin's face. That dust-covered face and the saliva looked comical and laughable. The awe-inspiring aura of an ancient emperor was completely gone. The first Emperor of Qin's eyes widened, and he grabbed the Empyrean Fairy with his large hand, firmly imprisoning her so that she couldn't move. Chapter 738. The Empyrean Fairy was in despair. After thousands of years, she still couldn't escape from Qin Shi Huang's evil claws. She couldn't live, but she couldn't die. Qin Shi Huang's hand was about to touch the Empyrean Fairy's clothes when suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. The heaven and earth shook as if the earth was shaking. What happened? Qin Shi Huang and the Empyrean Fairy were both shocked and looked towards the direction of the dragon's roar. A golden light soared into the sky and turned into a golden dragon. It soared into the sky as if it was going to soar into the clouds. Qin Shi Huang was dumbfounded. He was really shocked by this scene and didn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, his pupils shrank as he saw a blurry face in the golden light. It was Tang Zheng. This brat didn't die. Qin Shi Huang couldn't believe it. Impossible. My fist hit his head. Even if it was made of steel, it would be smashed into pieces. How did he survive? Seeing this, the Empyrean Fairy's cold eyes lit up. She mocked, "Zheng, you claim to be the #1 in the world, but your opponent is also a celestial. Do you think he can be killed so easily?" Qin Shi Huang glared at her fiercely and retracted his hand. "I will take care of him first, then I will take care of you." His finger touched her body and she couldn't move. She could only watch as Qin Shi Huang rushed towards Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng's eyes shone with golden light as he floated in the air. His consciousness was very clear. Just now, that punch almost took his life, but at the crucial moment, the dragon mark on his forehead was activated. That three-clawed golden dragon actually rushed out from his forehead and blocked most of Qin Shi Huang's attack, saving his life. The appearance of the three-clawed golden dragon surprised Tang Zheng. He and the golden dragon seemed to have merged into one, becoming one. Suddenly, he felt that the bottom of his feet was light as he involuntarily rose into the air. A gust of air rushed out from his throat. He looked up to the sky and roared. The dragon's roar shook the surroundings. He was dumbstruck. He could actually let out a dragon's roar. Before he could figure out the reason behind it, he felt a surge of energy rushing into his body from the heavens and the earth, instantly flowing through his 8 extraordinary meridians. This is dragon energy. Tang Zheng was shocked. He was not unfamiliar with this golden energy. Back then he had absorbed the dragon chi of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Generations of emperors also wanted to absorb the dragon chi to consolidate their dragon might. But why would there be dragon chi in this tomb? Tang Zheng did not see a dragon. Could it be Qin Shi Huang? Impossible. As an emperor, even though Qin Shi Huang's dragon might was very strong, Tang Zheng did not feel any dragon chi. He looked around but it was empty. The huge celestial palace was extremely dark, and there was not a single dragon in sight. The ground was still trembling and the rocks on the ground floated up bit by bit. The first emperor of Qin transformed into an afterimage and passed through the floating rocks, arriving in front of Tang Zheng. Looking at Tang Zheng at such a close distance, he once again felt a deep shock. As an emperor of Qin Shi Huang, he understood the use of dragons too well. Emperors were seen as the incarnation of true dragons, but in fact that was all self-deception, or to deceive the people of the world. How could they be the incarnation of true dragons? They were just mortal bodies. But the emperors of each dynasty had never given up on the extravagant hope of transforming into dragons, and Qin Shi Huang was no exception. Other than seeking immortality, he also searched everywhere for traces of true dragons. However, the whereabouts of dragons were mysterious, and there was no place to find them. But he was the ruler of a country after all. With a single order, thousands of people rushed about and finally they found a dragon vein in the Qinling Mountains. The dragon vein was hidden in the mountains. It was said that the undulating Qinling Mountains was transformed from a true dragon that had died in battle, and the dragon vein of the true dragon was also hidden in this undulating mountain range. Qin Shi Huang was overjoyed, and sent a large number of people to dig up the mountains and stones in an attempt to dig out the dragon vein. Qin Shi Huang believed that as long as he had this dragon vein, it would not be an extravagant hope for him to transform into the true dragon son of heaven. However, things did not go as he wished. Even with the power of the country, he could not find any trace of the dragon vein, but he firmly believed that the dragon vein was hidden in the Qinling Mountains. There was no doubt about it. He was not willing to admit defeat like this, so he built his own tomb at the location of the dragon vein's head, trying to sleep with the dragon vein, or maybe he could absorb the dragon vein after he died. All of these were extravagant hopes. In these thousands of years, the dragon vein did not appear, which made him almost despair. He even doubted whether his previous judgment was correct. Was there really a dragon vein hidden in the Qinling Mountains? But looking at the living golden dragon in front of him, he was extremely shocked. He had been searching for a dragon his whole life, but he did not see it until he died. This brat's cultivation was so weak, how could he merge with the dragon? They were all Skywalkers, but why was the gap between them so big? He was not willing to accept it, but he was not afraid. Instead, he was faintly excited. Since the dragon had appeared, then he could replace it, then wouldn't he be able to transform into a dragon? Once this thought appeared, it crazily occupied every one of his brain cells. His eyes became excited. This method was definitely feasible. Haha, the heavens are helping me, allowing me to obtain such a big gift that I have always dreamed of when I was revived. Qin Shi Huang laughed wildly. He took a step forward, and the soles of his feet landed on the void. He walked toward Tang Zheng as if he was walking on flat ground. The Empyrean fairy's heart skipped a beat, and she turned pale with fright. She guessed Qin Shi Huang's intention and warned, "Be careful." Tang Zheng stared blankly as Qin Shi Huang walked over. He raised both of his hands and pointed his 5 fingers upwards. The dragon chi between heaven and earth madly surged into his palms. Whoosh, whoosh. The golden light on his body surged, and in an instant the golden dragon became 10 meters long, full of dragon might. Tang Zheng was inside the dragon monk. His eyes were the golden dragon's eyes, his hands were the golden dragon's dragon claws, and his legs were the golden dragon's dragon tail. Qin Shi Huang was overjoyed. He clicked his tongue and praised, "It's indeed magical. Now that I've replaced you, your mission will end here." Qin Shi Huang's attention was completely focused on Tang Zheng. He did not notice that the dragon aura in the air was getting thicker and thicker, and it was completely gathering on Tang Zheng's body. Traces of golden light seeped out from the ground, and the ground shook more and more violently. It was as if thousands of arrows had been shot into the sky. When the Empyrean fairy saw the golden light on the ground, her expression changed slightly. She muttered to herself, "The dragon vein. So the dragon vein really exists. He is actually absorbing it." Yes. Tang Zheng was absorbing the dragon vein. The three-clawed golden dragon had revealed its true form and triggered the dragon vein hidden in the Qinling Mountains. As a result, the intense dragon aura broke through the restraints of the ground and was attracted by Tang Zheng. Moreover, that was not all. The golden light was the real dragon vein. When it completely broke out of the ground, the energy was the most terrifying. It was not something the current dragon aura could compare to. Qin Shi Huang did not notice this. He only had eyes for Tang Zheng. Finally, he could not hold it in anymore. He roared, "Monarch Fist," and attacked Tang Zheng with his iron fist. Oh. With a thought, Tang Zheng swept out his dragon tail, bringing along a violent wind, and ruthlessly lashed at Qin Shi Huang's fist. Qin Shi Huang retreated a few steps, but rushed forward as if he was flying. He grabbed the dragon tail and laughed sinisterly, "True dragon, ha, I am the true son of heaven. This is all mine." After saying that, a black light flashed in his palm. The black light quickly spread and wrapped around the dragon tail. Wisps of dragon aura surged and were absorbed into Qin Shi Huang's palm. Then, his body was slowly covered by the golden light. "Haha, this is the true dragon. I'm finally going to get what I want." Qin Shi Huang's long hair fluttered in the wind, and his face was filled with madness. Tang Zheng was shocked. He realized that the dragon aura in his body was flowing out bit by bit into Qin Shi Huang's body. "No, I can't let him have his way." Tang Zheng quickly circulated the dragon god art. In an instant, the dragon aura in the world surged into his body. Oh. The golden light on the ground soared into the sky. A golden dragon vein broke out of the ground and flew straight to Tang Zheng. Qin Shi Huang also finally discovered this golden light and shouted in joy, "Dragon vein! Haha, so there really is a dragon vein. The heavens are helping me. With his dragon body and the dragon vein, I can transform into a dragon. Perfect." Tang Zheng had also heard of the legend of the Qinling Mountains being a dragon vein, but he did not expect to see one. Moreover, the dragon vein flew straight to him, wanting to merge with him. He was overjoyed. If he had the dragon vein, his strength would definitely increase greatly. Perhaps he could get out of the predicament in front of him. Brr. A dragon roar burst out of his throat. He grabbed with both hands and the dragon claws grabbed Qin Shi Huang's shoulders. Whoosh! Qin Shi Huang was thrown out. Tang Zheng took this opportunity to pounce towards the dragon vein that was slowly rising into the air. The dragon vein was a golden light, but he could clearly feel the powerful energy it contained. The dragon tail swung and wrapped around the dragon vein. The dragon vein flashed with golden light and disappeared into the dragon tail in the blink of an eye. The golden dragon instantly turned transparent. He could clearly see the dragon vein spreading from the dragon tail to the dragon head. Wherever it passed, palm-sized scales appeared on the golden dragon's body. They shone with golden light. Soon, the dragon tail was completely covered by the golden scales and quickly spread to the dragon head. Tang Zheng's eyes flickered with golden light. He felt a powerful force flowing from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head. There was an inexhaustible strength. "Be careful." Suddenly, the Empyrean fairy's voice sounded again. Tang Zheng's heart trembled, but it was too late. Qin Shi Huang silently grabbed the dragon tail again. The black light immediately covered the scales. The dragon vein's rising momentum suddenly stopped. Instead, it slowly swam toward Qin Shi Huang. "Aha, I have been searching for the dragon vein my entire life. Do you really think it will be so easy for you to absorb it? These are all mine. No one should even think of touching my things. Absorb." Qin Shi Huang let out an earth-shattering roar. The dragon vein was absorbed into his body with a whoosh. In an instant, his entire body was enveloped by golden light, and golden scales appeared on his body. Chapter 739. Tang Zheng watched helplessly as the dragon vein was sucked into Qin Shi Huang's body. His heart was filled with grief. Furthermore, he felt that the dragon chi in his body was still being sucked away. After a while, all the energy in his body would disappear. Qin Shi Huang proudly looked at Tang Zheng and said, "The one who laughs at the end is the winner. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Success will always belong to me." The Empyrean fairy was powerless. Her eyes finally flashed with despair. If Qin Shi Huang transformed into a dragon, then she would not have the slightest bit of resistance. Tang Zheng did not accept his fate. He continued to circulate his energy to resist. The three-clawed golden dragon flew into the sky and crashed into the towering palace, causing rocks to fly everywhere. However, Qin Shi Huang was like a maggot. He could not get rid of it. His hands firmly held onto the dragon's tail. The golden light on his body became brighter and brighter. On the other hand, Tang Zheng's dragon body became dimmer and dimmer. "My dragon chi will soon be sucked away by him. Damn it," Tang Zheng hatefully said. He felt that his strength was gradually weakening. "Am I going to let him off so easily? When I heard that he fought Yamato no Orochi, I originally thought that he was a peerless hero. Who would have thought that his true face was like this? No, I can't admit defeat like this." Tang Zheng raised his head high and took a deep breath, circulating all of his energy to resist. However, Qin Shi Huang's hands seemed to have some sort of magical power, causing his resistance to be completely useless. Instead, his dragon chi was sucked away like a waterfall. Isn't he also a celestial? Furthermore, he needs to absorb the Empyrean fairy's pure yin energy to offset the pure yang energy in his body. Since he likes to absorb energy, then I will give him the pure yang energy in my body and let him absorb as much as he wants. Tang Zheng thought of a plan and hurriedly circulated his power. The pure yang force in his body was already quite a bit, especially after his power had increased greatly during this period of time. The pure yang force had been on the verge of erupting several times. However, the pure yang energy was an inherent energy in his body. He could not expel it out. However, Qin Shi Huang's ability to absorb energy was so powerful. Perhaps he could really absorb the pure yang energy as well. Traces of pure yang energy fused with the dragon chi and flowed from his 8 extraordinary meridians to Qin Shi Huang. Qin Shi Huang was oblivious as he continued to crazily absorb the dragon aura. His body was already covered by a layer of golden scales as the golden light gradually transformed into a dragon's body. Tang Zheng's dragon body had already shrunk countless times, and it was still shrinking. He felt that he was about to be sucked dry, and there wasn't much pure yang energy left. Finally, Tang Zheng's dragon body collapsed and the golden light disappeared. He fell from the sky and crashed heavily onto the ground. Qin Shi Huang did not give chase. Instead, he raised his hands and looked at the dragon claws that were gradually growing. He laughed wildly in excitement. His laughter shook the surrounding rocks and caused them to fall down. "Son of Heaven, I am the true Son of Heaven," Qin Shi Huang said proudly. He looked down at Tang Zheng and Empyrean Fairy. "Kid, you have fulfilled my wish. I will leave you with an intact corpse. As for you, Empyrean Fairy, don't worry. I won't kill you. You are now even less my match. Therefore, I will keep you alive and let you watch me unify the world again. I will be the greatest emperor since ancient times." Empyrean Fairy didn't say a word, but the hatred in her eyes had already explained everything. Tang Zheng got up from the ground and looked at Qin Shi Huang indignantly. He had tried every means to save himself, but he ultimately failed. Qin Shi Huang flew in front of Tang Zheng and gathered his dragon claws into a fist. He punched down and the ground immediately caved in. Tang Zheng stood in the middle of the pit and struggled to resist the terrifying power above his head. Now, not only had he lost his dragon aura, but a lot of his true chi and pure yang energy had also been absorbed. Therefore, even an ordinary warrior would find it difficult to resist, let alone a super expert like Qin Shi Huang. "Let's see how you escape from death this time," Qin Shi Huang said hatefully. Clearly, he was still brooding over his failure to kill Tang Zheng. At this moment, Tang Zheng was absolutely powerless to fight back. As long as he was hit, he would die without a doubt. The three of them were very clear about this point and had completely different reactions. Tang Zheng raised his head like a heroic warrior. Empyrean Fairy's eyes flashed with sorrow. Qin Shi Huang, who had the true dragon golden body, would be difficult to find a match. It was unknown how many bloody storms would be stirred up and how many people would die at his hands. Suddenly, under everyone's gaze, the attack of the dragon claws came to a halt. Qin Shi Huang's entire body trembled. The scales on his body flickered and then shattered bit by bit. What's going on? Tang Zheng and Empyrean Fairy turned pale with fright. Qin Shi Huang's strength had already reached the peak. No matter how they looked at it, his current situation was not optimistic. Ah! A miserable scream came out of Qin Shi Huang's mouth, scaring everyone. How could this be? How could this be? How could the pure yang energy erupt? Qin Shi Huang roared hysterically. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment and then became ecstatic. He originally thought that his plan had failed and that the pure yang energy that was sucked away was unable to do anything to Qin Shi Huang. He never thought that it was because the pure yang energy had yet to erupt. Qin Shi Huang's strength was profound, so naturally, the pure yang energy in his body was also very powerful. Furthermore, it was pure yang energy that had been accumulated for thousands of years. It was easy to imagine how terrifying the amount was. Tang Zheng's pure yang energy was like a drop of water that dripped into his body. The pure yang energy in his body was already about to overflow. With the injection of this drop of pure yang energy, it immediately caused the pure yang energy to completely erupt. Tang Zheng clearly remembered the scene that Tian Chanzi had described to him. A person with the 9 yang saint body would explode and die after the pure yang energy completely erupted. At this moment, witnessing this scene with his own eyes, the shock it caused to him was imaginable. Qin Shi Huang stared at Tang Zheng condescendingly and roared fiercely, "Brat, it was you who did this. You gave me the pure yang energy in your body." The corner of Tang Zheng's mouth squeezed out a smile and said, "Didn't you want my dragon chi, my power? I'll give them all to you, all to you. How does it feel?" "No." Qin Shi Huang roared at the top of his lungs. With the sound of the red dragon's explosion, the true dragon's body completely exploded, turning into specks of golden light that floated in the air. The true dragon's golden body had been destroyed. "I won't let you succeed, I won't." Qin Shi Huang hurriedly circulated his energy, wanting to resist the pure yang energy. However, the pure yang energy had already completely exploded, so all of his efforts were in vain. He watched helplessly as the pure yang energy in his veins seemed to turn into flames, burning every cell in his body bit by bit. Pure yin energy, yin and yang balance. Qin Shi Huang muttered as his eyes immediately locked onto the Empyrean fairy. Like a drowning person grabbing onto a life-saving straw, he muttered, "Yin and yang balance, yin and yang balance." He crazily rushed towards the Empyrean fairy. No. Tang Zheng immediately saw through Qin Shi Huang's intentions. He wanted to possess the Empyrean fairy and use the pure yin energy in her body to balance yin and yang, thus resolving the danger of self-destruction. If Qin Shi Huang succeeded, then all of Tang Zheng's efforts would be in vain. He really would not have any chance of survival. However, his voice was of no use, and he could only watch as everything unfolded before him. The Empyrean fairy was imprisoned and could not move. Seeing Qin Shi Huang about to violate her but unable to do anything, a trace of sadness flashed across her heart. Qin Shi Huang rushed in front of the Empyrean fairy and stretched out his demonic claws. Just as he was about to make the next move, a bloody light suddenly broke through his body. Blood splattered everywhere, filling the sky. "Ah, no, why? I was so close to succeeding." Qin Shi Huang roared unwillingly. However, streaks of bloody light rushed out from his body. Not long later his body was full of holes. Blood flowed out from his 7 orifices, and his prestige was completely gone. When Tang Zheng and the Empyrean fairy saw this scene, they were overjoyed and their eyes lit up. Tang Zheng could not help but shout, "Success, he finally succeeded." The Empyrean fairy said coldly, "Ying Zheng, you should have died thousands of years ago. This is your destiny. Do you really think you can escape the arrangement of the heavenly Tao? Your time of death has come. I am the Emperor of all ages, I am not willing, I cannot die like this. I am the true dragon son of heaven, I have the true dragon golden body." Qin Shi Huang chattered incessantly as he lost his head out of fear. Suddenly his voice came to an abrupt stop. Then, with a boom that was even more deafening than thunder, Qin Shi Huang's body completely exploded, turning into a mass of bloody light that scattered in all directions. The huge shockwave caused the heavenly palace to shake more and more violently. Rocks flew everywhere and the rumbling was incessant. Qin Shi Huang was dead. He exploded and died. Tang Zheng stared blankly at this scene. Other than rejoicing, fear also followed like a shadow. Because he was also in danger of exploding and dying. "I don't want to become that mass of bloody light." Tang Zheng hurriedly shook his head and chased this terrifying thought out of his mind. He gradually solidified a belief in his heart. In the future he must absorb more pure yin energy and harmonize yin and yang. He must not follow in the footsteps of Qin Shi Huang. A strand of golden light slowly rose from the mass of bloody light, attracting Tang Zheng's attention. Dragon vein. Tang Zheng was overjoyed. Although Qin Shi Huang was dead, the dragon vein was not destroyed. He hurriedly dragged his leaden legs and rushed over, grabbing the dragon vein. The dragon vein drilled into his palm like a small snake wriggling forward. Not long after, it slithered to the 9 main meridians and continuously circled around a meridian. Skywalkers had 9 main meridians, one more than normal people had 8 main meridians. At this moment, the dragon vein was circling around the extra main meridian. That main meridian was gradually dyed gold. Finally, it merged with the dragon vein, becoming one. Immediately, Tang Zheng's 9th main meridian became the dragon vein. Whoosh whoosh. Chapter 740. Tang Zheng felt like he was a lake that was about to dry up. Suddenly, a flood gushed in, nourishing every inch of his skin and every cell. He could not help but moan in comfort. However, the flood was pure energy that flowed through his 8 extraordinary meridians, making him feel like the energy was about to burst out of his body. However, this was not the effect of the pure yang energy. He had only absorbed the purest dragon qi, not the pure yang energy. The pure yang energy had disappeared the moment Emperor Qin self-destructed. After the golden dragon qi entered his body, it split into 2. One went straight to his dantian, while the other stayed in his glabella. In an instant he was completely enveloped by the golden light. The 3-clawed golden dragon in the dragon seal shook its head and wagged its tail. It kept absorbing the dragon qi, and the golden light on its body became more and more intense. However, one could clearly see that there was still a golden trace on the dragon, as if a tendon ran through its entire body. The dragon vein. Tang Zheng immediately recognized it. The dragon vein had merged with his 9th major meridian. He did not expect it to appear on the 3-clawed golden dragon. He had a feeling that the 3-clawed golden dragon had always been one with him. At the same time, more and more dragon qi gathered in his dantian, circling in his dantian. The dragon qi was changing, becoming denser and denser. Tang Zheng suddenly had a feeling that his Jindan was about to reach the large success stage. The Empyrean fairy also saw this and reminded loudly, condensing the golden core is a very critical moment. Do your best and don't be careless. Sit down cross-legged. Tang Zheng sat down as instructed. The dragon qi between heaven and earth rushed into his body at an even faster speed. This was the first time in his life that Tang Zheng condensed the golden core. He had no experience at all. He could only rely on his imagination. However, the reality was always several times more difficult than he imagined. The dragon qi was still circling, but it did not start condensing the golden core. Time passed by. Tang Zheng wanted to do it, but he was powerless. He could not help but feel impatient and flustered. Suddenly, the Empyrean fairy's voice rang in his ears. Focus your mind and calm your breath. I will teach you the core condensation method. This is a miraculous method to condense the golden core. You have absorbed so much dragon qi. With the help of the core condensation method, the quality of the golden core you condense will be greatly improved. Tang Zheng was overjoyed and said, Thank you, Empyrean fairy. A simple and not complicated text was whispered into Tang Zheng's ears. Tang Zheng was quick-witted and had a good comprehension ability. He instantly understood the trick and channeled the dragon qi bit by bit. Whoosh. The dragon energy quickly gathered and gradually turned from a gaseous state to a liquid state. Moreover, the golden luster became even more dazzling. Tang Zheng could clearly see that at the very center, a small dot was beginning to condense from a liquid state into a solid state. It was like a seed, and as the seed grew bigger, more and more dragon qi gathered. His dantian turned into a golden light and penetrated through his dantian. Inch by inch, his skin and bones came out from the surface of his skin. Seeing this, the Empyrean fairy muttered to herself, Skywalkers are indeed blessed by the heavens. Condensing the golden core is the most important step, and he actually used dragon qi. The quality of this dragon qi is much higher than a normal golden core. It will be very beneficial for his future cultivation. Other people spend 10% of their energy to cultivate, but he only needs 5%. She seemed to be envious of Tang Zheng's good fortune. Tang Zheng did not know this. He was trying his best to condense the golden core. He watched as the golden core slowly grew from nothing to bigger. It was like the golden core was his child. This feeling was very strange. The dragon qi in the sky was completely absorbed into his body. The golden core also stopped spinning. There was no more dragon qi in his dantian. Only the golden core was left floating quietly in his dantian. Tang Jing moved his mind. A surge of true qi was released from the golden core and flowed to all of his meridians. This surge of true qi was much purer than before, and the energy it contained was even more terrifying. Is this the golden core realm? Tang Jing was very happy. He opened his eyes and looked at his hands. They were filled with endless power. The true qi that was originally stored in the 9 main meridians was of course gone. It was all integrated into the golden core. From this moment on, the golden core was his source of power. If his gold core was depleted, then his power would be completely gone. Tang Jing understood this, so he secretly swore to protect the golden core. It was his lifeblood. Rumble. The heavenly palace shook more and more violently. Just now, he was immersed in his cultivation and did not notice the dangerous environment outside. The impact of Qin Shi Huang's self-destruction made the heavenly palace on the verge of collapse. I can't stay here for long. Tang Jing rushed in front of the Empyrean fairy. Looking at her motionless body, he asked, "I'll undo your restriction." His fingers quickly touched her body. The elasticity of her skin was clearly transmitted through his fingers, causing his heart to skip a beat. The Empyrean fairy felt a strange feeling in her heart, but her face was as cold as ice. After regaining her freedom, she impatiently urged, "The heavenly palace is about to collapse. Let's leave here immediately." Yes. Tang Jing picked up the unconscious Professor Qi on the ground and rushed out of the heavenly palace with the Empyrean fairy behind him. Rumble. With a loud sound, the heavenly palace collapsed and turned into dust. It was a ruin. Tang Jing looked at the scene in a daze and sighed. Qin Shi Huang did everything he could, but in the end he ended up like this. This is his fate. He should have died a few thousand years ago, but he used some kind of secret method to luckily survive and even come back to life. However, he still can't escape the eyes of the heavenly Tao. The Empyrean fairy said coldly. The heavenly palace was so tall that it reached the clouds. It's a pity that it was destroyed. Tang Jing smiled bitterly and sighed. So tall that it reached the clouds? The Empyrean fairy snorted and hit the nail on the head. Those are all illusions. Do you really think this mausoleum is real? It's not real? Tang Jing was shocked. He had never doubted the authenticity of this mausoleum. Look at the stars in the sky. Why are there stars in the mausoleum? Tang Jing was speechless. He couldn't answer. Those are all illusions. The Empyrean fairy waved her hand. The stars in the sky flashed and disappeared. Tang Jing was dumbfounded. The illusions were too realistic, or perhaps they were too high class. Even he was deceived. But this space is so vast that you can't see the end of it. It can't be fake, right? Tang Jing asked, unwilling to give up. The Empyrean fairy's lips curled into a mysterious smile and said, "This is another treasure of Qin Shi Huang, Sumeru world." Sumeru world? Tang Jing was moved. He couldn't help but touch the Sumeru bag he carried with him. Could it be that the Sumeru world was the same as the Sumeru bag? The Empyrean fairy glanced at him and saw through his thoughts. She said, "Your storage magic weapon is the Sumeru bag, right?" "How did you know?" "I guessed. The Sumeru world is a higher level storage treasure. It's many levels higher than your Sumeru bag. The storage space is much larger. Moreover, the Sumeru bag can only store inanimate objects. The Sumeru world is different. Even living things can live in it." Tang Jing was overjoyed. He was dissatisfied with the flaw of the Sumeru bag. He didn't expect the Sumeru world to perfectly solve his problem. "Then can I take this Sumeru world away?" Tang Jing asked eagerly. Such a powerful storage treasure couldn't be wasted. "Of course you can. But after you take it away, the mausoleum will be destroyed." Tang Jing nodded. "It's good that it's destroyed. If this mausoleum were to be exposed to the outside world, who knows how many waves it would cause. Because the things inside are too mysterious beyond common sense. If Professor Qi hadn't fainted, he would definitely have sternly objected. But now he didn't have the right to speak. Since that's the case, then this Sumeru world is yours." The Empyrean fairy said naturally and generously. Her large hand grabbed at the void. She frowned. "There's something else here?" Tang Jing immediately remembered those terracotta figures and hurriedly told her. The Empyrean fairy coldly snorted and said, "Those are the tricks that Qin Shi Huang liked. Even if he died, he would still forge these things to protect himself. But in the end, everything was wasted. These things are very annoying. I'll help you destroy them all." Wait a moment. Tang Jing's mind moved. He remembered the bronze masks on the terracotta figures. They contained spiritual energy that could increase one's cultivation. He had just broken through and didn't need it for the time being. But once he stabilized his cultivation, he would need a large amount of spiritual energy to cultivate. He couldn't just waste it. What's wrong? Those terracotta figures are still useful to me, Tang Jing said somewhat embarrassedly. He was really too greedy. The Empyrean fairy didn't mind and said, then I'll give them to you together with Sumeru World. Once you have Sumeru World, those terracotta figures won't be able to harm you. As her voice fell, her slender white hand reached into the sky. A ray of light shot up into the sky as if it wanted to break through the dome of heaven. It rose into the air and exploded with a loud bang. Then Tang Jing saw that above his head was a dome of heaven. This Sumeru World really did have a boundary. It was just that it was too dark so he couldn't see it. Space fluctuated rapidly and quickly shrank. Suddenly Tang Jing felt his body sway. Everything in front of him disappeared. He was actually in front of the tomb again. The huge space behind him had completely disappeared. It turned out that in this ancient tomb, only the huge tomb door was man-made. The rest of the place was created using Sumeru World. This kind of divine ability caused Tang Jing to be unable to calm down for a long time. This was a truly great divine ability. The Empyrean fairy stood in front of him. She handed him a bracelet and said, "This is Sumeru World." Bracelet? Qin Shi Huang is already dead. His consciousness has already been erased. After you drip a drop of blood essence on it, Sumeru World will be yours. Tang Jing hurriedly circulated his energy. A drop of blood essence dripped from his fingertips and entered the bracelet. The bracelet flashed and disappeared. A faint mark appeared on Tang Jing's wrist. It looked like a bracelet. If one didn't pay attention, they wouldn't be able to see it at all. This was much more powerful than a Sumeru bag. There was no need to worry about losing it. Chapter 741. Tang Jing turned pale with fright and hurriedly helped the Empyrean fairy up. Seeing her pale face and closed eyes, he shouted, "What happened to you?" The Empyrean fairy did not respond. Could it be that she was seriously injured in the battle? Tang Jing hurriedly checked her injuries, but when his true qi entered her body, he felt it was repelled by a cold and powerful force. Tang Jing was helpless. Without a doubt, the Empyrean fairy's cultivation was much higher than his. His true qi was treated as an external threat and was directly blocked outside of her body. He changed to the ordinary method of diagnosis, taking her pulse. Her pulse was stable and there was nothing wrong. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He thought that the battle just now must have consumed too much of her energy, so she fainted for a while. Since there was no major problem, he was relieved. It's not good to stay here for long. Let's leave first. Tang Jing looked at Professor Qi and then looked at the Empyrean fairy. It was not easy to support the two of them through the narrow mountain path. Thus, he simply put the two of them into Sumeru Heavens. Sumeru Heavens? Tang Jing's consciousness extended inside. Immediately, he knew the situation inside like the back of his hand. There were tens of thousands of terracotta figures, standing in front of the altar like old monks in meditation. The ruins of the heavenly palace were very eye-catching. Tang Jing directly cleared out the ruins and piled them up in the mausoleum. Then he glanced at the huge mausoleum door and left without looking back. Seeing the sun again, the sun shone down and his mood was particularly good. Although this time he did not discover the secret of the celestial, he still saw the legendary Qin Shi Huang. Although it was very different, he still gained a lot. His cultivation had already broken through to the first stage of the golden core. Although he could not determine the quality of his golden core, the quality of the golden core that was condensed from the dragon qi would not be too bad. Looking at the shining golden core, he was particularly happy. He turned his head to look at the mountain peak. With a slash of the War Soul sword, the entrance collapsed with a loud bang, turning into pieces of rubble that were sealed shut. Now no one will be able to find out. Tang Jing did not look back as he quickly disappeared into the forest. In the evening he arrived at the entrance of the village outside the mountain and got Professor Qi and the Empyrean fairy out of Sumeru World. The Empyrean fairy slowly woke up and looked up at the sky. Her eyes were filled with joy as she muttered to herself, "I'm back in this world again." "Are you okay?" Tang Jing asked. The Empyrean fairy took a deep breath and said, "I'm fine. I just used up too much energy and fainted for a moment." "That's good." Tang Jing heaved a sigh of relief and pointed to the village not far away. "Let's stay here tonight and go to the city tomorrow." The Empyrean fairy looked up and saw a modern building that was completely different from the village she remembered. She frowned slightly and said, "So many things have changed in the past few thousand years." Tang Jing nodded. "It's much bigger than you think. If you don't mind, you can stay with me first. With a companion we can take care of each other. You can also adapt to modern life. Although the Empyrean fairy was powerful, she might not be able to adapt to modern life. She might cause a big disturbance or even attract the attention of the country and become a public enemy. He did not want to see that scene. The Empyrean fairy stared at Tang Zheng for a long time without saying anything. Even though her eyes were calm, the pressure it gave off was not small. Fortunately, Tang Zheng's heart was calm and did not have any distracting thoughts, so he was not afraid. Okay, thank you. The Empyrean fairy agreed. She paused for a moment and said, although you and Qin Shi Huang are both Skywalkers, your personalities are completely different. Of course not. I'm not as cruel as him. Tang Zheng nodded. That's good. I'll give you a piece of advice. Even if you're strong, you can't kill too many people. Otherwise, you will definitely suffer a backlash in the future. Qin Shi Huang is a good example. The Empyrean fairy warned. Tang Zheng's face turned cold. He said solemnly, I'm not a homicidal maniac and I don't have the hobby of killing people. Unless it's an enemy, I won't kill easily. That's good. Where is this place? Professor Qi suddenly screamed and climbed up from the ground in a panic. He looked around and asked, where is Qin Shi Huang? Where is he? Obviously he could not forget about Qin Shi Huang. Tang Zheng did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said, he's dead. You won't be able to see him. Dead? Professor Qi exclaimed. How could he die? Didn't he come back to life? If he didn't die, we would all die. Professor Qi, you don't want to die, right? Of course, who wants to die? Professor Qi said resentfully. Suddenly, his gaze turned and looked at the empty surroundings. We left the ancient tomb? Of course we escaped. No, we have to go back. That was a huge discovery in the archaeological world. It will have great research value in perfecting the history of Wuxia. Professor Qi turned around and wanted to leave. Tang Zheng hurriedly pulled him back and advised, Professor Qi, the entrance has already collapsed. As for the tomb, there's nothing left in it. There's nothing to study. If it collapsed, just dig it out. How could there be nothing to study? Professor Qi said stubbornly. Seeing him so stubborn, Tang Zheng could only increase his tone. He said, Professor Qi, you've seen what you saw and heard in the ancient tomb. Is that an ordinary ancient tomb? If you let everything be exposed, what kind of commotion will it cause? Is this kind of commotion really good? This? Professor Qi hesitated. After experiencing the 100,000 mountains, he already understood that there were many mysteries in the long river of Huaxia's history. Perhaps it was not a bad thing that some secrets continued to be lost in history. Qin Shi Huang is still the face of history. As for what his true face is, other people don't care. We also don't need to overturn everyone's understanding. Just treat this trip as a dream and forget it. Tang Zheng said earnestly. Professor Qi looked at Tang Zheng with a burning gaze. Seeing the dignified expression between his brows, he gradually compromised. He had lived for most of his life and knew what was more important. His research was too insignificant compared to some things. Moreover, with Tang Zheng's identity, his words must have been carefully considered. There were many problems that he had not even considered. In addition, Tang Zheng would definitely not harm him. This was definitely the most beneficial solution for him. All right, I promise you. Professor Qi took a deep breath. Although he was unwilling, he could only give up. However, when he turned his gaze, he saw the aloof Empyrean fairy. Even though he had lived for most of his life and seen countless people, when he saw the Empyrean fairy, he could not help but be shocked. He cried out in surprise, "Who is she?" Professor Qi had seen beautiful women before, but those beauties were vulgar compared to the Empyrean fairy. Whether it was beauty or temperament, none of them could compare to her. Fairy, a fairy above the 9 heavens. Professor Qi's eyes were lifeless as he muttered to himself. There are beauties in the north, peerless and independent. A glance could topple a city, a second glance could topple a country. Would you rather not topple a city or a country? A beauty is hard to come by. Tang Zheng was shocked. He did not expect the Empyrean fairy to have such great charm. Although he also felt that the Empyrean fairy's beauty was unparalleled, it was not so exaggerated. He did not know just how shocking the Empyrean fairy's temperament was to ordinary people. Furthermore, he was a celestial with the 9 yang saint body. His resistance to the Empyrean fairy was naturally extraordinary. It was not something an ordinary person could compare to. The Empyrean fairy seemed to have already gotten used to this kind of reaction. She was not surprised at all. She indifferently glanced at Professor Qi and then stared at the village not far away. It was clear that the modern village was quite attractive to her. Tang Zheng hurriedly pulled Professor Qi out of his shock and said, "Professor Qi, he is my first friend. He will be traveling with us for the time being." Friend? Why wasn't she here before? She came to the Qinling Mountains to travel and coincidentally bumped into her. So we traveled together. Tang Jing lied without thinking. "Oh, may I ask for this young lady's name?" Professor Qi said in a genteel manner. Tang Zheng was momentarily speechless. He also did not know what the Empyrean Fairy's name was. He could not possibly introduce her as the Empyrean Fairy. Then wouldn't his lie be exposed? The Empyrean Fairy did not turn her head and said, "Fu Yao." "Fu Yao?" Professor Qi smacked his lips. The surname Fu is an ancient surname. There are not many of them in the modern era. The Empyrean Fairy turned a deaf ear. Tang Jing secretly remembered this name. He quickly changed the topic and said, "Professor Qi, everyone is tired. Let's find a hotel to rest first." "Okay. There are girls here so we can't rush around too much," Professor Qi said in a gentlemanly manner. Tang Jing was surprised. The Empyrean Fairy actually had such a charm that even Professor Qi, who did not care about women, cared so much. Who could resist this charm? Then he finally understood what the charm of a country was. When the three of them stepped into the village, everyone's eyes were attracted to the Empyrean Fairy. She was the center of attention in the crowd. No one could compete with her. Most importantly, she not only attracted men, but also men, women, old and young. Her charm made Tang Jing feel ashamed of his inferiority. The owner of the hotel almost did not charge the three of them for their stay. Fortunately, the burly lady boss came to her senses in time and did not go bankrupt. Tang Jing felt that if this continued, no matter where he went, he would not be at peace. He had to find an opportunity to discuss this problem with the Empyrean Fairy. Because of his identity, Tang Jing never wanted to be the center of attention. That night, after washing up, Professor Qi was exhausted and had already gone to bed early. Tang Jing tossed and turned, unable to sleep. In the end, he still knocked on the door of the Empyrean Fairy's room. Fu Yao was sitting upright on the chair watching television. It was as if the little people on the television had a huge charm to her. This was something that Tang Zheng had already seen before. She was full of curiosity towards modern equipment like a curious baby. However, she was very cold. Even if she was curious, she would never ask about it. Instead, she would do her own research. She was the one who unknowingly turned on the television. Chapter 742. Seeing Tang Zheng standing at the door in a daze, the Empyrean Fairy finally glanced at him and asked, "What's the matter?" "I want to talk to you about the current world." Tang Zheng walked over and pulled a chair to sit down. "You also realize that this world is very different from your original world, right?" The Empyrean Fairy nodded lightly. "It's indeed different, very different. That's why I need to explain the rules of this world to you," Tang Jing said earnestly. "Rules?" The Empyrean Fairy frowned slightly. "Yes, your world has been more than 2,000 years ago. In these 2,000 years, humans have experienced many things. Ordinary people in this world don't know about the existence of cultivators anymore. Moreover, the government, which is the imperial court of your time, is also very different. There are many different rules and restrictions." Seeing that the Empyrean Fairy didn't react and was instead interested, Tang Jing took a deep breath and narrated the history of Wuxia for the past 2,000 years. The Empyrean Fairy's eyes were sometimes gloomy and sometimes surprised. Especially when she heard that the cultivators were expelled, Tang Jing even felt a trace of anger. He sighed in his heart. It seemed that the ancient cultivators couldn't let go of this matter. The Empyrean Fairy was like this, and so was Tian Chanzi. "You said that this society is a society of technology. Even cultivators can't fight against the power of technology?" After Tang Jing finished speaking, the Empyrean Fairy asked like a curious child. "Yes, the power of technology is very powerful and very terrifying. Moreover, the government is not happy to see the appearance of powerful cultivators. This could be a threat to their political situation." Tang Jing said earnestly, afraid that the Empyrean Fairy would be unhappy and turn this world upside down. In fact, he was very curious about the cultivation of the Empyrean Fairy. Compared to the 100 Faces Star Sovereign, who was stronger and who was weaker. However, in the end he resisted the urge to ask. Although there are various restrictions, it is still much better than when Qin Shi Huang was on the throne. The people of this world live in peace and contentment. This has become a great merit. The Empyrean Fairy praised, "Don't worry, the world is peaceful and the safety of the people is the most important." I will not easily reveal my strength in front of others. Tang Jing heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's great." It was not easy to make such an expert willingly accept restrictions. At the very least, Tang Jing knew that if it was Qin Shi Huang, it would be useless no matter what he said. He couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately, Qin Shi Huang was dead. Otherwise, the world would really be in chaos. Also, your charm is too great. It's too eye-catching. That's not necessarily a good thing, Tang Jing said hesitantly. He regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. He wanted to slap his own mouth. Was it wrong for her to be beautiful? This was the dream of many women. Was she supposed to pretend to be ugly on purpose? That was too much to ask of him. Unexpectedly, the Empyrean fairy did not get angry and said, "I know. What do you think?" Tang Jing did not understand and raised his head to look. His eyes lit up. This change was not small. It was not that the Empyrean fairy had become ugly. It was still the same face, but the feeling it gave off was completely different. This was very strange. Although her face was still beautiful, it did not give off the soul-stirring and devastatingly beautiful feeling. Or to put it another way, her beauty was very down to earth. It was not the kind of beauty that was high and mighty like a fairy. What was going on? Tang Jing was confused. It was obviously the same face, so why did it give off such a different feeling? Temperament. Suddenly he had a flash of inspiration and thought of this key point. He stared at the Empyrean fairy with burning eyes. As expected, her temperament changed. She became very amiable and approachable. That devastatingly beautiful feeling dropped a level. "Can I?" Seeing Tang Jing staring at her, the Empyrean fairy asked. "Yes." Tang Jing nodded vigorously as if he had just woken up from a dream. This way there would be no sensational effect. "If you need anything or don't understand anything, you can look for me." The Empyrean fairy stared straight at the television and nodded. Obviously, in her eyes, Tang Jing was not as attractive as the television. Tang Jing quickly excused himself and left the room. The next day the group set off again. This time they drove the same off-road vehicle. They avoided unnecessary attention and went straight to the capital. Along the way, the Empyrean fairy kept looking out the window, especially the city skyscrapers. Her eyes were full of extraordinary splendor. The changes in the outside world assaulted her vision. She could not take it all in. This world has changed. She sighed silently in her heart. The capital. Tang Jing drove Professor Qi back to his residence. Then he was troubled. How should he deal with the Empyrean fairy? Could he bring her home? There were already 2 women. Could he bring another one? 3 women made a play. Moreover, these 3 women were not simple characters. If they fought, it would be troublesome. "Why aren't we leaving?" The Empyrean fairy saw him stop the car by the roadside and asked. "Where do you want to go? Didn't you want me to stay by your side?" The Empyrean fairy asked. Tang Jing was speechless. "If I die, then I'll die. At most, I'll bring Marshall out and find another place to live. This way I won't have to face Princess in all day." Tang Jing made up his mind and started the car. A moment later, the 2 of them arrived at the door. When he opened the door, he saw a surprising scene. On the sofa sat a person, a man, while Princess Anne and Marshall carefully sat at the side. Princess Anne actually took the initiative to serve tea and water, looking at the other party with eyes full of stars. "Damn, how did Tian Chanzi find me here?" Tang Jing stared at the man on the sofa. If this was not Tian Chanzi, who else could it be? His long hair was still fluttering in the wind. His face was full of vicissitudes of life, and it was enough to charm many young women. Moreover, his eyes were deep, adding to his flavor. The 3 people in the house also noticed the 2 people at the door. The 3 of them could not help but be attracted by the Empyrean fairy. Although she had already restrained her charm, it was obvious that her charm was still greater than Tang Jing's. As women, Marshall and Princess Anne's reactions were not small. Marshall slightly frowned, while Anne covered her mouth and exclaimed in an exaggerated manner, "Oh my God, so beautiful." Tian Chanzi was even more exaggerated than the 2 of them. He directly jumped up from the sofa and looked at the Empyrean fairy in shock. His face was unprecedentedly serious. "Tang Jing, who is she?" Tian Chanzi asked in a deep voice. "She is." Before Tang Jing could answer, a whirlwind blew beside him. The Empyrean fairy disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Tian Chanzi. Her slender jade arms slapped towards Tian Chanzi's chest. When Tian Chanzi saw the Empyrean fairy, he realized that she was not ordinary. However, he did not expect that the other party would not say a word and directly attack him. Moreover, it was a killing move, not showing any mercy. Tian Chanzi was shocked and immediately used his martial arts to block. Bang! The Empyrean Fairy's jade palm slapped Tian Chanzi's arm. Then Tian Chanzi quickly retreated, breaking the sofa behind him and fiercely crashing into the wall before stopping. Tian Chanzi's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. When an expert made a move, one would know the depth of their strength. From this attack, he had already determined how terrifying the Empyrean Fairy's cultivation was. Although he was still unable to determine her cultivation, it was enough for him to use 120% of his strength to deal with her. And Marshall were greatly shocked, especially An, who jumped up like a butterfly and directly hung on Tang Zheng's shoulder. She shouted, "What are you doing?" An's soft body and Tang Zheng's intimate contact made him restless. This kind of treatment would make many men envious. However, the scene in front of him was enough to make Tang Zheng throw away all the distracting thoughts. He loudly stopped them, "Stop fighting." But no one listened to him. The Empyrean Fairy acted as if she had seen a life-and-death enemy. She would not stop until she killed Tian Chanzi, causing Tang Zheng to be confused. In an instant, the luxurious and elegant room was destroyed and turned into a mess. All kinds of high-end household appliances were turned into ruins. Only the two of them could be seen shuttling back and forth. It was too much for the eyes to take in. Anne opened her eyes wide. She did not feel sorry for those high-end goods at all. Instead, she tried her best to catch the two of them. She excitedly waved her fist and shouted, "Master, you can do it! Master, you're the best!" "Master?" Tang Zheng looked at her suspiciously. Marshall was also shocked by this scene. Just now, she felt that the Empyrean Fairy was beautiful, but she did not feel that she was a strong person. But now it seemed that her feelings were wrong. This was because the Empyrean Fairy was too powerful, and had already surpassed her perception. Looking at Tang Zheng's suspicious expression, Marshall casually said, "She has already acknowledged Tian Chanzi as her master." "What?" Tang Zheng shouted. This was really one bomb after another thrown at him. The explosion made him dizzy. How could Tian Chanzi accept Anne as his disciple? Moreover, she was a foreign disciple. And finally retracted her gaze and proudly said, "Master saw that I was talented and smart, so he decided to accept me as his disciple and teach me very powerful spells." "Damn spells. Tian Chanzi is just messing with me." Tang Zheng rolled his eyes. He had always been indifferent to Princess Anne. He wanted to force her to leave so that they would not owe each other anything. Now that Tian Chanzi had accepted her as his disciple, how could he force her to leave? Wouldn't Anne be stuck here in the future? Would there still be peaceful days to pass? He was indignant. He really wanted to drag Tian Chanzi over and crack open his head to see what he was thinking. Was he deliberately trying to trick him? Moreover, he already had Fang Shishir as his disciple. What was the point of accepting another disciple? Moreover, they were all female disciples. He must be addicted to accepting disciples. But it was clear that the current situation was not suitable to ask this question. His figure flashed and was about to rush forward to help when he heard a loud bang. A large hole was broken in the wall and a strong wind poured in. This was a 10-story building. Chapter 743. The three of them stared dumbfoundedly at the two figures that were gradually disappearing into the distance. Tang Zheng had no choice but to jump up and also chase after them. The wind whistled past his ears as he landed on the ground, determined the direction and chased after them. Bang! Marshall also landed on the ground and followed closely behind. Only Princess Anne was left standing at the entrance of the big hole, unwillingly stamping her feet and muttering, "Wait until I learn magic, then don't even think about leaving me alone." Passing through the streets and alleys, Tang Zheng avoided the main road and pedestrians and not long after, arrived at the suburbs. In the distance came a loud rumbling sound from a small hill. The battle was very intense. "What the hell is this, not saying anything and then fighting, insisting on killing each other?" Tang Zheng hatefully said to himself as he rushed straight to the hill. The trees in the hill had already fallen and there were many large holes in the ground, dust and smoke rising everywhere. Whoosh! A person flew out from the dust and smashed into a rock. It was Tian Chanzi, looking quite miserable with blood on the corner of his mouth. The Empyrean Fairy rushed out from the hill and mercilessly attacked Tian Chanzi. Tang Zheng was very anxious, hurriedly dodged, stretched out his arms and blocked the Empyrean Fairy. The Empyrean Fairy's attack came to an abrupt stop. Her eyes looked at Tang Zheng kindly and said, "You want to save him?" Tang Zheng was aghast. Tian Chanzi was unexpectedly not the Empyrean Fairy's opponent. Then how high was her cultivation level? Why do you want to kill him? Do you have any enmity? Tang Jing asked haggard. Heaven Monk had already stood up, touched the blood on his mouth and said hatefully, "What the hell is so smelly, brat? Where did you bring back a crazy woman from? You want nothing more than to tear me into pieces." Hearing the words crazy woman, the Empyrean fairy was about to flip out again, but Tang Jing hurriedly stopped her and impatiently asked, "What is going on? He is a very important person to me. Why do you want to kill him? You're with him?" The Empyrean fairy frowned at him, her eyes flashing with a complicated light. "Who do you think he is?" "Of course I know." Tang Jing said matter-of-factly, "Isn't he Tian Chanzi?" "Tian Chanzi? Who is Tian Chanzi? How could he be Tian Chanzi?" The Empyrean fairy shook her head. Tian Chanzi was unable to restrain his anger and angrily said, "Why can't I be Tian Chanzi? I will not change my name, I will not change my surname, I am Heaven Monk." "Of course he is Tian Chanzi." Tang Jing also firmly confirmed. The Empyrean fairy stared straight at Tian Chanzi, shook her head and said, "No, he is not some Tian Chanzi, his name is Tian, a demon race celestial venerable. Who knows how many women in the world have been harmed by him?" "What? Demon race celestial venerable Tian?" Tang Jing and Tian Chanzi stared at each other. Tang Jing had never heard of this name, but Tian Chanzi gradually frowned and said, "Tian, I have heard of this name. How can I, Tian Chanzi, be a demon race celestial venerable? With your appearance, even if you turned into ashes, I would still recognize you." The Empyrean fairy murderously said, "I want to take revenge for the thousands of women who died in your hands." Hearing this, Tang Jing's eyes flashed and he shouted, "Wait a minute, I finally know what is going on, a misunderstanding, all of this is a misunderstanding." Tian Chanzi's eyes gradually lit up as he suddenly realized, "You are saying that my face is Tian's, right? What is the difference? Aren't you him?" "The difference is big." Tian Chanzi was furious and bitterly glared at Tang Jing. "Boy, this is all your original idea, look at the trouble now." At that time, Tang Jing mistakenly entered the ancient tomb and saw a floating body, so he instigated Tian Chanzi to use this body to be reborn. Tian Chanzi once saw that the owner of that body was an all-powerful figure, so of course he was also very satisfied with this body. Tang Jing curled his lips and said, "I have good intentions but you still blame me. If you didn't use this body, then how could you regain your freedom so quickly? You just don't want me to stay in your head for too long, do you think I don't know what you are thinking?" Tian Chanzi retorted. "Empyrean fairy, the demon race's heavenly sovereign Tian that you believe is the original owner of this body." Tang Jing said earnestly. Empyrean fairy also heard some clues and asked, "You are saying that he is not Tian himself, but only took over his body?" "Smart, you understand with just a little bit." Tang Jing praised. Tian Chanzi curled his lips and said in his heart, "Smart my ass, you want to kill me without any reason. If it wasn't for my profound power, I would have reported to the Yama Palace." Empyrean fairy stared at Tian Chanzi with burning eyes, as if she wanted to see through him, and muttered, "Tian's cultivation can't be so low, just now I was wondering, so you are not Tian." Tian Chanzi blew his beard and glared. What did she mean by Tian's cultivation can't be so low? This was blatantly looking down on him, but he had to admit that Empyrean fairy was not wrong. His cultivation was indeed not as good as the demon race's heavenly sovereign Tian. Hey, how does she know Tian? Moreover, her cultivation is so strong? Empyrean fairy, why haven't I heard of this name before? Tian Chanzi muttered in his heart. Tang Jing, you brat, where did you find such a powerful person? Tian Chanzi poked Tang Jing and asked indignantly. This time he lost a lot of face and was beaten so badly, in the future he would definitely be laughed at by this brat. It's a long story, I accidentally found her this time. Even if it's a long story, I have plenty of time. Tian Chanzi vowed not to give up until he figured it out. Before Tang Jing could say anything, Empyrean fairy shook her head and said, "Your behavior is indeed not Tian." Tian Chanzi was angry and said, "Tian is the demon race's heavenly sovereign, the public enemy of the righteous path. So many young girls died in his hands, how can I be him?" Tang Jing curiously asked, "Who is this Tian?" Tian Chanzi coldly snorted and turned his head to ignore him. Empyrean fairy said, "Tian is the demon race's heavenly sovereign, his cultivation is very strong, but he has a hobby, which is to collect all the beautiful girls in the world. Therefore, not only are the girls of the ordinary families deeply harmed, even the female disciples of the official families and famous sects are unable to escape his evil claws." "Damn. Isn't he a flower thief?" Tang Jing exclaimed. Exactly. This kind of person everyone has the right to kill. When you see him there is no need to talk nonsense with him, just kill him. Empyrean Fairy said as she glared at Tian Chanzi. Although Tian Chanzi was not sure Tian, he also felt a chill run down his spine. Tang Jing suddenly understood. No wonder she wanted to kill Tian Chanzi without saying a word. She simply did not want to talk nonsense with him. It seems like her resentment towards Sher Tian was quite deep. Hey Tian Chanzi, you don't say. I used to think that you were not a decent person. I actually guessed correctly. Tang Jing deliberately joked. Scram. Tian Chanzi unhappily said. He was very angry at this kind of person who hit a person when he was down. Tang Jing did not mind and laughed loudly. Since the misunderstanding was resolved, there was no need to fight and kill. At this time Marshall also caught up and said, there are people from the government coming. Tang Jing guessed that this must be because the commotion was too big, so he shouted, the situation is tense, let's go, it won't be too late to leave here first. He did not want the Empyrean Fairy's identity to be exposed. The four of them quickly left the hill and entered the city, finding a secluded place to stop. Brat, tell us the truth, what is going on? Tian Chanzi impatiently asked. Marshall also looked at him expectantly. Obviously, she was also very curious about the Empyrean Fairy's identity. Tang Jing glanced at Empyrean Fairy, seeing that she did not have any intention to object. He announced the matter of Qin Shi Huang's tomb. The two of them were dumbfounded, unable to calm down for a long time. After a long time, Tian Chanzi sighed with emotion. Qin Shi Huang's name is like thunder to the ears. I did not expect there to be so many twists and turns. Hey, you did not call me along for this kind of exploration. You come and go like a ghost, how could I find you? Moreover, I did not know that it was Qin Shi Huang's tomb. Humph, in the future if there is such a thing remember to call me or else you will be in trouble. Tian Chanzi warned. Tang Jing nodded in agreement. If there was such a thing next time he would definitely call him. This time it was too dangerous. If it was not for the pure yang energy detonating Qin Shi Huang, then Tang Jing's life would really be over. Marshall's eyes were filled with deep concern. Hearing that he had walked through the gates of hell, she could not help but feel deep self-blame. She promised her master and master's wife to take care of him, protect him, but her strength was too weak. She was simply unable to do so. She secretly made up her mind in the future she must work harder to cultivate. She must keep up with Tang Jing's footsteps. She must not be his burden, drag him down. Empyrean Fairy, although he is from the pre-Qin era, do you know where she came from and what sect she came from? Tian Chanzi deliberately lowered his voice and asked. Tang Jing glanced at Empyrean Fairy and regretfully shook his head. Empyrean Fairy lightly said, I do not belong to any sect, I am alone. How can you be so powerful without a sect? Tian Chanzi questioned. Why not? Empyrean Fairy asked back. Tian Chanzi was speechless. He pulled Tang Jing again and said in an inaudible voice, do you remember what I told you before? You have the 9 yang saint body, you must periodically absorb pure yin energy, only by balancing yin and yang can you preserve your life. You have also seen Qin Shi Huang's end, you definitely do not want to become like him. But among the women in the world, the ones with the most pure yin energy are those with the profound yin body. This kind of woman can only be encountered by chance. You brat, your luck is truly heaven-defying, you even met one like this. If you were to absorb her pure yin energy, then your pure yang energy will be neutralized by a lot, you brat's life will also be preserved. Before he finished speaking, Tian Chanzi discovered that there was one more person in front of him. A murderous gaze swept over. Empyrean Fairy stared at him with a murderous look and said, do you really want to die? Tian Chanzi immediately swallowed back his words. He resentfully said, no. Chapter 744. Tian Chanzi smiled embarrassedly and quickly changed the topic, preparing to slip away. Tang Jing grabbed him and asked, what's going on with Princess Anne? Why did you take her as your disciple? Her talent is not bad. The key is why her? Tang Jing asked. Hey, she is a princess of a country. Taking her as a disciple would give me a lot of face. Do you think I'm not messed up enough? Tang Jing did not know whether to laugh or cry. Tian Chanzi shrugged and said, what does your romantic debt have to do with me? You win. Don't you want to leave? Get lost. Tang Jing was angry. Tian Chanzi heard this and did not leave. He said in a deep voice, this time I came to find you for a serious matter. After this interruption I almost forgot. Tang Jing looked at him suspiciously. Do you know about the Azure Dragon Hall? Tang Jing nodded and then shook his head. I have heard of this name. It is a mysterious organization that is as famous as the Li Palace and the Martial Organization. However, it is even more mysterious. There is no news about the Azure Dragon Hall. Tian Chanzi turned to Marshall and asked, "Do you know?" Marshall shook his head. "I don't know." Since even the Martial Organization does not know about the Azure Dragon Hall, I have long since noticed this organization. Do you really think that I am playing around? Let me tell you, I went to investigate the Azure Dragon Hall. Tang Zheng was slightly surprised and asked, "What are the results?" Tian Chanzi's expression also became serious and said, "The results are not much, but there are some clues. The Azure Dragon Hall has a very close relationship with the Martial Organization and the Li Palace. I even speculate that the Azure Dragon Hall is the actual controller of these two organizations." What? Tang Zheng and Marshall were both shocked. Especially Marshall, the shock in his heart could be imagined. She grew up in the Martial Organization but never thought that there was a mysterious power behind the Martial Organization. Tian Chanzi seemed to have already expected their reaction and said casually, "The original sect leader of the Martial Organization, Wu Junshan, was forced to leave the Martial Organization, and there was a mysterious power involved." Marshall's heart skipped a beat as she remembered the inside story her master had told her. Back then it was a few elders and the Li Palace's palace master, Granny Li, who joined forces to force the sect master. That's right. The older generation of the Li Palace and the martial sect clearly knew of this secret. They secretly colluded with each other and tricked Wu Junshan. Wu Junshan was the sect master of the martial sect for many years, but even he didn't discover this secret. It can be seen how deeply the other party hid. Tian Chanzi said solemnly. Marshall was also deeply shocked. Even with the sect master's intelligence, he was actually deceived. The other party had truly hidden too deeply. Therefore, I suspect that the Azure Dragon Hall is actually in control of the Li Palace and the Martial Organization. I'm afraid that no one, not even the government, would have thought that these three organizations are not scattered sand, each doing their own thing. Instead, there is a secret link that is tightly linked together. When the time comes, the three families will unite and the power that will erupt is unimaginable. Tang Zheng was secretly speechless. The Martial Organization and the Li Palace had nurtured countless martial experts, and there were even several great Master Realm martial artists. Their strength was even greater. If they were originally one body and complemented each other, then the seriousness of the situation would indeed exceed their expectations. The Azure Dragon Hall is so mysterious and powerful. Just what kind of organization is it? Tang Zheng asked curiously. Tian Chanzi shook his head regretfully. The Azure Dragon Hall is too mysterious. It's as if it never existed. An outsider would have no way of knowing its secrets. However, there is nothing in this world that I, Tian Chanzi, can't find out. I spent a lot of effort and finally found a useful piece of information. Seeing a few people looking at him with burning eyes, Tian Chanzi enjoyed their fervent gazes. He coughed and said in a long voice, "The person with the highest authority in the Azure Dragon Hall is called the Revered Master." Revered Master? Tang Zheng and Marshall looked at each other. Marshall firmly shook his head. He had never heard of this name. Yes, it's the Revered Master. He is the master of the Azure Dragon Hall. I'm afraid that Granny Li and the Martial Organization elders are all under his command. This Revered Master is so powerful? Yes, his cultivation is too mysterious. No one knows about it and no one knows his true appearance. Of course, there is no way to find out. How do you know this information? Hee, Sword Pavilion? Tang Zheng exclaimed. He was no stranger to Sword Pavilion. After all, he had fought with the Sword God in the Changbai Mountains, and the Sword God had inexplicably retreated. Sword Pavilion was established by the Sword God. Could it be that Sword Pavilion knew about the Azure Dragon Hall? I told you before that I fought with the Sword God and he lost to me. Later on, I paid attention to the Sword God and found out that Sword Pavilion and the Azure Dragon Hall are inextricably linked. Sword Pavilion is not big, but the swordsmen it cultivates are extraordinary. Not only Sword Pavilion, even the Sword God is a member of the Azure Dragon Hall and is restricted by the Revered Master. Tian Chanzi's words were really shocking. This argument almost made Tang Zheng and Marshall's jaws drop to the ground. If that was the case, then how big was the Azure Dragon Hall's power? Then how terrifying was the Revered Master's cultivation? He did not dare to guess at all because he could not guess. Then what should we do next? Tang Zheng asked. Tian Chanzi shrugged and said, "The investigation has reached a dead end. Even I am powerless. I can only wait for an opportunity to see if there is any further discovery. Tang Jing sighed and said, "It seems like the dangers in this world are not as simple as I thought." Of course. Actually, from the beginning, we have ignored the strength of martial artists. Back then, the martial artists were able to expel the cultivators from this world. In addition to luck, the strength of the martial artists was also a very important factor. If there were no strong martial artists, it would be impossible to do this. But look at the strong martial artists today, they don't have the strength to do this. Only a few hundred years have passed. It is impossible for the strength of martial artists to deteriorate so much. Tian Chanzi said earnestly. Tang Jing's heart jumped and said, "You are saying that the Azure Dragon Hall is the strong martial artist? What was revealed is only the tip of the iceberg." Should be so. Tian Chanzi said without hesitation. Tang Jing frowned deeply. Hearing this news, he could not be happy. The feeling of being spied on by a ferocious tiger and wolf was not good. However, since the other party is temporarily holding back, we have no good ideas. We can only wait and see. Tian Chanzi said regretfully. Martial Organization Elder and Grandma Li, don't you know about the Azure Dragon Hall? Why don't we start with them? Tian Chanzi said embarrassedly, I haven't found their base camp yet. I can't catch them even if I want to. Tang Jing had an idea. He looked at Marshall with a meaningful gaze. Marshall understood and hesitated for a moment. To her, the Marshall Organization had deep feelings. Since she was young, she was strictly forbidden from telling other people the details of the Marshall Organization. However, she did not hesitate for long. The current Martial Order sect was no longer the Martial Order sect in her heart. It was a Martial Order sect that had been forcefully taken over by a few great elders. Furthermore, they had even schemed to frame her master and mistress. This was absolutely unacceptable. I can take you to the Martial Organization, Marshall said resolutely. Tian Chanzi and Tang Zheng were overjoyed. They said ecstatically, with you leading the way, we will definitely be able to find those elders and interrogate them for information about the Azure Dragon Hall. Marshall nodded solemnly, I also want to know about the Azure Dragon Hall. Tang Zheng heaved a sigh of relief and said, this matter is not urgent for the time being. I just came back, so it's better for me to rest for a few days before leaving. Tian Chanzi shrugged and said, I can do it anytime. This is my phone number. Remember to inform me when it's convenient. I will be in the capital for this period of time, so I will take my leave first. He was too embarrassed to stay with the Empyrean Fairy anymore. This was simply an inhumane blow to him. Seeing that Tian Chanzi had walked far away, Tang Zheng, Marshall and Empyrean Fairy looked at each other in dismay. The house was already in a mess and Tang Zheng did not want to go back. He would leave it to Anne to clean up. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly his phone rang, interrupting Tang Zheng's thoughts. It was a call from Su Yingtian, and as soon as the call connected, Su Yingtian threw a series of questions at him. Tang Zheng, you just came back and you already made such a big commotion. You even tore down your own house and made Princess Anne homeless. What exactly are you doing? It was obvious that the National Security Bureau had sent people to secretly protect Princess Anne. When they saw the situation at his house, they immediately reported it to their superiors. Su Yingtian received the news. However, he did not know the specific details, nor did he know that it was caused by the battle between the Empyrean Fairy and Tian Chanzi. As Tian Chanzi's disciple, the smart Princess Anne was very good at hiding the truth from the authorities. Tang Zheng quickly explained, that was accidentally caused by me sparring with someone. Don't make a fuss. You're still not making a fuss? You almost scared the residents there into thinking that it was a terrorist attack. Su Yingtian said snappily. Tang Zheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was there a need to make such a fuss? He quickly promised that this kind of thing would never happen again. Anyway, that house was already destroyed. Moreover, Anne was still there. He did not plan to go back. He planned to buy another house and settle down. Moreover, this time the house was obviously bigger. Otherwise, it would not be big enough. You better stop for a bit. Don't let the Dragon Group get hold of you. Xing Feng can't wait to find evidence against you. Su Yingtian earnestly advised. I know. I will try to avoid it in the future. Su Yingtian sighed. I really don't know what to do with you. You say that you always run around and don't pay attention to school. Where did you go this time? I went out for a stroll to relax. After experiencing the Island Nation incident, I should change my mood. Tang Zheng casually made up a story. Although he had a good relationship with Su Yingtian, he was still a government official. If he told him about the incident at Emperor Qin's tomb, it might not be a good thing. It's good to relax. Since you're back, then you better be 120% alert. There is already a sign of something. Su Yingtian said in a deep voice. Chapter 745. Although Tang Jing had guessed it, he did not say it out loud. Instead he asked, "What is it?" "Last time, you reminded us to pay attention to the missing people in the country. Now that we have found some clues, we are working hard to investigate. If there are results, we might be able to follow the clues and find out something," Su Yingtian said. Tang Jing said that it was indeed so. He had guessed that this was the case. At that time, he had sternly warned the other party to guard against the 100 Faces Star Lord using the Mountain River blood sacrifice formation to summon the demon clan. There were so many people, not just one or two. As long as the other party made a move, they would definitely be exposed. But Tang Jing did not feel happy. Because once Su Yingtian's words were confirmed, then the lives of tens of thousands of Wuxia people would be threatened. This was definitely not something that Tang Jing wanted to see. "When will there be a final result?" Tang Jing asked. Su Yingtian hesitated for a moment and said, "I can't say for the time being, but I have already sent elite troops. As long as it is really a trick of the 100 Faces Star Lord, we will definitely be able to discover it in advance." "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you." For the time being he could not come to a conclusion, so he could only wait. After hanging up the phone, he saw that Tang Jing was thinking about where to find a place to live when Mu Hongyan called. Tang Jing was very carefree as a hands-off shopkeeper. Everything was controlled by Mu Hongyan. One could imagine the hardships involved. Therefore Tang Jing was very respectful to Mu Hongyan. "Sister Mu, why are you looking for me?" "Tang Jing, you're back in the capital?" You're quite well informed. I just arrived and you already know," Tang Jing said with a smile. Mu Hongyan did not seem to be in high spirits and said, "Tang Jing, are you free? Come to my house." Tang Jing was slightly surprised. Mu Hongyan had never mentioned anything like asking him to go to her house. These words seemed to be somewhat ambiguous, and he couldn't help but think of the time in the 100,000 Mountains when he was seriously injured and couldn't move, and Mu Hongyan took care of him in every possible way. That scene had too many subtle feelings that could not be described with words, revealing a trace of ambiguity. Tang Jing quickly drove away these distracting thoughts. Now he had enough women around him. Moreover, Mu Hongyan was in charge of the company for him. He didn't want the relationship between the two of them to be awkward because of this inexplicable and complicated relationship. Moreover, there was still Nana between them. Nana was so cute he couldn't bear to do anything to hurt the mother and daughter. Speaking of Nana, he hadn't seen her for a while. He wondered how she was doing. Since Mu Hongyan invited him, he certainly couldn't refuse. He also took the opportunity to visit Nana. "All right, I'll be right there." Tang Jing hung up the phone and looked at Marshall and the mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens. Marshall's eyes were filled with reluctance to part with her after a long separation, so he naturally could not bear to let her leave alone. As for the mysterious Lady of the Nine Heavens, it was better to look at her, in case she caused trouble again. "Let's go together." Tang Jing made his decision. In a while he would treat these beauties to a meal so it wouldn't be too difficult. Moreover, he would have to ask Mu Hongyan to find a house. The three of them took a taxi to Mu Hongyan's high-end district. Mu Hongyan had already been waiting behind the door for a long time, but when she saw the two beauties beside him, she was truly shocked. Wu was an old acquaintance. As for Empyrean Fairy, as a woman, she could deeply understand the charm of Empyrean Fairy. Even if Empyrean Fairy deliberately hid it, it could not escape her fiery eyes. She muttered in her heart. Where did Tang Jing find such a beauty? He really didn't lack beauties by his side. As they entered the house, Tang Jing looked at her deeply and said, "Sister Mu, you've lost weight recently and are a little haggard. Is it because you're too tired from work?" "I'm really too incompetent. Such a big company has been handed over to you alone." Mu Hongyan squeezed out a smile and said, "It's nothing, I'm already used to it. This is my field of expertise, the capable do more work." "Then why did you call me here today?" Mu Hongyan's face darkened. She turned her head and pointed at the bedroom door and said in a low voice, "Our family's Nana is throwing a tantrum with me and doesn't want to bother with me. I think only you can persuade her, so I've troubled you." "How could it be troublesome?" "Sister Mu, you don't have to be so polite with me." Mu Hongyan's heart relaxed and she smiled. What happened to Nana? In the past, because of her body, she never went to school. Now that her body is better, I want her to integrate into the lives of her peers. So I found a very good school for her to experience the life of a normal child. But I didn't expect that after a few months she didn't want to go to school anymore. I tried to persuade her a few times but she still threw a tantrum with me. Just now I taught her a lesson and she cried. Now that she's tired from crying she fell asleep. Mu Hongyan said helplessly. She was in charge of a large company and had countless employees. She managed everything in an orderly manner. But when it came to her daughter she was helpless. Tang Jing understood Mu Hongyan's painstaking efforts as a mother. He nodded his head and said, "I'll go in and see her." Mu Hongyan was overjoyed. "I'll help you greet your friends." Pushing open the door and entering, Nana was quietly lying on the bed. There were still traces of tears in the corner of her eyes. She looked like a sleeping little elf, making people's heart involuntarily soften. When he walked to the bedside, her long eyelashes flickered and two pairs of big eyes opened. In an instant, those crystal-clear big eyes were filled with pleasant surprise. She was like a little swallow flying from the bed into Tang Zheng's arms. "Brother?" She tightly hugged Tang Zheng's neck, unwilling to let go. Her tears turned into a smile. "Brother, it's really you. Nana missed you so much. Nana finally got to see you." Tang Zheng stroked her soft black hair and said, "Nana, brother missed you too." Nana nodded her head. "I knew that brother would miss Nana." "Nanan, are you obedient?" Tang Zheng carried her up and leaned against the bed, letting her lie comfortably in his arms. Her eyes rolled around and hesitantly said, "Nana is very good." "Really?" Tang Zheng stared straight into her eyes. Nana guiltily lowered her head and pouted. "Nana doesn't want to play with the other kids in school. They aren't as good as brother. Nana wants to live with brother." Tang Zheng felt warmth in his heart. His little daughter was even more attached to him. "Has Nana grown up?" Tang Zheng asked. Nana nodded her head. "Nana has grown taller and has grown up. You have to learn to be independent and learn to play with other kids. That's how you've truly grown up." Tang Zheng gently guided. Nana raised her head and thought for a while. Then she shook her head fiercely. "No, Nana only wants to be with brother." Tang Zheng laughed involuntarily. However, he deliberately put on a straight face and said, "But what about the other kids? They don't stay at home all the time. They go to school with their school bags." Nana's little brain started working as she said seriously, "That's because they don't have you, brother." How did this little brain grow? She was able to deduce many things from one case and even refute him. "Nana, they still have their own family. They aren't any worse than brother. In fact, many of them are better than brother. But they still go to school." Tang Zheng persuaded. Nana's little head shook like a rattle drum. She said firmly, "No, they aren't as good as brother. In this world, other than mommy, no one else is as good as brother. No brother is as good as mommy." Looking at her bright and determined eyes, Tang Zheng could not help but sigh at her intelligence. This little brain of hers was much better than Tang Zheng's back then. Moreover, she could think in a roundabout way. "Since Nana said mommy is good, why did you make mommy angry?" Nana pouted and said aggrievedly, "Because Nana doesn't go to school." "That's right. Mommy is so good to Nana. Nana has to be good to mommy too, right?" Nana thought for a moment and then nodded. "So, Nana has to go to school and be friends with other students. This way Nana can truly grow up. Mommy and I will be very happy and proud of Nana." "Really?" Tang Jing nodded seriously, "Of course." After pausing for a moment, he suddenly remembered something that he had never done before. "Nana, do you want to become like brother in the future?" Nana's big eyes were like stars as they blinked. She said without hesitation, "Yes." "Good, then if Nana obediently goes to school, I will teach Nana very powerful martial arts. In the future you will be as powerful as me or even more powerful than brother." "Really? That's great." Nan directly jumped up and with a pada sound she heavily kissed Tang Jing, cheering, Nan is so happy, so happy. Nan wants to learn martial arts, Nan wants to go to school." Mu Hongyan heard the commotion and walked in. Hearing Nana's voice, her heart felt warm. She smiled at Tang Jing. He really did have magical powers. He was able to coax Nana back so quickly. "Mommy, I'm sorry. Nana was wrong. Nana will not be naughty in the future. I will go to school with other children." Nana obediently apologized. Mu Hongyan's eyes were moist. She almost burst into tears. She hugged Nana in her arms and emotionally said, "My good daughter. Nana wants to learn martial arts. I want to become as powerful as brother and then protect mommy." Nana waved her small fists and vowed. And Nana is the most powerful. Mu Hongyan looked at Tang Zheng. She knew that he was going to teach Nana the cultivation method. Nana's father was also a cultivator. This could be considered as her inheriting her father's business and fulfilling her wish. The three of them came to the living room together. Nana directly hung onto Tang Zheng's body. She was unwilling to part with him for even a second. Tang Zheng also hugged her dotingly, fulfilling her wish. Empyrean Fairy and Marshall had already clearly heard the movements in the bedroom. Of course, they also knew that Tang Zheng was going to teach Nana magic. Marshall did not have much of a reaction because she already knew a thing or two. Empyrean Fairy's reaction was very strange. Ever since Nana appeared, her gaze never moved away. She stared straight at Nana. Tang Zheng sensed her strangeness. Just as he was about to ask her what was wrong, she solemnly shouted, "She can't learn from you." Chapter 746. Seeing the Empyrean Fairy's firm denial, everyone's gaze focused on her. But seeing her incomparably serious expression, they couldn't help but feel curious. Mu Hongyan only knew the Empyrean Fairy's name, but not her identity. In her heart, she was silently guessing the relationship between her and Tang Zheng. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Miss Fu, why do you say that?" Tang Zheng coldly glanced at Tang Zheng and said, "His technique is not suitable for her. Moreover, with her aptitude she can have a better technique." Mu Hongyan was slightly surprised but also a little indignant. Nana's cultivation was her wish, and it was also a rare opportunity. What right did she have to interfere? She was about to refute, but Tang Zheng had an idea. He stopped her and asked, "Do you have a suitable technique for Nana?" The Empyrean Fairy placed her hand on Nana's head, gently stroking her hair, and said, "Of course, if she takes me as her master, she will definitely gain more than learning from you. Take the Empyrean Fairy as her master." Tang Zheng's eyelids suddenly jumped. This was a great opportunity. He didn't deny the Empyrean Fairy's insight. Moreover, her cultivation was unfathomable. If she was willing to take Nana as her disciple, Nana's future achievements would definitely be limitless. "Are you serious?" Tang Zheng asked seriously. The Empyrean Fairy raised her neck and said, "Of course." Mu Hongyan looked at the two in confusion. She still didn't understand the situation. In her impression, Tang Zheng was already an excellent candidate for her master. She didn't expect that halfway through someone would suddenly appear. Moreover, she didn't know anything about the Empyrean Fairy. However, she believed in Tang Zheng. When Tang Zheng looked over, she understood what he meant. She nodded and said, "Tang Zheng, you decide." "Okay." Tang Zheng nodded. He was slightly excited, but he didn't immediately agree. Instead, he took the initiative to ask, "You said that Nana's aptitude is very good. Do you have a specific explanation?" Nana was plagued by yin qi when she was in her mother's womb. However, because of the yin qi in her 8 extraordinary meridians, her limbs and bones, she was plagued with illness since young. But after being cured by Tang Zheng, the yin qi turned into energy that circulated in her body and nourished her body. Tang Zheng also knew that her physique was suitable for cultivation. But he didn't feel that she was as outstanding as the Empyrean Fairy described. Therefore, he wanted to hear the judgment of the Empyrean Maiden. Who was her daughter's master? Who was her master's? Master, who was her daughter's master? Fairies, who was her master? Fairies' master? Master's master. Nana was the only one who was leaning in Tang Zheng's arms. Her eyes were wide open as she looked at one person, then another. Of course, in her small eyes, the Empyrean Fairy's beauty still moved her. She couldn't help but feel a sense of closeness. The Empyrean Fairy wasn't in a hurry to answer. Instead, she asked, "When she was in her mother's womb, was she plagued by yin qi? After she was born, she was plagued by illness?" Mu Hongyan was stunned. She subconsciously looked at Tang Zheng, thinking that he was the one who told her. Tang Zheng shook his head. The Empyrean Fairy's eyes were indeed as sharp as torches. Her judgment was so accurate. Seeing Tang Zheng nod, the Empyrean Fairy said, "In ancient times there were people who wanted to cultivate a special physique. When the mother was pregnant, they would use a secret method to nourish the fetus in the womb with yin qi. Many of these fetus didn't live to be born. The fetus died in the womb and some died quickly after birth. There was another type of fetus that had a tenacious life force. When they were 5 or 6 years old, they would cultivate a secret method. This secret method was very special. It was tailor-made for them and could rapidly increase their cultivation." When everyone heard this, they all looked at Nana. Wasn't she the type of person that the Empyrean fairy was talking about? However, it wasn't to cultivate this type of physique on purpose. It was all a coincidence. Tang Jing tightly hugged Nana. His heart also became excited. If that was the case, then although Nana had suffered a lot these past few years, everything had its own destiny. It turned out that the first bitter and then the second, this was the opportunity. If she could really become very strong in the future, then it would be a kind of compensation for the pain. Mu Hongyan's eyes were already red. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said with heartache, "Who would be so ruthless to do such a thing to their own child?" Obviously, as a mother, she would rather her daughter be safe and sound. She wouldn't want her daughter to have to suffer such pain. The Empyrean fairy seemed to be used to it. She said, "Although this kind of action is risky, if it succeeds, then there will be great rewards. Not only will the child benefit, but the mother will also benefit greatly. Although you are no different from a normal person, your physique has undergone a great change. There is also a trace of yin qi lingering in your body. This yin qi won't harm you. Instead, it will change your physique bit by bit, making your body stronger. You can think about it. Ever since you gave birth to her, has your body become much better?" Mu Hongyan was suddenly startled. She muttered to herself and couldn't help but recall bits and pieces of the past few years. Nana was sick. Not only did she have to take care of her daughter, she also had to go around seeking medical treatment. She also had to deal with the matters of the company. She also had to deal with her mother-in-law and her brother-in-law who had always coveted her beauty. Could be said that she was multitasking. If it was an ordinary person, they would have long been exhausted. Although her heart was also very tired, her body had never had any problems. People in the outside world directly called her a superwoman. She often laughed it off and didn't look into it. Now that she heard the Empyrean fairy's words, she finally realized that before giving birth to Nana, her physique wasn't so good. This meant that the Empyrean fairy's words were not false. She had actually received benefits from her daughter. However, her daughter had suffered unimaginable pain. Thinking of this, her heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. Tears flowed out of her eyes. The strong woman Mu Hongyan also finally exposed the most vulnerable side of a woman. She hugged Nana and sobbed, "Nana, mother is sorry." Nana reached out her small hand and stroked her mother's hair. "Mother, don't cry. Nana will be very good and won't make you angry again. Nana will go to school." Mu Hongyan heard this and her heart felt even more painful. She heavily kissed Nana's face and said, "Nana is the most obedient. Mother loves you the most. Nana also loves mother." Nan raised her jade-like face and kissed Mu Hongyan on the cheek as she said in a childish voice. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Mu Hongyan took a deep breath and gradually restrained her emotions. She said embarrassedly, "I was too emotional. I'm sorry." The Empyrean fairy didn't find this strange and continued to say, "Your body is also suitable for cultivation. It is precisely because mother and daughter have benefited that there are people coming wave after wave to fight for a chance of survival. Nana's lifespan shouldn't have lasted until now. She must have been saved by someone, right?" Mu Hongyan looked gratefully at Tang Zheng and said, "All of this is thanks to Tang Zheng. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be here today. Although he saved her, he only treated the symptoms and not the root of the problem. Her lifespan is still not long," the Empyrean fairy pointed out. Mu Hongyan's face immediately became pale. Back then Tang Zheng had also told her this. The life-continuing pill could only extend her lifespan by 10 years. If she wanted to continue living, then she had to cultivate. This was the only way to live for a long time. "I wonder what method you used to extend her lifespan?" the Empyrean fairy asked curiously. Tang Zheng was slightly shocked. Nothing could escape the Empyrean fairy's fiery eyes. Tang Zheng was becoming more and more unable to see through her depth. "The life-continuing pill, 10 years of lifespan," Tang Zheng said. The Empyrean fairy's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. "You actually have the life-continuing pill?" "Yes. In the past, I even thought that if something happened to Nana in the future, I would continue to give her the life-continuing pill to ensure her safety." The Empyrean fairy snorted and laughed. "Ridiculous." He didn't know why she had this kind of reaction. "You think that the life-continuing pill can be taken endlessly? One life-continuing pill gives 10 years of lifespan. 2 life-continuing pills give 20 years of lifespan?" Tang Zheng was speechless. He really didn't know the answer. "Let me tell you, the life-continuing pill can only be used once in a person's lifetime. This is a heaven-stealing technique. Do you think it's as simple as playing house? A person can only extend their lifespan once. Even if they take more life-continuing pills in the future, it won't help. The Empyrean fairy said without any trace of politeness. Bah. Tang Jing was shocked. He really didn't think that the life-continuing pill had this kind of restriction. But thinking about it carefully, he realized that the Empyrean fairy's words were very reasonable. If this was true, then as long as they took the life-continuing pill, wouldn't they be able to live forever? Wouldn't that be immortality? A person's body has its limits. Every day it will age. The life-continuing pill isn't omnipotent because it can't awaken life force multiple times. It can only be used once in a person's lifetime. So if they want to live, they must maintain their body's vitality. Moreover, the life-continuing pill's 10 years of lifespan isn't omnipotent. Even if you kill him and destroy his body, he will still die without a doubt. What 10 years of lifespan is there to speak of? Tang Zheng's heart skipped a beat. His expression became more and more serious because he thought of more problems. His grandfather Tang Dahai's lifespan was extended by 10 years. But he was already old. If 10 years passed, his body's functions and vitality would be exhausted. Wouldn't that mean he would also leave him at that time? No. He couldn't accept this situation. He was very clear that as long as there weren't any accidents, he would definitely be able to live for a long time. He didn't want to not have his grandfather by his side in his life. Ever since he was young, the feeling of relying on each other was already deeply ingrained in his bones. Then how can I solve this problem? Tang Jing impatiently asked. Cultivate. And cultivate a cultivation method that is suitable for you. This is the way to immortality. The Empyrean fairy gave the answer. Mu Hongyan seemed to have grabbed onto a life-saving straw. She looked at the Empyrean fairy and asked, "You're saying that if my daughter becomes your disciple, she will be able to overcome this crisis and live forever?" Chapter 747. Mu Hongyan excitedly looked at Tang Jing. Seeing him nod, she said, "Okay, Nana will be your disciple." Empyrean fairy's eyes flashed with joy as she nodded reservedly, "Okay." Tang Jing rarely saw joy in Empyrean fairy's eyes. Her mood was like an ancient well that was always calm. However, becoming a disciple could cause her mood to fluctuate greatly. This made Tang Jing very curious. He looked at Nana and wondered if Nana's aptitude was so good that the Empyrean fairy liked her so much. However, he didn't ask in detail. He believed that Empyrean fairy wouldn't lie. Although the two hadn't known each other for long, he had an inexplicable sense of trust towards the Empyrean fairy. The ceremony was very formal. Nana knelt down and kowtowed to the Empyrean fairy. This was requested by the Empyrean fairy. Nana confusedly became a disciple. She tilted her head and asked, "Big brother, then Nana can't learn martial arts from you in the future?" Tang Jing rubbed her head and gently said, "Your master is more powerful than me. You'll be even more powerful if you learn from her." Nana's expression darkened as she said, "But Nana wants to learn from Big Brother." Seeing that she was disliked by her disciple, the Empyrean fairy swept her gaze towards Tang Jing. Her gaze was incomparably sharp, like the edge of a knife. Tang Jing was embarrassed and hurriedly persuaded, "Nana, be good and learn from your master. In the future, Big Brother will test you and see who's more powerful." Nana held her chin with her small hand and thought for a while before reluctantly saying, "Okay, Nana is the most obedient. I'll learn from my master and wait for Big Brother to test me in the future. However, Big Brother will always be the most powerful person in the world." Tang Jing blushed a little. Wasn't there someone even more powerful in front of him? He wasn't so thick-skinned as to admit it. He smiled awkwardly and brushed it off. Mu Hongyan was very happy. It could be said that the stone hanging in her heart had been lifted. She said in high spirits, "Since you've become my disciple, then there must be a banquet. Let's go out and eat." With so many people, it was indeed not easy to cook at home. Therefore, they drove Mu Hongyan's car and went straight to Li Hongqing's private restaurant. This place had almost become Tang Zheng's designated place to receive guests. As usual, Li Hongqing was at the door early to greet them. Although she already knew that Tang Zheng was surrounded by beautiful women, she was still shocked by the beauty of the Empyrean fairy. Especially when a man like Tang Zheng walked together with three great beauties and a little beauty. That scene was extremely shocking. When the other guests saw this scene, they couldn't help but stop to watch and secretly point at them. Tang Zheng had already made a name for himself in the capital. These guests were either rich or noble. Most of them had heard of Tang Zheng's fierce reputation. After a private conversation, No one dared to have any ideas about these beauties. Although their beauty was attractive, it wasn't as important as their lives. There were even many people who took the initiative to greet Tang Zheng and hand over their business cards. Tang Zheng's eyes were sharp. He noticed that a few of them were familiar. He had seen them at Ji Wuxiang's club before, so he couldn't help but nod and greet them. Then the group was personally received by Li Hongqing to a private room. Along the way they attracted a lot of attention. Some people even took the initiative to stand and make way. Tang Zheng was surprised. When did he become so powerful? As if seeing through his thoughts, Li Hongqing waited for them to sit down before saying with a smile, "Young Master Tang, your illustrious reputation in the capital has spread. Especially at the top level, there is no one who doesn't know of you. It can be said that your reputation is like thunder. Not many people dare not give you face." Tang Zheng laughed involuntarily. "Am I that powerful?" "Of course." Li Hongqing nodded seriously. "Didn't you teach some people a lesson at Ji Wuxiang's club a while ago?" "That's right. What's wrong with that?" Li Hongqing said with a smile. "Of course there's nothing wrong with it. But there is one thing that you might not know." "What is it?" "No one has ever dared to cause trouble at Ji Wuxiang's club. This is his reverse scale. At that time, there were people who didn't believe it and caused trouble. On the same day both sides disappeared from the face of the earth." Li Hongqing's tone was relaxed, but the words she said were not relaxed at all. There was a kind of killing intent that hit him in the face. Tang Zheng was shocked. That club's guests were all rich and noble. How powerful was it to disappear from the face of the earth? Although young Master Yen had already told him that Ji Wuxiang was not ordinary, he had just ignored it and did not take it to heart. But now that he heard Li Hongqing's words, he knew that he had been too careless. "Young Master Tang, not only did you teach those ignorant playboys a lesson, you also obtained the support of Ji Wuxiang. This is enough to shock everyone." Hongqing may take the liberty to ask, could it be that young Master Tang and Ji Wuxiang have some kind of close relationship? Li Hongqing looked at Tang Zheng with curiosity. Tang Zheng slowly shook his head. "I didn't know him before, so how could we have any kind of close relationship?" Seeing that his expression was serious and that he was not lying, Li Hongqing was even more shocked. Just one meeting was enough to make Ji Wuxiang look at him in a new light and even break the rules he had set. Young Master Tang was really not an ordinary person. He always gave people surprises. "Because of the club, these people are even more afraid of me?" Tang Zheng asked inexplicably. "Yes, fear is only one of the reasons. There is also respect. They revere you. In fact, with young Master Tang's performance after coming to the capital, even without this incident, it is enough to make them revere you," Li Hongqing said sincerely. Tang Zheng smiled embarrassedly. "You're exaggerating. How's business recently?" "Thanks to young Master Tang, business has been good." While they were talking, the delicacies were like flowing water on the table. Li Hongqing accompanied them and poured wine, but her gaze swept over Empyrean Fairy from time to time. Tang Zheng only introduced her name, so Li Hongqing could not guess her actual situation. Without a doubt, there was no such person in the capital. When she saw Mu Hongyan solemnly toast to Empyrean Fairy, Li Hongqing knew that this was a banquet for apprenticeship. She was even more shocked. Who was Mu Hongyan? She was the person who supported the Long family's business empire. Now that she had left the Long family had fallen. Under her management, Tang Zheng's business was thriving. If this kind of woman wanted her daughter to be apprenticed to a master, then this master must be extraordinary. She could not guess, but she did not dare to ask. She just quietly accompanied and watched. Dong dong dong. The sound of knocking came from the door. Everyone subconsciously looked at the door. Li Hongqing frowned. Who was so blind? Didn't she say that no one was to disturb them? She quickly got up to open the door, but was met with a familiar face, the young master of the Yen family, Yen Luyun. "Ah, young Master Tang, you really are here. You have too much face. I wanted to book this private room just now, but President Li refused no matter what. This best private room has already become your private room, and it is usually not open to the public." Yen Luyun walked in with a big smile. Tang Zheng also went up to greet him. Among the 4 young masters of the capital, he was the closest to Yen Luyun and the one who could talk the most. However, after hearing his words, Tang Zheng was slightly surprised. Li Hongqing actually treated him so well. He was really ashamed. Their parents also had nothing to say about him, but he didn't seem to have helped them much. Young Master Yan's words are too serious. This box was reserved by young Master Tang long ago. Of course I can't do anything about it, Li Hongqing explained. Yen Luyun understood and smiled. He didn't bother about such a small matter. His gaze swept around and looked at the Empyrean fairy in surprise. However, he quickly moved his gaze away. Although the other party's beauty was soul-stirring, she was sitting with Tang Zheng, so he definitely wouldn't give her a second glance. Tang Zheng took the initiative to invite Yan Luyun to sit and curiously asked him why he was here. Yan Luyun pointed to the door and said, "Everyone knows that young Master Tang is here, so of course I have to come." "You haven't been in the capital during this time, so I couldn't find you to eat and drink. I will be in the capital during this time, waiting to be summoned," Tang Jing said with a smile and took the initiative to introduce Fu Yao. Fu Yao didn't even look at him and focused all her attention on Nana. Yan Luyun didn't feel left out. Instead, he felt more and more that the other party wasn't ordinary. He was trying to guess who the other party was. After 3 rounds of drinks, Yan Luyun said, "Young Master Tang, there's no time like the present. Let me arrange the following activities." Obviously, he wanted to spend more time with Tang Zheng and deepen their relationship. Tang Zheng glanced at the Empyrean fairy and said with difficulty, "Young Master Yan, I won't hide it from you. I still haven't found a place to stay tonight, so I still have to find a place to stay." "Find a place to stay?" Yan Luyun was stunned. Even Li Hongqing was flabbergasted. With Tang Zheng's identity and status, how could he not have a place to stay? Who would believe this? But Tang Zheng's face was serious, so he definitely wasn't lying. Yan Luyun's heart moved as he said, "I have an empty property. If young Master Tang doesn't mind, you can directly live there." Li Hongqing also wanted to say the same thing, but after hearing Yan Luyun say it first, she swallowed her words. Moreover, she knew that if other guests heard Tang Zheng's words, they would definitely offer their houses without hesitation. This was a rare opportunity that only came once in 1,000 years. What was a house to them? Tang Zheng immediately shook his head. Although he had a good relationship with Yan Luyun, he wouldn't take advantage of him for no reason. "Many thanks for young Master Yan's good intentions. I'm preparing to buy another house, preferably a bigger one," Tang Zheng said. There were too many people around him and the house was too small. He didn't even have a place to sleep in the living room. "A bigger one, of course. A villa is the best. My house is a villa just right for you," Yan Luyun continued to recommend. "Young Master Tang, if you continue to be so courteous with me, then you don't treat me as a brother. Let's go. We have nothing to do anyway. Let's go take a look first." Seeing Yan Luyun being so enthusiastic, Tang Jing really couldn't refuse, so he could only agree. Tang Jing got into Yan Luyun's car. Mu Hongyan drove the other 3 and followed Yan Luyun to their destination. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. Chapter 748. When the car arrived in front of the courtyard, Tang Jing realized that he had still underestimated Yan Luyun's generosity. Young Master Yan was indeed extraordinary. This was not an ordinary house, but a villa that was hidden in the green mountains and clear waters, blending into the environment. In the center of the capital, it was truly a treasure trove that was difficult to buy even if one had the money. Isn't that too polite? Tang Jing sighed with emotion. Yan Luyun did not mind and said generously, "This place is close to Yenqing University, so it's convenient to go back and forth. It's just right for you. This is the key, take it, don't be polite with me." The few of them walked in to take a look. There were many rooms in the 2-story villa, with an independent garden and swimming pool. It was incomparably luxurious. The women's eyes lit up. Tang Zheng could see the satisfaction in their eyes, so he did not argue and accepted it. That night he stayed there, and even Nana insisted on staying, sharing a room with Mu Hongyan. Yan Luyun only invited Tang Zheng to visit the Yan family as a guest when he was free. After that, he bid farewell and left, and secretly sent someone to transfer the villa to Tang Zheng. Just like that, a priceless villa easily changed owners. Of course, compared to Tang Zheng's identity and value, this was just child's play. Yan Luyun did not feel the slightest bit of heartache. On the contrary, he was secretly delighted. That night, Tang Zheng started cultivating. He and Tian Chanzi had already agreed that once his cultivation stabilized, they would go to the martial sect to see the elders and investigate the truth of the Azure Dragon Palace. Thus, Tang Zheng used his sleeping time to enter a meditative state and cultivate. The innate qi produced by the Jin Dan flowed through his meridians, consolidating his cultivation and tempering his body over and over again. The 3-clawed golden dragon inside the dragon seal shone with a golden light, causing Tang Zheng's entire body to be bathed in a golden light, making him look incomparably majestic. Under the refinement of the genuine qi, the primal chaos Vajra mantra started to circulate quickly, causing his muscles and bones to become exceptionally tough. When the sun rose in the sky, the golden light on his body increased greatly, and a layer of metallic luster filled his entire body from the inside out. His meridians became extremely tough as if they were forged from steel. He suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes flashed as he shouted in surprise, "Rebar!" The third stage of the chaotic Vajra spell. He did not expect that after his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, the chaotic Vajra spell would also have a huge breakthrough. This was actually related to his experiences in the ancient tomb. He had been severely injured by Qin Shi Huang. Whether it was his internal organs, body, or meridians, they had all suffered considerable damage. Later on, when he formed his golden core, his power increased tremendously. His true qi nourished his body and healed the damage. It was precisely because his body had suffered such a fierce blow and was nourished by the genuine qi that his body naturally became stronger. In addition to the chaotic Vajra spell, his body's resistance to attacks naturally increased, reaching the realm of steel. He moved his body and his bones made cracking sounds. He had a feeling that even if an ordinary bullet hit his body, it might not be able to harm his life. When he walked out of the room, he smelled the fragrance of breakfast. Mu Hongyan was wearing an apron and was busy. The sunlight outside the window shone on her body, and she was like a wife bathed in radiance, causing one's heart to tremble. Mu Hongyan's beauty was completely different from other women. It was a mature charm that did not require any deliberate movements. Her every movement emitted a charm that caused one's heart to ripple. Seeing this scene, Tang Zheng could not help but think of the charming scene of the two of them being alone in the 10,000 huge mountains, causing his heart to become restless. Mu Hongyan seemed to have sensed the fiery gaze and raised her head to look. Seeing Tang Zheng staring straight at her with a fiery gaze, she could not help but panic and her cheeks flushed red. Although she was no longer a young girl who was ignorant of the world and was a strong woman who had experienced hundreds of battles in the business world, she was experienced and knowledgeable. However, every time she faced Tang Zheng alone, all of these experiences would turn into nothingness. On the contrary, the nature of a little woman in her heart would be exposed, catching her off guard. Right now it was like this. She really had the urge to run away, but she forcefully suppressed it. Her cheeks were burning hot, but she pretended to be calm and asked, "You're up?" Tang Zheng was startled. He immediately calmed himself down and said, "Sister Mu, it's too troublesome for you to wake up so early to make breakfast." "It's not troublesome. It's more hygienic to make it myself than to buy it outside," Mu Hongyan said guiltily. "Let me help you." Tang Zheng volunteered, "I'll scoop the porridge." "I'll do it. There's no need for you to trouble yourself." Mu Hongyan tried to snatch the bowl from Tang Zheng's hand, but she accidentally bumped into it, causing the porridge in the bowl to spill out and fall directly onto her chest. She screamed in panic. The porridge that had just come out of the pot was still very hot. It spilled onto her chest and the rice soup even flowed into her white chest. One could imagine the taste. Tang Zheng did not expect it to be like this. He turned pale with fright and hurriedly used his hand to brush off the hot porridge. His big hand intimately came into contact with her chest. Mu Hongyan froze. She was dumbstruck as she looked at the big hand on her chest. It had already completely covered that area. Suddenly she wished she could find a hole to hide in. Her eyes were dripping with tears. She was both embarrassed and anxious, causing people's hearts to beat faster. Tang Zheng was speechless for a moment. He was incomparably embarrassed. He secretly cursed. This time, even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he would not be able to wash himself clean. Why? Before Tang Zheng could finish apologizing, Mu Hongyan had already escaped from his clutches with a whoosh. She flew into the nearby bathroom. After closing the door, she hurriedly took off her clothes. Her bare chest had already become a little red. However, it was not a big problem. She hurriedly washed it with water to cool her skin and the panic and impatience in her heart. Looking at the water flowing down from her chest, she couldn't help but think of the scene where Tang Zheng's hand was placed on top of her. All these years, although many men had coveted her beauty, none of them had ever succeeded. Who would have thought that this time, Tang Zheng would be the first to take the initiative? Although it was unintentional, it still happened. How could she remain indifferent? His eyes were so fiery just now. He definitely did not think of anything good. Humph, he's young, but his heart is not small. His head is full of those things. Of course, she would not regard love as a scourge. However, all these years all her thoughts were on her daughter. She had never thought that anything would happen between her and any man. Tang Zheng's actions just now had undoubtedly tugged at the most secret heartstrings in the depths of her heart, causing waves of ripples to surface in her heart that were difficult to calm down. Huff huff huff. She took a few deep breaths in succession to suppress the distracting thoughts in her heart. However, in the next second she did not know whether to laugh or cry. She realized that she had miscalculated. Her clothes were all wet. She was naked and had no clothes to wear. How was she going to go out? She looked down at her beautiful body. She could not just rush out. Tang Zheng was in the dining room next door. He would definitely see everything clearly. Moreover, she was not that bold. The others were not up yet. If she yelled and woke them up, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing? Wouldn't what had happened between her and Tang Zheng just now be made public? How was she going to face the others? The only way was to ask Tang Zheng for help. Moreover, time waits for no one. If she delayed any longer and the others woke up, she would not be able to explain herself. Tang Zheng. Mu Hongyan leaned against the door and called softly. Sister Mu, what's the matter? Mu Hongyan's heart was beating fast. She thought that he was really next to her. If she rushed out, she would really have no face to see anyone. Can you go to the room and get me a set of clothes? Mu Hongyan felt very lucky. Fortunately, she went to accompany Fu Yao to buy clothes last night and bought a few sets of clothes for herself. Otherwise, even if she asked Tang Zheng for help, she would have no clothes to wear. That would be really embarrassing. Okay, wait a moment. Tang Zheng agreed and rushed into Mu Hongyan's room. Nana was still sleeping soundly. He tiptoed and opened the wardrobe. A few sets of clothes immediately jumped into his eyes. The clothes that Mu Hongyan bought were very tasteful. Even if she did not wear them, just hanging them gave people a sense of beauty. He took a set of clothes and was about to leave when he stopped. Underwear. These two words popped up in his mind. How could she just take a jacket without underwear? Could it be that she had to leave it empty? I remember that she should have bought underwear last night. Tang Zheng clearly remembered that a few women went to the underwear store. In the underwear store, he was the center of attention and attracted a lot of attention. Sure enough, after a while he found the underwear. The black lace underwear was full of endless temptation. He could not help but imagine the scene when she wore this thin underwear. Damn. Tang Zheng quickly drove away these thoughts. Otherwise he would really have a nosebleed. Mu Hongyan's figure was very good. She was not fat nor thin. She was like a ripe peach. If she really wore this set of underwear, the temptation would definitely skyrocket. He took a few deep breaths, took out the underwear and wrapped it in his clothes and quickly returned to the bathroom. Knock knock. He gently knocked on the wooden door. Mu Hongyan was naked. She anxiously waited. Hearing the knocking sound, it was like knocking on the depths of her heart. Her heart could not help but palpitate. She took a deep breath, suppressed the emotions in her heart, and gently opened the door a crack. Even though Tang Zheng couldn't see anything, but because of this crack in the door, it was as if the barrier between the two had disappeared. She had a feeling of being exposed to Tang Zheng's gaze, causing her cheeks to become even redder. Tang Zheng quickly handed the clothes over. She hurriedly closed the door tightly and leaned against it. She gasped for breath, her chest rising and falling. When she finally calmed down and opened the clothes, she saw the black underwear again. Her heart could not help but beat fiercely. So embarrassing. So embarrassing. She was about to collapse. Even her most intimate clothing had touched his hands. How could she be calm? But was she not going to wear it? Chapter 749. Mu Hongyan pushed open the door only to find that Tang Zheng had already gone to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. She hurriedly ran into the bedroom, picked up her bag and left while casually calling out, Tang Zheng, I have something to do so I will go to the company first. Nana will stay here and play. Not eating breakfast? Tang Zheng poked his head out of the kitchen only to find that Mu Hongyan had already walked out of the door and two words floated over from afar. Not eating. Tang Zheng embarrassedly smiled, knowing that the awkwardness just now must have touched her. He was too reckless to actually touch her there. But speaking of which, it seemed to be quite big and soft. He did not continue to think about it because Empyrean Fairy and Marshall also woke up one after another to help Nana put on her clothes. After washing up and eating breakfast, Tang Zheng went to school, leaving the three of them at home. Yanqing University, Tang Zheng went straight to the classroom. When his three roommates came in, they were incomparably surprised but did not ask where he went. Tang Zheng appeared and disappeared more and more mysteriously. Moreover, during this period of time, they were engrossed in cultivation and were extremely excited. How could they have the time to care about Tang Zheng? However, the three of them looked at Tang Zheng with a strange expression, as if they wanted to say something but hesitated. Finally, Wang Shiji coughed and said, "Lao Air, you say it." Zhou Yang also nodded in agreement. Tang Zheng suspiciously frowned. What were the three of them doing? Why were they acting so strange? Sinosaurus's face was tangled as if he was constipated. After a long time he said, "Lao San, there is something I don't know if I should say." Tang Zheng laughed and scolded, "If you have something to say then say it. If you have something to fart then fart. Why are you still acting mysterious with me?" "Lao San, you and Ding Dang really broke up?" Tang Zheng was slightly startled and nodded. "Could it be that what you want to say is related to her?" "Yes." Sinosaurus looked as if he was facing death calmly. "She has a suitor." "Pursuer?" Tang Zheng felt as if his heart had been hit by a heavy hammer. He felt as if he was about to suffocate. His expression changed drastically. Seeing his reaction, several people said, "Lao San, is it really impossible for you and Ding Dang to be together? We've been together for so long. What kind of person are you? How could you lie to us? Look at your own reaction in the mirror. How do you feel when you hear this news? You definitely know better than us. Do you dare to ask yourself, do you really not have any feelings for her?" This. Tang Zheng was speechless. Yi Ding Dang insisted on breaking up with him and refused to accept his life. Even if he had feelings for her, what could he do? This was an endless cycle with no solution. "Who is chasing her?" Tang Zheng asked. Although they had broken up, he still wanted Ding Dang to be happy. Even if she was no longer with him, he still wanted to know the details of her pursuer. It seems to be the young master of a family. In any case, he's very awesome. Tang Zheng frowned. Since it was the young master of a large family, then it must be someone who understood Yi Ding Dong's identity. If he dared to pursue her, then he must have the corresponding background. In this way the range was greatly reduced. "What's his surname?" "I think his surname is Song." Sinosaurus tilted his head and thought for a while. Zhou Yin nodded his head. "Yes, his surname is Song, his name is Song Yu. Fang Fei and the others told us." "Song Yu?" Tang Zheng was shocked. If it was anyone else, his reaction would not be so big, but the key was Song Yu, so his reaction could not be big. Why did Song Yu pop out again? Back then he was already interested in Ding Dang. If not for Tang Zheng interfering with Yi Xuanji's temper and style, the marriage between the two would have already been set. It was precisely because of Tang Zheng's interference that the marriage alliance between the Song family and the Ye family fell through. It had truly caused the Song family to lose a lot of face, especially Song Yu, who was being pointed at behind his back. But Tang Zheng never would have thought that Song Yu would come back and shamelessly chase after Yi Ding Dang. If it was an ordinary pursuer, Tang Zheng might not be prepared to intervene, but this person was Song Yu, so it was a different story. Yi Ding Dang could choose anyone, but he could not choose Song Yu. Tang Zheng already had a general understanding of what kind of person Song Yu was. This person's heart was not right, and he was always with people like Chu Xiaofeng. How could he be a good person? Seeing that Tang Zheng was silent, Zhou Yin added, "Song Yu would come to deliver flowers every afternoon after school. During this period of time he would be very punctual. Moreover, he was very eye-catching, causing many love-struck fools to be envied. Song Yu had the looks, the money and the status. He was indeed the best candidate for the Prince Charming in the hearts of countless love-struck fools." What was Ding Dong's reaction? Tang Zheng asked. Ding Dang did not react, she pretended not to see it, but Song Yu persevered, as if he would not give up until he achieved his goal. "Third brother, not many girls can resist the pursuit of such a tall, rich and handsome man. As time passes the other party might succeed," Sinosaurus advised earnestly. Wang Shiji thought deeply and encouraged, "So, when it's time to make a move, you should make a move. That's what a man is." "Then he'll come today?" "Definitely. He's downstairs from Ding Dong's dormitory." Tang Zheng's eyes flashed with a murderous glint as his killing intent surged. The few of them were shocked and hurriedly advised, "Third brother, what are you doing? Are you going to kill him?" "You're implicating yourself in this." They were well aware of Tang Zheng's strength. As the saying goes, when a gentleman is angry, blood will splash 5 steps away. When Tang Zheng is angry, blood will splash more than 5 steps away. Tang Zheng turned a deaf ear and said, "Listen to the lecture in class." After saying that, he raised his head and stared at the blackboard with a serious look. but anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was very angry and did not want anyone to get close to him. In the evening, Tang Jing went straight to Yi Dingdong's dormitory. The three roommates looked at each other and quietly followed him. If Tang Jing killed someone, they would definitely work together to stop him. In their hearts, they silently prayed that Song Yu would not come today. However, things did not go as they wished. From afar, they saw Song Yu holding a large bouquet of roses standing at the entrance of the dormitory building. The girls coming and going looked at her with envy, and some even wanted to rush up and recommend themselves. Of course, they hated themselves more for not being the girl he pursued. Tang Jing also saw it. Song Yu was holding a bouquet of flowers, looking like a jade tree facing the wind. He was indeed very charming, but in Tang Jing's eyes, this charm was extremely annoying. Crack. He clenched his fists and his eyes seemed to be on fire. Suddenly, his pupils shrank as he saw a person walking out of the entrance. Yi Dingdang. Yi Dingdang expressionlessly walked in front of Song Yu and said, "I already said that I won't accept your flowers." Song Yu was not angry at all and said, "It's okay. Can we eat together today?" "No." Before Yi Dingdang could finish speaking, she saw Tang Jing walking over and her expression changed slightly. Song Yu sensed her strangeness and felt a strong murderous aura coming from behind her. She turned around and immediately saw Tang Jing walking over with a sullen face. However, she was not afraid at all. Instead, there was a trace of a smile in the depths of her eyes. The reason why he tried so hard to pursue Yi Dingdang was naturally because he had thought it through and not because of a sudden impulse. There were many reasons. One of them was to get back at Tang Jing for snatching Yi Dingdang from him. Now he wanted to snatch her back and ruthlessly embarrass Tang Jing. As for whether he loved Yi Dingdang? Of course not. Song Yu was a very wolfish person and even a narcissist. He never thought that he would fall in love with a woman. Perhaps he would have a good impression of her, but he had always loved himself the most. As for Yi Dingdang, he was using her more than anything. Other than annoying Tang Jing, he was also eyeing the power of the Ye family. If he really married Yi Dingdang, then the Song family and the Ye family would be more closely connected. At that time, the Song family would have a right-hand man. The Yi and Chu families would be like tigers that had grown wings. They would be able to kill the Yen family in seconds and even completely eradicate the Yen family. Song Yu was very ambitious. He was no longer satisfied with the current situation where the major families kept each other in check. That was the way the older generation did things. What he wanted was for his family to be the dominant one. The Song family would be in control of everything. No one would dare to go against the Song family. For this reason, he did not hesitate to put down his status and pursue Yi Dingdang regardless of rain or shine. He believed that he would succeed. Because Yi Xuanji had already loosened up. The Song and Yi families had begun to contact each other again. This was a good sign. In the future, as long as Yi Xuanji gave the word, Yi Dingdang's own will would not have much of an effect. Therefore, Yi Dingdang would be his sooner or later. This was fate. In the end, Yi Dingdang would not be able to escape from the palm of his hand. Of course, he knew from the beginning that he would definitely face Tang Jing's anger. So when he saw him walking towards him, he was not afraid. "Dingdang?" Tang Jing shouted in a deep voice. Yi Dingdang turned a deaf ear. "Song Yu is not a good person. He has bad intentions. You can't agree to him." Yi Dingdang's eyes flashed with a complicated gaze and said, "What right do you have to judge yourself? He's not a good person, but you're one?" "Dingdang, I know you're angry with me. I have nothing to say, but you can't let your emotions affect your decisions. In the end, you'll only hurt yourself." Tang Jing continued to persuade him. Yi Dingdang remained unmoved and said to Song Yu, "Didn't you give me flowers?" Song Yu understood tacitly and purposely gave Tang Jing a provocative smile, attentively offering the fresh flowers. Yi Dingdang took the flowers and leaned over to smell them. He revealed a trace of a smile. "It smells good." "It's good that you like it," Song Yu said. "Tang Jing, didn't you say that you liked me before? But have you ever given me flowers?" Yi Dingdang asked. Tang Jing was silent. It was true that he had never given her flowers. "Girls all like flowers and I'm no exception. Song Yu, didn't you want to invite me to dinner?" Song Yu cheerfully nodded. "Yes, I've prepared everything. Let's go." Yi Dingdang held the flowers and brushed past Tang Jing. Song Yu smiled and glanced at Tang Jing. Then she walked side by side with Yi Dingdang. Many people saw this scene and pointed at it. Tang Jing was worthy of being called the most famous person on campus. This scene of him stealing someone's love was too gossipy. Moreover, the main characters were not ordinary people. It was a topic of gossip. Chapter 750. Tang Jing suddenly turned around and angrily stared at the backs of the two people. Seeing that they were about to sit in a luxurious sports car, Tang Jing's figure flashed and blocked the door. Ding ding, you can be angry with me, but I will not watch as you walk further and further down the wrong path. Tang Jing resolutely and decisively said. As his voice fell, his hand reached out to grab Song Yu. Song Yu slid back and dodged his attack. Tang Jing's eyes opened wide in shock as Song Yu easily dodged his attack. This did not make sense. Song Yu was the young master of the Song family, so of course he was not someone who would accidentally injure his abdominal muscles. But in Tang Jing's impression, his strength was not very high. Tang Jing, you really want to make a move? Song Yu's face sank as he asked. If you dare to have any ideas about Ding Dang, then I will dare to make a move against you. Tang Jing's killing intent soared. The two of them were already enemies, so why would there be any taboo? Humph, do you really think that you can run amok in Beijing and do whatever you want? We have minded our own business, but you have crossed the line, so don't blame me for being impolite. Ha, good, then I'll see how impolite you are. Ding Dang, get in the car, let's go. Song Yu did not back down at all and directly opened the car door. Yi Ding Dang coldly looked at Tang Jing and said, Tang Jing, this is my business, so there is no need for you to bother yourself. Moreover, I don't need you to tell me what to do in my life, so please move aside. Her cold attitude made Tang Jing speechless. Did you hear that? Move aside. Song Yu reprimanded. Tang Jing angrily glared at him as his knuckles cracked. He wanted to punch Song Yu's handsome face until it split open, but when he saw Yi Ding Dang get into the car without looking back, his anger and strength was like a deflated balloon that disappeared into thin air. A deep sense of helplessness filled his heart. Her attitude was already so clear. Could it be that he really had to pester her? That was not his style. He really wanted to fiercely beat up Song Yu, but what use would that be? The one who would lose face was Yi Ding Dang. The bigger the momentum, the more people would criticize her behind her back. Song Yu proudly glanced at Tang Jing and helped Yi Ding Dang close the car like a gentleman. Then he got in the car and left. Only Tang Jing was left standing there like a puppet. His three roommates had been observing from the side. Their nerves were tense to the extreme. They were deeply afraid that Tang Jing would directly make a move. Seeing his dazed appearance, the three of them quickly gathered around and said, Lao San, let's go and drink. Tang Jing took a deep breath and suppressed the thousands of thoughts in his heart. He roared, drink? That night, Tang Jing was dead drunk. He had never been drunk before, but this time he wholeheartedly wanted to be drunk. If he committed a crime, he would not have to think about those things and forget about them. No wonder people like to drink after a breakup. Alcohol was indeed a good thing. The other three had risked their lives to accompany the gentleman, but they also became drunkards. The four of them supported each other, laughed loudly, sang loudly, and vented their emotions to their heart's content. It was an absurd night. Early in the morning, when Tang Jing opened his eyes, he found himself in the dormitory. The others were still lying on the bed, snoring loudly. Sinosaurus even directly laid on the floor and fell asleep, drooling all over the floor. He shook his head a few times and vaguely remembered last night's absurd indulgence. He took a deep breath and faintly said, Those who go cannot be remonstrated, those who come can still be chased. The past is like smoke, gone with the wind. Last night's absurdity was like a farewell ceremony, bidding farewell to the past between him and Yi Ding Dang. Time flew by. Tang Jing gradually healed the scars in his heart during his studies and cultivation. Moreover, Marshall had always been meticulously taking care of him, nourishing his spirit. It was as if the breakup had caused a great change in his state of mind. In addition, he constantly asked the Empyrean Fairy for guidance on cultivation. His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. In addition, he could already control the Sumeru heavens as he wished, absorbing the spiritual energy in the bronze masks. In the end, when he used up a third of the bronze masks, he successfully reached the second grade of the Jindan stage. When the spiritual energy in the bronze masks was sucked away, the terracotta was immediately smashed to pieces. Tang Jing did not feel the slightest bit of heartache. He had no use for these puppets. If they were destroyed, then so be it. Compared to the increase in his cultivation, it was insignificant. However, there was one thing that made Tang Jing feel rather regretful. The four symbols venerable had suffered too much damage and could not continue fighting. He had tried countless methods, even asking Tian Chanzi and the Empyrean Fairy for guidance, but to no avail. This was not only because he had lost a powerful helper, but also because he felt that his life was not complete. Perhaps he had unknowingly established a deep friendship with the Four Symbols Venerable One during the battles. Although he was regretful, there was nothing he could do. He could only hope that he would find a way to remedy the situation in the future. During this period he paid a visit to the Yen family. Yen Luyun had gifted him such a villa, so of course he had to pay a visit to express his gratitude. However, when old man Yen saw him, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Although he could not see through Tang Zheng's cultivation, the strange aura emitted from Tang Zheng's body made him believe that Tang Zheng had truly entered the Grandmaster realm. Although Yen Potion's cultivation was still higher than Tang Zheng's, he was still a few rounds older than Tang Zheng. Anyone with a discerning eye could immediately tell who was higher and who was lower. Moreover, to have such a cultivation at such a young age was truly shocking. Immediately, Yen Patian became even more convinced of his daughter's prophecy. Mu Hongyan seemed to be avoiding him on purpose. Although the two of them had met, they couldn't help but feel a little awkward. As for the Empyrean fairy, she was engrossed in teaching Nana. She did not care about the affairs of the world and fulfilled the duty of a qualified master. Lu Qingmei was still on a business trip and was unable to return to the capital for a reunion. Fang Shishir's study abroad life was also uneventful. There was no danger and everything seemed to be calm. Princess Anne, on the other hand, was surrounding Tang Zheng, because that home had been repaired by her. However, Tang Zheng and Wu seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, so what was the point of her staying alone in an empty room? However, Tang Zheng had been purposely avoiding her, making it impossible for her to find him. Furthermore, she did not know that Tang Zheng had already moved into a big villa and abandoned that small house. His life seemed peaceful, but Tang Zheng's heart was always thinking about the Azure Dragon Palace. If he did not understand the Azure Dragon Palace, his heart would always be anxious. Seeing that his cultivation had stabilized, he decided to set off for the martial sect. Empyrean Fairy was not interested in this at all, so she stayed at home to teach Nana. As a result, only Wu and Tian Chanzi traveled together, but there were many dangers on this trip. Tang Jing brought Xiaobai along, and when he brought Xiaobai back from the Imperial Palace, Empyrean Fairy was shocked once again. However, in the end she was unable to tell Xiaobai's origins, but she was certain that Xiaobai was definitely not an ordinary demonic beast. Tang Jing had long since stopped fantasizing about Xiaobai's origins. Even the 100 Transformation Star Lord and the 5-clawed Golden Dragon were unable to figure out Xiaobai's origins, so how many other people had the ability to do so? It seemed that this could only be an unsolvable mystery. The group of 3 people and 1 beast left the capital once again, but this time they took a plane and headed straight for Jiangnan. The headquarters of the martial organization was in Jiangnan, a river town, which was something that Tang Jing never expected. Jiangnan had always been a rich and populous place, and the population was not small. Was the martial organization not afraid of being exposed by choosing this place? After getting off the plane and looking at the scenery that was completely different from the capital, they couldn't help but feel relaxed and happy. The 3 of them were not in a hurry to travel. They found a hotel to rest for the night and recuperated. Then they rented a car and drove towards their destination. The car left the big city and arrived at a small mountain path. The beautiful scenery of Jiangnan's water town greeted them. After a long journey of 1 day and 1 night, the few of them arrived in front of a mountain range. There was no road in front of them, so they could only abandon the car and walk on foot. For the 3 of them, walking on the steep mountain road was like walking on flat ground. They could only hear the sound of the wind brushing past them. Wu walked at the front. Suddenly she stopped and looked up warily. "What's wrong?" Tang Jing asked. "There's an ambush ahead." Tian Chanzi also nodded. "Indeed, but there aren't many people, so it shouldn't be a problem." With that, he turned into an afterimage and disappeared. Not long later, he walked back with 2 people in his hands and casually threw them at Wu's feet. Wu's expression was complicated. These people were originally from the same sect as her, but now they had become enemies. "Are the Great Clan Elder and Second Clan Elder in the martial sect?" Wu asked. The 2 captives did not even understand the situation before they lost the ability to resist. When they saw Wu, their expressions changed and they exclaimed, "Wu, it's you. You actually brought outsiders to the martial sect, you traitor." Wu coldly snorted and said, "I am no longer a member of the martial sect, so how can I be a traitor? Moreover, you have betrayed the sect master and colluded with the elders. You are the real traitors betraying the sect master." "We are following the old sect master's wishes, not traitors." The 2 of them flatly denied. Wu was too lazy to talk nonsense with them and asked, "Are the two elders in the martial sect?" "Of course. Do you still want to find the elders?" "You are courting death," the two of them disdainfully said. Wu's two hand blades chopped at each other's necks, and the two of them directly fell limply and fainted. Continue forward. The martial sect has a sentry every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. The defense is very tight. We can only force our way in. Wu said worriedly. Tian Chanzi did not mind and laughed. This level of defense is only a threat to ordinary people. To us, it is nothing to be afraid of. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of something tearing through the air came from afar. It was as if something had pierced through the air and turned into an ear-piercing whistle as it flew over. The three of them raised their heads and saw a huge arrow shooting over. This arrow was 3 meters long and looked like a long hair. The arrow shone with a cold light and released a strong killing intent. The whistling sound did not stop. Instead, it became more and more frequent. In the distant forest, densely packed long arrows shot out, almost the same as this arrow. This is an arrow formation. It is even more powerful than a bullet. Be careful. Wu shouted. The arrow formation was actually set up here and moved forward a few thousand meters. Chapter 751. Arrow Formation? Tian Chanzi curled his lips in disdain. Let me see how powerful it is. His finger pointed forward, coincidentally hitting the arrowhead of the flying arrow. The arrow's attack came to an abrupt stop, and then it quickly cracked at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, it turned into wood shavings and the arrowhead melted, turning into a pool of molten iron. However, the arrows behind him also shot over. Tang Zheng turned into a shadow and went up to meet them. The War Soul Sword slashed down, and the sword light soared into the sky. Boom. The violent sword chi with an unstoppable force caused the flying arrows to collapse, and all the flying arrows fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Seeing this scene, Marshall's eyelids twitched. Although she already knew that Tang Zheng's cultivation had improved by a lot, she never thought that he would be so powerful. Tian Chanzi nodded his head in satisfaction. Not bad. Have you experienced the mysteries of the Aura's core stage? Tang Zheng nodded his head in joy. After this attack, the true chi in his body continued to flow endlessly, giving him a feeling that his true chi was inexhaustible. He believed that even if there were a few more waves of arrows, he would be able to easily resolve them. As if to make his wish come true, an even more mournful howl came from the depths of the forest, like rolling thunder. Tang Zheng took a deep breath. Holding the War Soul Sword with both hands, he roared loudly, his voice shaking the surroundings. The sword chi turned into a gust of wind and blew out. Kacha kacha kacha. A series of ear-piercing breaking sounds resounded through the clouds. Not only were the flying arrows broken into two, even the forest seemed to have been struck by a typhoon, breaking apart and even uprooting itself. Marshall could not help but open her mouth wide and exclaim, "Is the Aura's core stage so powerful?" Although she had seen the strength of the Grandmaster stage since she was young, seeing the power of Tang Zheng's move with her own eyes still made her heart surge. Tang Zheng was a little proud. This was the first time he had used his strength after breaking through to the Aura's core stage, and the power was a little beyond his expectations. His heart was in turmoil. He thought to himself that although the Jindan stage and the Anidia stage were only one stage apart, the difference in their strength was like heaven and earth. As if seeing through his thoughts, Tian Chanzi explained, "Once the gold core is formed, the comprehensive strength of the practitioner will have a qualitative leap, just like the Xiantian realm and the Grandmaster realm of warriors. Only by condensing a golden core can one be considered to have truly stepped onto the path of cultivation and peek into the mysteries of the path of cultivation." Marshall's eyes could not help but reveal a look of envy, but more than that, she was happy for him. The stronger her beloved was, the more honor she would feel. However, there was also a trace of disappointment in the depths of her heart. The gap between her and Tang Zheng was getting bigger and bigger, which made her feel an inexplicable strong pressure. "It seems that the arrow formation has been destroyed by you," Tian Chanzi said as he looked into the distance. Marshall added, "There are traps at every step in the martial organization, and it is hard to guard against them. Since they have already been alerted, the front will definitely be more dangerous, so it is better to be careful." Tang Zheng took the lead and said, "Even if it is a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, we still have to charge through. Since we have already been exposed, we might as well cut the Gordian knot and rush through." The three of them hit it off. Their figures flashed, and in an instant they rushed through the forest. Along the way they could clearly see the power of Tang Zheng's sword. The trees were broken and it was a complete mess. There were even corpses of martial organization disciples lying on the ground. It was clear that not only did the sword break the arrow formation, it even killed the enemy who was lying in ambush. After passing through the arrow formation, the three of them moved forward as fast as lightning. Suddenly they stepped on empty air. Tang Zheng was shocked. Like a white crane spreading its wings, he soared into the sky. Tian Chanzi directly floated in the air. As for Marshall, she flew forward with the tip of her foot, but the place she landed on was still empty. Below, a cold light flashed and it was unknown how dangerous it was. "Be careful." Tang Zheng shouted and hurriedly grabbed Marshall into his embrace, and the two of them quickly fell down. War Soul Sword. Tang Zheng roared. The War Soul Sword was unsheathed and floated in the air. Tang Zheng stood on top of the War Soul Sword, turned into a ray of light, and directly passed through the trap. Not only could the Imperial Sword technique kill enemies, it could also save lives at critical moments. Tian Chanzi was as light as the wind. His feet did not touch the ground and he easily crossed over. Looking back, the trap was as big as a few main courts. There was no place to borrow strength from, and it was a gap that even pre-celestial stage martial artists could not cross. Marshall snuggled in Tang Zheng's embrace, her heart filled with fear. If she had charged in alone, she would have lost her life. These traps were far more dangerous than before. It was obvious that the elders had deliberately guarded against their attacks. The martial organization is there. Marshall reluctantly left Tang Zheng's embrace, and pointed to the mountain peak not far away. "This is truly a treasured land." Tian Chanzi said, "It's much better than the place where the Witch clan lives now. If we occupy this place, we can use it as the Witch clan's residence." Tang Zheng's heart moved. This was indeed a method. The existence of the Witch clan was no longer a secret. Moreover, his relationship with the authorities was also in the honeymoon period. If he gathered the Witch clan here, they would be able to help him even more than if they were abroad. However, this thought flashed through his mind and he rejected it. Although the official's attitude towards cultivators was very magnanimous, it was impossible to predict what would happen in the future. In order to not be surrounded by a heavy army in the future, he still couldn't set up this kind of settlement in the country. However, this sentence reminded Tang Zheng that since the martial sect and the rest had already settled down on the island, wouldn't the Witch clan be able to do the same? Islands were different from continents. They could drift anywhere and it was difficult to completely surround them. Even if there were any unforeseen events in the future, they could still ensure their survival. This was even more reliable than letting the Witch clan stay abroad. "What are you thinking about?" Marshall sensed his abnormality and asked. Tang Zheng regained his senses and shook his head slightly. Looking at the towering mountain, he said, "We will definitely have to fight in close quarters. You must be careful. Although we used to be from the same sect, we are now life and death enemies. We cannot be soft-hearted." Marshall's expression was resolute as he said, "From the moment they betrayed the sect master, they were no longer my fellow sect members, but my enemies." The three of them climbed the mountain, and rustling sounds immediately came from the forest. They came from all directions and one figure after another flashed like ghosts, making it extremely difficult to catch them. An earth-shattering killing intent assaulted their faces, causing them to be unable to breathe properly. "All of you show yourselves." Tian Chanzi roared, and with a slash of his hand, an endless amount of sword chi appeared, and the forest in front of him was cut in half. Blood splattered everywhere, and the ghost-like figure finally appeared. More than 30 people crowded the forest in front of them. All of them were brimming with killing intent and their faces were filled with ruthlessness. "Kill." The crowd let out an earth-shaking roar and charged forward wave after wave. "Let's see whose gains are greater." Tian Chanzi laughed coldly and rushed into the crowd like a whirlwind. His finger pointed at each of their foreheads, and bloody holes appeared one after another, instantly killing them. Tang Zheng's War Soul sword light shone brightly. Wherever the sword light passed, there would be casualties, and its lethality was astonishing. Marshall's cultivation was slightly higher than these people, but he did not have an absolute advantage. Clenching his teeth, he used the Fire Nether Divine Palm, branding many of them with palm prints. Not long later, none of the 30 or so enemies were still standing. Some of them fell to the ground and wailed miserably, while others directly reported to King Yama. Tian Chanzi glanced at Tang Zheng complacently and said, You still need to practice more. This time, Tian Chanzi killed even more enemies. Of course, this was only natural and not surprising. The three of them climbed up another mountain path and a person rushed out from the forest, blocking in front of them. Second Elder. Marshal cried out in alarm. Marshal, you traitor, you dare to lead outsiders to attack the martial sect. I should have killed you back then. The second elder looked down from above and shouted arrogantly. Marshal was not afraid at all and retorted, Second elder, you are the traitor of the martial sect, betraying the sect master. Ah, how can Wu Junshan represent the martial sect? The current martial sect is the purest martial sect, and we have eliminated you traitors. Since you didn't hide and instead came to die, then I will fulfill your wish. The second elder was arrogant and used to being high and mighty. He did not put them in his eyes at all. Just as he finished speaking, he rushed down, the large blade in his hand emitting a cold light and killing intent. If you want to hurt Marshal, you have to pass through me first. Tang Jing leaped forward, and with a move of heaven flying immortal, in that moment, it was as if there was only this sword left in this world, and the War Soul sword firmly locked onto the second elder. The second elder's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly used his blade to block. Kacha. The large blade was cut into two, and the War Soul sword slashed down from above. After cutting the large blade, its attack did not decrease. Blood splattered, and a line of blood extended from the top of the second elder's head to his crotch. Tang Jing did not even look and directly kept the War Soul sword, and walked past the second elder. Bang! Bang! The second elder was cut into two halves and fell to the ground. He died with his eyes wide open, and his eyes were still filled with disbelief. Tian Chanzi's eyes lit up and praised, Good boy, you have already completely comprehended the essence of the heaven-flying immortal sword technique. This heaven-flying immortal is overbearing, but it does not lose its nimbleness and elegance. Although the second elder is also in the great scholar realm, he underestimated his opponent too much, and in the end he was not your match. Marshal was dumbstruck as if he had turned into a puppet and said blankly, The second elder died just like that, and he couldn't even withstand a single move from Tang Jing. Little girl, now you know how powerful cultivators are. The further you go, the greater the gap between cultivators and martial artists. Cultivators have too many abilities, and are not something that martial artists can compare to. Tian Chanzi said proudly. However, it is not easy for a martial artist to become a cultivator. Unless they cripple their entire life's cultivation, it would be wishful thinking. Cripple my entire life's cultivation? Martial heartstrings trembled and quickly shook his head, then I'll just be a martial artist. This is the right choice. Not everyone can be as abnormal as Tang Jing. His cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds, and he doesn't seem like a human anymore. Turning into a cultivator halfway, often the final strength is not as good as continuing to persevere on the path of a martial artist. Chapter 752. The three of them directly killed their way to the peak of the mountain. There was only one person standing in front of the huge plaza, the others were all lying on the ground, corpses littered the ground and blood flowed like a river. The three of them looked at the scene in shock. Could it be that there were others who came up the mountain and beat them to it? They looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what was going on. But without a doubt, their sharp gazes immediately locked onto the person who was still standing, the great clan elder. He held a sword in his hand that was covered in blood, even his body was covered in blood. His expression was resolute as he stood proudly, coldly looking at the three of them and the beast, and mechanically said, You're finally here. Tang Jing's eyelids twitched, this was too strange, there must be a demon behind this. Great clan elder who killed these people? Marshal's expression kept changing, he could not help but step forward and ask. The great clan elder grinned, his smile was sinister and sinister. He raised the treasure sword in his hand and lightly spat out 3 words, I killed them. You killed them? The three of them turned pale with fright, these people were the other party's subordinates, he killed them all just like that? Wasn't this too ruthless? Marshal immediately asked, You're too ruthless, why did you kill them? The great clan elder said indifferently, Only the dead can keep a secret. What secret? The secret you want to know. The great clan elder said directly, Although they might not know too many secrets, there will always be 1 or 2 people who know a little bit, so killing them all is the safest way. Everyone felt a chill run from their backs to their heads. Too ruthless. They are your subordinates, how can you bear to do this? Tang Zheng could not believe it. If it was him, he would definitely not be so ruthless. Dying in my hands is a worthy death, why can't I bear it? The great clan elder retorted. Tian Shanzi had been silent the entire time, and finally could not help but ask, "You know why we are here?" The great clan elder revealed a mocking smile. "Of course you want to know about the High Lord, but you won't get what you want. Everyone is dead and no one knows anymore." "Really?" Tian Shanzi sneered disapprovingly. "You're more useful than the others." Tang Jing suddenly had an idea. He didn't need the other party to confess. As long as he used the soul-searching technique, all secrets would be revealed. "Can you catch me?" The great elder smiled confidently. Tang Zheng and Tian Shanzi's hearts skipped a beat at the same time. They had an ominous premonition. With a flash of their silhouettes, they rushed towards the great elder. They were determined to capture him alive. The great elder did not move, but his eyes were filled with determination. He laughed wildly without any fear. "Ha, you bunch of cultivators, the Lord will avenge me. Your doomsday will come soon." His laughter was wild, shaking the woods and the surrounding mountains and fields. Just as Tang Zheng and Tian Shanzi were about to grab hold of his arms, a loud bang suddenly rang out from within the great elder's body. A powerful energy mixed with flesh and blood flew towards the two of them. The great elder exploded. He knew that he was going to die. After killing all of his subordinates, he didn't hesitate to use his internal energy to attack his meridians and self-destruct. He didn't want to fall into Tang Zheng's hands. Looking at the flesh and blood all over the sky, Tang Zheng and Tian Shanzi couldn't help but retreat. Their faces didn't look good. They came here full of confidence. Even the attack they encountered before didn't affect their confidence at all. They thought that this trip would definitely be fruitful. However, it was all wishful thinking on their part. The great elder's actions gave them a vivid lesson. Things were far more complicated than they had imagined. The mastermind behind the scenes, the Azure Dragon Palace and the Lord, was not easy to find out. The Lord didn't hesitate to give up such a powerful chess piece. He didn't even do anything to resist and chose to commit suicide. His ruthless nature and his control over his subordinates were truly chilling. Just what kind of divine being is this High Lord, to actually have such charm and control? Tang Zheng subconsciously muttered to himself. Tian Shanzi also didn't say a word. The mission this time was far more complicated and difficult than he had imagined. He had misjudged the situation, causing all the clues to come to an abrupt end. Wu's face was pale, her lips trembling. She stared blankly at the corpses on the ground. Among them there were even familiar faces. But all of this ended in the hands of the great elder. In order to protect the so-called secret, Wu was angry. Did they need to sacrifice the lives of hundreds of people to protect a secret? The price was too great, too cruel. She grew up in the martial organization. Her feelings for the martial organization were far from what ordinary people could compare to. Even if she left the martial organization, she still had deep feelings for this mountain and these courtyards. But now, all of this beauty was like a mirror that was smashed into pieces. The martial organization had been destroyed. Her heart was empty. "We must find the Azure Dragon Palace and that Lord," Wu angrily roared. Tang Zheng had an idea and said, "Let's go to the Li Palace." Of course Wu did not give in and said, "I will lead the way. Grandma Li will definitely know more about the inside story than the great elder." Tian Shanzi's originally dejected eyes once again glowed with spirit and warned, "This time we will go straight to the target." The Li Palace's palace master, Grandma Li, definitely cannot give her the chance to commit suicide like the great elder. Tang Jing deeply agreed and nodded his head heavily. Looking at the desolate land, Wu faintly said, "Bury them. After all, they are from the same sect." Tang Jing did not object. With a slash of his sword, a huge deep hole appeared at the side of the plaza. After the burial, Marshall stared at the building in front of him in a daze and said, "Can you accompany me in for a walk?" Of course, Tang Zheng would agree and accompany her into the martial organization. The martial organization's buildings were ancient and full of history. There were pavilions and pavilions with carved beams and painted rafters. "If it weren't for that accident, you would have grown up here," Wu said. Tang Zheng was shocked. That's right, he had brushed shoulders with the martial organization and grew up in Ordinary Balance's dilapidated little house. He had no fate with these ancient buildings. He vaguely had an illusion. If he were to do it again, would he really grow up here like she said? He would definitely practice martial arts from a young age, have the love of his parents, and even have the help of his fellow disciples. But he immediately shook his head. History could not be reversed. His unique experience had made him who he was today. He did not regret his experience, nor did he regret growing up in that dilapidated little house with his grandfather, often worrying about making a living. These bits and pieces formed his unique life. It was something that the martial organization and these exquisite buildings could not give. Wu stopped in her tracks and pointed to a training field in front of her and said, "Since I can remember, I have spent most of my time in this training field, cultivating with my fellow disciples. Now that I think about it, although those days were hard, they were even more simple and happy." Now that she had grown up, she faced all kinds of unexpected situations. There was pain, happiness, and conflict. Of course, it was not as simple and happy as before. Wu would occasionally say a few words. Tang Zheng felt as if he had experienced her life, or rather Wu had experienced his life in the martial organization for him. After visiting all the buildings, the two of them returned to the plaza and stared deeply at the martial organization. Wu said, "In the future I will not return here. Master and mistress will definitely not. Since the martial organization no longer exists, then let everything disappear." Tang Jing did not understand what she meant. She had already lit a paper window, and the flames immediately jumped up. The wooden building ignited upon contact with the fire. In an instant, the huge martial organization was engulfed in flames, turning into a sea of fire. Wu took a deep breath, restrained all her emotions and said, "Let's go." The three of them floated away. In the sea of fire, the magnificent martial organization collapsed. The glory of the past became history, never to return. 3 days later, the three of them and the beast came to another valley, 100 Flowers Valley. The Li Palace was hidden in the 100 Flowers Valley. The so-called 100 Flowers, as the name implied, meant that there were many fresh flowers in the valley. However, this also implied that the disciples of the 100 Flowers Valley were all women, and there were no men. As soon as they entered the valley, the refreshing fragrance of the flowers drifted over. It was not strong, but it was very pleasant to smell, causing people to involuntarily become intoxicated. From afar, one could see that the sides of the valley were filled with flowers, as if they were in a sea of flowers. Wu took the lead and led the way. Her brows were tightly knitted as if they were two sharp swords. Her nerves were also tense and she was on full alert. The Li Palace was the same as the martial organization. It was not a safe place. It was definitely extremely dangerous, so it was best to be careful. The valley was very deep, as if there was no end. The fragrance of the flowers lingered at the tip of his nose, lingering. "Stop!" Suddenly, Tian Chanzi shouted, looking ahead with a serious expression. Tang Zheng and Marshall stopped at the same time, looking suspiciously at Tian Chanzi. "What's wrong?" Tian Chanzi said in a deep voice. "There's something strange, don't you think this road is too long?" Tang Zheng looked at Marshall. Marshall seemed to be deep in thought and muttered to himself, "In the past when I came here, I had a disciple of the Li Palace leading the way, so I did not pay special attention to the length of this valley. However, there is one thing that can be confirmed. This valley is not short. Don't you think the surroundings are very familiar? It seems like we passed by just now." Tian Chanzi looked around and said. The two of them hurriedly looked up. Just now they did not pay too much attention to the environment, and were all focused on the possible dangers. The two of them shook their heads at the same time. Tian Chanzi was helpless and sighed, "Let's continue walking. In any case, there's something strange about this valley, just pay attention." The three of them continued forward. After a while, a series of bell-like laughter came from the front. They were overjoyed. It seemed that they had reached the end, so they quickened their pace and rushed out of the valley. The scene in front of them suddenly opened up. A lake as clear as a mirror appeared in front of them. The bell-like laughter came from the lake. The three of them looked at the scene in the lake and couldn't help but freeze. Chapter 753. Tang Zheng and Tian Chanzi's eyes stared straight. It was not because they were greedy for beauty, but because they did not expect to encounter such a scene. Marshall's face immediately flushed red as she angrily said, "Turn around, what are you guys peeping at people bathing for?" Tang Zheng and Tian Chanzi were forced to helplessly turn their heads. Tang Zheng saw Tian Chanzi winking at him and could not help but be speechless. "What do we do now?" Tian Chanzi said without hesitation. These people are definitely disciples of Li Palace. They are enemies. Let's rush over and subdue them. Marshall immediately objected. How can that be? No matter what, they are still girls. How can they be seen by you two men? After she finished speaking, she glared at Tang Jing as if she was afraid that he would peek. Tang Jing smiled embarrassedly and said, Are we just going to wait here? So what if we wait a bit? In any case, they won't continue to bathe. Tang Jing shrugged and said, In any case, we are not in a hurry. Let's just wait. They had previously imagined that they would encounter all kinds of traps and killing moves, but they did not expect to encounter a group of beauties playing in the water. Tian Chanzi regretfully sighed and muttered, In broad daylight, Li Palace's people are not afraid of being peeked at. Marshall said, Li Palace's people are all women. Moreover, Li Palace's terrain is dangerous. There are no ordinary people who enter the valley, so they are not afraid of being peeked at. Li Palace's disciples are really bold and unrestrained. Tang Jing recalled the charming scene and could not help but sigh. Once again he received a supercilious look from Marshall. He could not help but think of Li Xiaotian. He did not know if she was in Li Palace. If they met later, he was afraid that they would have to fight. The trip to the island nation had almost exhausted all of his patience with Li Xiaotian. If she did not join his camp in the end, he was afraid that he would not have let her go. As for the Li Palace master behind her, Granny Li, although Tang Jing had never seen her with his own eyes, his hatred for her was definitely not small. If it weren't for him, Wu Junshan, Lan Yu, and the others wouldn't have suffered so much and almost lost their lives. Granny Li colluded with the island nation and sent her own people into the tiger's mouth. Tang Jing would never forget this enmity. If he could take revenge this time, then he would definitely not be soft-hearted. Why aren't they done yet? This bath is still not over yet. The bell-like laughter still floated in the wind, and the heaven monk muttered in dissatisfaction. Tang Jing also frowned. If they kept waiting, they would be discovered sooner or later. It was better to just rush in. Marshall stared at the alluring mermaids in the lake and said, They are playing in the water. I'm afraid we'll have to wait a little longer. I can't wait. Tian Chanzi blew his eyebrows and glared and immediately turned around. Marshall was anxious, but how could she do anything to Tian Chanzi? She could only watch as he strode out of the valley. Seeing that, Tang Jing also turned his head. Since he was about to be exposed, he might as well cut the Gordian knot and get rid of all these people. Marshall glared at Tang Jing, stomped his feet hatefully, and walked out of the valley side by side. When the women in the lake heard the commotion, they all turned their heads. However, they did not charge over with their swords. Instead, they came out of the water and walked ashore with large strides. He was stark naked, without a single piece of clothing on him. Every part of their body could be seen clearly, causing one's blood to boil. Moreover, it wasn't just one but a group. If one's willpower was weaker, they would probably have a nosebleed. This scene was too exciting, and even Tang Jing's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up a bit. You're not allowed to look. Marshall scolded sourly. Tang Jing said seriously, They are enemies. If you don't look at them, what if you fall into their trap? Don't let your imagination run wild, use all your strength to face the enemy. Seeing Tang Jing's righteous words, Marshall had no choice but to give up. The group of beauties had all come ashore. They walked towards the few of them with smiles on their faces. They did not have the slightest hint of hostility. Tang Jing muttered in his heart. Could it be that the Li Palace had the tradition of welcoming guests naked? He had never heard of it. Didn't they say that the Li Palace did not allow men to enter? Seeing him and Tian Chanzi, these women should be very angry, wishing that they could get rid of them as soon as possible. Could it be a smiling tiger, a knife hidden in a smile, a needle hidden in cotton? But the smiles on these people's faces were too sincere, and they all exuded a sense of charm, causing the evil fire in one's heart to uncontrollably stir. Her eyebrows were like black, her eyes were like water, and her eyes were like autumn waves. It was as if she could speak and seduce people. The beauties were divided into two groups. One group directly surrounded Tian Chanzi, but they did not use any killing moves. Instead, they were like alluring spirits that directly wrapped around Tian Chanzi's body. Damn. Could this be a honey trap? The price is too high. Tang Jing stared with his eyes wide open, feeling that it was inconceivable. But in an instant, his body froze, because a few beauties also surrounded him, directly pushing Marshall to the side, causing her to almost go crazy. Tang Jing was directly surrounded by a few naked bodies. The other party was not honest at all. They did not give him a chance to breathe at all as they tightly wrapped him up. Their white skin and towering breasts were tightly pressed against him, and their cherry mouths were exhaling beside his ears. Even an immortal would find it difficult to be reserved, let alone a young man in his 20s who was full of fire. Tang Zheng's heart thumped fiercely. He thought to himself, if this is a honey trap, then this is too much. Or could it be that the Li Palace was filled with a group of women who were dissatisfied with their desires, and when they saw a man, they would throw themselves at him without a care for their own safety? His face and ears flushed red, and his breathing involuntarily quickened. The power of this group of women was too great. All kinds of touching and teasing, as tempting as they could, made it so that no one had the chance to breathe or resist. If an ordinary man were to face this kind of situation, he would have long since surrendered. But Tang Zheng's mind had always maintained a bit of clarity. This was his bottom line. Although he had a lot of emotional debt, he would not have any relationship with these women that he did not know. Marshall's eyes were about to spit fire. She stomped her feet hatefully and directly pulled a woman off Tang Zheng's body. She angrily scolded, "You shameless women, get lost." But Tang Zheng was like a delicious cake, too attractive. Every time Marshall pulled a woman away, the other women would pounce on her. This repeated until Tang Zheng's body was always hung with naked women. Marshall did not use any killing moves because, as a woman, she had always maintained a compassionate heart. Ooh! Marshall gasped for breath, gritted her teeth and said, "If you don't stop, don't blame me for being impolite." As she spoke, she was about to get serious. But those women completely ignored her, as if they were not afraid of her killing move at all. In their eyes there was only Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng was in the center of the vortex. The evil fire in his heart gradually surged, and even the pure young energy was beginning to stir. He was suddenly shocked. This was the Li Palace, how could there be such a good thing? A group of beauties took the initiative to offer themselves. Moreover, as far as he knew, Li Xiaotian was a person who had cultivated charm techniques. In other words, the Li Palace had a special charm technique. Could it be that these were charm techniques, trapping them step by step and capturing them as easily as blowing off dust? Tang Zheng sucked in a breath of cold air. His heart trembled and all the evil fire was suppressed. His mind became clear. Since he was sure that all of this was a trap, he would not show mercy to the fairer sex. Circulating his power, he roared, "Get out of my way!" Another roar exploded at the same time. It turned out to be Tian Chanzi. He directly grabbed a woman's head and twisted it forcefully. Boom! The woman disappeared as if she had turned into a cloud of dust that drifted with the wind. There was not a single drop of blood. Tang Zheng suddenly quivered as he came to a realization. Illusion. All of this was an illusion. Otherwise, a woman's head would be twisted, but there was not a single drop of blood. Instead, it turned into air as if she had never appeared. Although this scene had happened, the other women acted as if they did not see it at all. They continued to charge at the two of them without a care for their own safety. Tang Zheng secretly sighed. This was definitely an illusion. These were not real women, but illusions that could be created, causing them to fall deep into it and be unable to extricate themselves. As expected, the Li Palace did not have a good impression of men. This trick was specifically used to deal with men. Marshall was a woman, so she was naturally immune. He did not know what would happen if he really fell into it, but there was no doubt that it would not be a good result. However, he also had some doubts. Was his willpower so weak? That restless evil fire just now did not seem to be his normal reaction at all. There was also Tian Chanzi. Although he often spoke without thinking and also encouraged Tang Zheng to pick up girls, he was definitely not casual with women. Back when he was hanging around the bar, who knew how many women had thrown olive branches at him? Among them there was no lack of real beauties, but he was indifferent. How could he be moved by these beauties that he had never met before? All of this was full of strangeness. This is an illusion. Tian Chanzi did not show any mercy. In a few moves, he killed all the women in front of him as if they had never appeared. Tang Zheng was shocked. He and Tian Chanzi were both people who had trained in illusion techniques, but they were not able to see through it in an instant. From this, it could be seen how great the other party's ability to use illusion techniques was. But wasn't there no cultivators in the Li Palace? How could there be someone who could use illusion techniques? Tang Zheng's head was as big as two. He really could not figure out the reason. Of course, he did not show any mercy. One by one, huge fists greeted the women wrapped around his body. Wei finally knew what was going on. The anger that he had accumulated just now suddenly erupted like a volcano, crazily attacking these women. Bang bang bang. In an instant, all the women disappeared like smoke in thin air. However, before they could heave a sigh of relief, a bell-like laughter came from the lake again. They saw that one by one naked beauties walked out from the lake. Damn, it's not over yet. Tang Jing speechlessly scolded. Chapter 754. The cultivators were also blinded by the illusions of a group of martial artists. In the beginning they were not aware of it and almost fell into the trap. This was truly inconceivable. Tian Chanzi and Tang Zheng's expressions were not good. Without any leniency, with a few bangs, the group of beautiful women turned into cannon fodder. But the water rippled and another wave came. The two of them simply ignored it. Instead, they looked around and prepared to find the mystery of this illusion so that they could break it. Suddenly, Tang Jing took a deep breath, the tip of his nose twitched and said, "The fragrance of the flowers in this valley is too long, it has been lingering around the tip of my nose." Tian Chanzi's eyes lit up and slapped his thigh. "We all overlooked a problem, the fragrance of the flowers. I was wondering why I was unable to control my body's feelings. So it was because of the fragrance of the flowers. The fragrance of the flowers has an aphrodisiac effect." Tang Jing suddenly looked at the two sides of the valley, the flowers that covered the mountains and plains, and was shocked. "What kind of flowers are these?" Tian Chanzi shook his head. "I don't know, but the problem most likely lies with these flowers. I'm afraid these illusions were also caused by these words. I was wondering why Li Palace was a martial artist, how could they use illusions? Furthermore, it was such a large-scale illusion to fool experts like you and me." "You're saying that this is not an illusion but the effect of the flowers?" "Is almost equal to." Tian Chanzi nodded his head. "Yes, get rid of these flowers and the illusion will naturally disappear." Tian Chanzi waved his hand forward, and a violent sword chi whistled out like a tornado. Boom. The blood that covered the mountains and plains was immediately stirred into pieces. The petals floated in the air, and the fragrance became even stronger. Kiki. More and more laughter. Marshall suddenly pointed at the lake and said, "Look, there are more people." It was indeed so. More and more naked beauties walked out of the lake. Their smiles were even more charming, and their voices were even more alluring. The fragrance of the flowers, although you cut the flowers, the petals floated in the air. The fragrance of the flowers is even stronger, and the power of the illusion is even stronger. Tang Jing immediately saw through the mystery. Tian Chanzi's face was gloomy. This was really unexpected. Tang Jing suddenly had an idea. He patted Xiaobai on his shoulder and said, "Xiaobai, breathe fire." Xiaobai squeaked excitedly, unable to hold back any longer. A ball of flame spurted out from its small mouth, and in an instant, the entire mountain turned into a sea of fire. The flowers turned into ashes, and the fragrance of the flowers turned into a burnt smell. The three of them raised their heads to look again. The beauties in the lake disappeared one by one. In the end, they all disappeared without a trace. All that was left was a huge and quiet lake. "This lake isn't an illusion, right?" Tang Jing asked curiously. Wu shook his head. "I came to Li Palace before, this lake is real." Tang Jing heaved a sigh of relief. "That's good. The illusion has disappeared. Let's continue forward. It seems like Li Palace is even more sinister. Their traps are not as crude and direct as the martial organization." Tian Chanzi's killing intent soared. The matter just now caused him to lose a lot of face and completely ignited the anger in his heart. In a while, the people of Li Palace would definitely suffer and pay the price. The three of them went around the lake and passed by it. The scene in front of them appeared once again. It was beautiful and magnificent, like a paradise on earth. This group of women really know how to enjoy themselves. They found such a beautiful place. Tang Jing praised. This was the place chosen by the first palace master of Li Palace. From then on, it has never been changed. Wu Jieshao said. "How far is the main character?" Tian Chanzi asked in a deep voice. Wu raised his head and looked into the distance. "It's not far ahead." They couldn't help but quicken their pace. Suddenly they all stopped at the same time. Their faces revealed astonishment as they stared into the distance. Black smoke. Billowing black smoke came from afar, completely destroying the beautiful environment. The three of them were flabbergasted. How could Li Palace catch fire? "Let's go and take a look." Tang Jing suddenly had a bad premonition. With a gust of wind under his feet, he arrived in front of the black smoke in the blink of an eye. He saw a huge group of buildings surrounded by flames and billowing smoke. Who started this fire? The three of them immediately had this question in their minds as they looked at each other in dismay. Suddenly, Tang Zheng had an idea and discovered a clue. There's no one here. There's no one here. Wu also came to a realization. That's right, there's no one here. The last time I came there were many people from Li Palace. This time there's no one here. It's too strange. Heaven Monk's face darkened as he looked at the sea of fire and said, they must have known that we were coming, so they left the building empty. They didn't even hesitate to burn down their base camp, and didn't leave us any clues. What a decisive mind. Tang Zheng and Wu heard this and their faces turned ugly. This operation was a failure. Every step of the way was taken by the enemy. The great clan elder did not hesitate to kill all the disciples to keep the secret. Granny Li burned down Li Palace and still did not leave them any clues. Without a doubt, all of this was to protect the Azure Dragon Hall and the High Lord who had always been hiding in the darkness. What kind of power did the High Lord have to make the martial organization and Li Palace so dead set on it, not hesitating to sacrifice so much? What do we do now? Wu asked helplessly. Tang Zheng and Tian Chanzi looked at each other and were about to speak when suddenly, the earth shook as if there was an earthquake. Flames rose from all directions and huge rocks soared into the sky, causing them to be unable to stand steadily. Explosion. There are explosives buried underground. Tang Zheng shouted in shock. Quickly leave this place. Boom boom boom. The explosions grew louder and louder, coming from all directions. The ground beneath their feet cracked open and a huge shockwave struck them. Tang Zheng grabbed Wu's hand and shouted, let's go. He used the earth-shrinking technique and rushed towards the entrance of the valley. Tian Chanzi also rushed out with a gust of wind under his feet. The earth cracked open and a huge explosive force came from beneath their feet, causing them to have no place to stand. They were on the verge of collapse, as if they could fall into the bottomless abyss at any time and be swallowed by the huge explosive force. Imperial Sword Technique. Tian Chanzi reminded loudly. Tang Zheng immediately summoned his battle spirit sword. The sword light shone brightly and turned into a stream of light, carrying the two of them towards the entrance of the valley. Tian Chanzi flew in the air, his speed even faster than Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng felt that his true qi was rapidly depleting. In the past he only used the Imperial Sword technique to defend against enemies and did not bear the weight of others. Now it was the weight of two people and he had to avoid the flying rocks below. Multitasking not only consumed his mind, but also consumed a large amount of true qi, making it almost unbearable for him. Bang! Suddenly, a huge rock was blown up and fiercely collided with the battle spirit sword. Tang Zheng and Marshall could not stand steadily and immediately fell down. Below, flames overflowed into the sky and huge rocks flew everywhere. Even if they did not die, they would still be severely injured. Heaven Monk was still a distance away from the two of them, and the distant water could not put out the nearby fire. Tang Zheng hugged Wu and spun in the air, using his back to block the flying rocks. No! Wu turned pale with fright, his eyes immediately turned red as he blurted out. He wanted to struggle out of his embrace, but he was unable to resist Tang Zheng's strength. No! Martial Heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. If anything happened to Tang Zheng, she would be even more heartbroken than if she was injured. With a few rumbling explosions, huge rocks flew up from below and crashed into Tang Zheng. Even if he did not die from the huge impact, he would still lose a layer of skin. Tang Zheng cursed inwardly. Just how many explosives were buried in the Li Palace? This series of explosions almost blew the entire valley into the sky. He hurriedly channeled the chaotic Vajra spell, trying to use his steel-like body to block it. Be careful. Tian Chanzi also shouted loudly and rushed over as fast as lightning. Jiji. Xiao Bai called out and jumped down from Tang Zheng's body. Xiao Bai, don't. Tang Zheng shouted to stop him, but it was useless. Xiao Bai quickly fell. Tang Zheng's heart was in his throat, but he did not understand the meaning behind Xiao Bai's actions. Boom. A ball of flames lit up below, wrapping around the huge flying rock and immediately turning it into a pool of lava. Obviously this ball of flame was spat out by Xiao Bai. It had already disappeared into the flames. Suddenly, a white figure soared into the sky from the flames. Xiao Bai. Seeing that, Tang Zheng was overjoyed and blurted out. But in the next second, he opened his mouth wide and looked at the white figure in disbelief. How was this Xiao Bai? Xiao Bai was a small child, but this figure was as big as a tiger. 4 of its hooves stepped on the air, and 4 balls of flames emerged from beneath its feet. It stepped on the flames and soared into the air, flying as if it was walking on flat ground. Xiaobai, this is Xiaobai. Tang Jing cried out in shock. This was indeed Xiaobai, but it had grown bigger. Tang Jing had never thought that Xiaobai would actually grow bigger, and he did not know when it had this ability. Xiaobai caught Tang Jing and martial, stepped on the flames and soared into the air, dodging the flying rocks. The two of them laid on its back, their hearts thumping. They were still afraid, but they were also pleasantly surprised. Tang Jing could not help but stroke Xiaobai's snow-white fur, and Xiaobai comfortably called out twice in response. Tian Chanzi looked at this scene and was also in a daze. Gradually his eyes lit up. No one could see through Xiaobai's origins, it had too many secrets hidden on its body. Tian Chanzi could not help but click his tongue in wonder. This little guy's power seems to have increased by a lot, and it can even transform. Tang Jing, this brat really picked up a treasure. The explosions on the ground did not stop, and waves of air surged into the sky. However, lying on Xiaobai's back, the two of them were not affected at all. 4 hooves stepped on the air, stepping on the flames and quickly rushed out of the valley, one in front and one behind Tian Chanzi. Not long after, they finally rushed out of the valley. After landing, looking at the hellish valley behind them, the three of them felt a lingering fear. If not for Xiaobai transforming to save them, the consequences would have been unimaginable. They faintly felt a lingering fear. The Li Palace was empty, but left behind such a big trap, causing them to be caught off guard and almost died here. Tang Jing rubbed Xiaobai's head, deeply moved. Xiaobai, this is all thanks to you. Squeak squeak. Chapter 755. When did you know how to transform? Tang Jing curiously asked. This body was not just a little bit more powerful than the original Xiaobudian, especially the 4 hooves stepping on the air, the soles of his feet igniting a fire, handsome to the point of dropping dregs. Xiaobai squeaked twice, seeming quite pleased with itself. Tang Jing laughed involuntarily. He couldn't understand Xiaobai's squeaks, so it was pointless to ask. However, there was no doubt that Xiaobai had become stronger, which made him happy from the bottom of his heart. Maybe during the time it was under the palace, its cultivation had a breakthrough. Tang Jing guessed. Tian Chanzi also looked deeply at Xiaobai, then turned his gaze to the ruined valley, saying worriedly, now that all the clues have been cut off, what should we do? He was resourceful, but he was also at his wits' end. Tang Jing frowned. Since the Li Palace is empty, they definitely won't show themselves so easily. It's already impossible to follow the clues to the Azure Dragon Hall and the Lord. Yes, impossible. Tian Chanzi shook his head helplessly. Moreover, since they are so wary of us, it means that the other party's scheme is not small. The more they want to hide, the worse the situation will be. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. What's there to be afraid of? Tang Jing took a deep breath and simply said boldly. Tian Chanzi finally squeezed out a smile. You little brat are quite open-minded, this attitude is very good. You're right, counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. I want to see what kind of tricks the mysterious Azure Dragon Hall and the Lord can play in the end. Moreover, this time it's not like we didn't gain anything. Your little thing actually transformed, this is worthy of celebration. Tang Jing happily patted Xiaobai's head, saying, that makes sense and it can even fly, this is too amazing. However, it will be so big in the future that it won't be convenient to bring it out, so it can only be placed in Sumeru World. Hearing the name Sumeru under heaven, Tian Chanzi couldn't help but say with envy, you brat, your luck is good. You even managed to obtain Qin Shi Huang's Sumeru under heaven. Tang Jing chuckled. It's just luck. Creak creak. Suddenly Xiaobai called out again. The three of them immediately looked over and saw a flash of white light on its body. It actually turned back into its original appearance. Tang Jing was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. Xiaobai, you're really amazing. Xiaobai nodded proudly. With a kick of his little legs, he jumped onto Tang Jing's shoulder and rubbed his little head against Tang Jing's head. Tang Jing, you will definitely encounter more dangerous situations in the future. For the sake of your life, you must truly master the sword controlling technique and reach the level of flying on a sword. Flying on the sword. Tang Jing's eyes lit up. Even if he was flying on the sword, the distance was too short and unstable. That was why he was shot down by the flying rocks. You can practice flying on the sword when you are in the Golden Core stage. This has many similarities with the sword controlling technique. You used to know the sword controlling technique, so it won't be difficult for you to master it now. Tian Chanzi said. Flying on the sword, then I won't use a car to travel in the future. I'll just go straight on the sword. Tang Jing was slightly excited. Tian Chanzi nodded and said, logically speaking, that's true. However, you must have had a profound experience just now. Flying on the sword consumes a lot of true qi. If you want to fly on the sword for a long distance, then you must have enough profound skills and true qi. Tang Jing heard this and his expression darkened. Although he was now in the second grade of the Golden Core stage, it was obviously impossible for him to fly on the sword for a long time. He could only use this method to save his life at a critical moment. Fine. Tang Jing threw away his distracting thoughts and took one step at a time. One day he would be able to fly for a long distance. That would be the same as the legendary immortals. Just thinking about it made him very excited. I've taught you the sword controlling technique before, and flying on the sword is to cultivate the sword controlling technique to the extreme. You just need to practice more. Tang Jing nodded and said, I will definitely practice more. This is a life-saving ability. This trip was not successful. The three of them set off to return to the capital. Along the way, Tang Jing kept practicing flying on the sword and finally had some gains. Flying on the sword was mainly to control the weight of the War Soul sword and then fly in the air. The control of the true qi and the War Soul sword had to be perfect. This was not something that could be mastered in a short period of time. It had to be practiced many times. Then, before they even returned to the capital, on the way, Su Yingtian called and told him that there was a clue about the missing people and asked him to rush over immediately. Hearing this news, Tian Chanzi also volunteered to accompany him. He still remembered the mountain and river blood sacrifice array. At that time, the demon god wanted to use this method to bring the demon clan back. Even Tian Chanzi thought about whether he could bring back the righteous people of sky beyond heaven. However, after hearing about Qin Shi Huang, Tian Chanzi gave up on this idea. The mountain and river blood sacrifice array had to kill tens of thousands of people. The killing sin was too heavy. In the future, like Qin Shi Huang, he would be condemned by the heavens. At that time, the gains would not make up for the losses. Even a fierce person like Qin Shi Huang could not escape. Tian Chanzi did not think that he could escape. Moreover, he could not bear it. After all, he was not a person who could do anything for the sake of his goals. He felt that it was more reliable to rely on the heaven stairway of Buzhou Mountain to bring back the cultivators of sky beyond heaven. In fact, during this period he had been trying his best to find the heaven and earth obsidian to rebuild the heaven stairway, but to no avail. If he knew that Tang Jing had collected more than 60 pieces of heaven and earth obsidian, and that there were still heaven and earth obsidian under the Imperial Palace, he would probably tear down the Imperial Palace and dig out the heaven and earth obsidian to rebuild the heaven stairway. Tang Jing frowned and said, 100-Faced Star Lord is really unwilling to give up. He is preparing to activate the mountain and river blood sacrifice array again. Moreover, he has attacked so many people. Tian Chanzi knew that Tang Jing and 100-Faced Star Lord had encountered each other in the island nation. He patted his shoulder and advised, don't worry. Last time, we destroyed his conspiracy and killed the demon god. This time we will also succeed in stopping him. We must stop him. Otherwise, tens of thousands of people will die. Tang Jing said resolutely. His heart was not made of stone, and he could not stand by and watch so many of his compatriots get killed without doing anything. Moreover, if he succeeds, then this world will really be in chaos. Tian Chanzi also understood this principle. If the demon race returned, then even his cultivation would not be enough. This world would definitely be occupied by the demon race. There was no doubt that the people would be plunged into misery and suffering. The three of them rushed as fast as lightning to the destination that Su Yingtian had given them, the Great Northwest. Tang Jing still remembered that during the military training, he had carried out a special mission and came to this area. The demon god was summoned by the remnants of the demon race in a small mountain outside the border. It seemed that 100-Faced Star Lord was preparing to repeat the same trick and activate the mountain and river blood sacrifice array again. As soon as the three of them got off the plane, a military jeep took them straight to a military camp in the suburbs. Su Yingtian was already waiting at the door to welcome them. Seeing Tang Jing, he revealed a relieved smile. But when he saw Tian Chanzi, his expression could not help but stiffen. He immediately recognized Tian Chanzi. This face was deeply imprinted in his mind. He would never forget it. An expert. This thought immediately appeared in his mind. He was incomparably reverent as he quickly stepped forward and said, "Welcome, the three of you." His eyes, however, swept over Tian Chanzi, as if he wanted to study him thoroughly. Tian Chanzi's eyes widened, not angry but imposing, scaring Su Yingtian to the point that he shrunk his neck and quickly averted his gaze, saying embarrassedly, "Senior Tian Chanzi is also here, then this time we will definitely win." Tian Chanzi did not bat an eyelid. He did not say a word, looking like an expert. Tang Jing ignored Su Yingtian's excited and reverent mood and asked straightforwardly, "What exactly is going on?" "Let's go in first." Su Yingtian's expression became serious as he said in a deep voice. Not long after, the three of them arrived at a room with a sand table. Su Yingtian went straight to the sand table and said, "According to our intelligence, the missing people's final destination is this mountain range." There was an undulating mountain range in the sand table, which was majestic and magnificent. Tian Shan. Tian Chanzi recognized this mountain range at a glance. "Yes, Senior, it is Tian Shan. The missing people's final destination is Tian Shan," Su Yingtian said. Tang Jing and Tian Chanzi looked at each other. Tang Jing said in surprise, "Could it be that they are preparing to set up the mountain and river blood sacrifice array in Tian Shan?" Tian Chanzi nodded in agreement. "It is very likely. Tian Shan is one of the major mountain ranges in Wuxia. Moreover, there are many legends about Tian Shan. It is said that Tian Shan is the mountain closest to the sky. Although this cannot be confirmed, one thing is certain. Since ancient times, Tian Shan is rich in spiritual energy. It is a paradise that many cultivation sects are very fond of. There are many sections." Tang Jing heard this and could not help but think of Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou was connected to sky beyond. It was indeed a divine mountain. Could it be that Tian Shan was also connected to the sky? Tang Jing did not know and said, "That is to say, 100 Faces Star Lord chose Tian Shan as an extremely powerful location to lead the demons back?" "Yes." Tian Chanzi nodded. "Setting up this array here would have the effect of half the effort. 100 Faces Star Lord was really good at scheming." Su Yingtian heard the two of them and his face became very serious. He said, "You all know that the northwest region has always been the weakest area under our control. Especially in the past few years, the spread of terrorist forces has caused us to be in a terrible situation. Moreover, some of the local people do not trust us. Instead, they are covering up for the enemy. This time, many of the missing people are locals, but they did not report it. If we did not follow the vine to find the melon here, we would not have known about this situation." Tang Jing nodded. In the past few years, this area was indeed a paradise for terrorists. From time to time, there would be wind and rain, causing people to be in a state of panic. This was the best place for 100 Faces Star Lord. Even if he had captured so many people, he could still keep the secret as much as possible. If Tang Jing had not informed Su Yingtian earlier, they would definitely have ignored this matter. Since we have found them, then we will enter Tian Shan and drag them out. We must not let them succeed. Tian Chanzi said resolutely. "You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."